Gentlemen, welcome to the 5,000 subscriber special show. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, Phil?
I am Phil Bass, known as Dollhouse Phil, sometimes idiot, but that's neither here nor there. I'm a purveyor of the finest sexual beings in the world, sometimes known as sex dolls, but that's just a colloquialism. But that's me.
And who's that beside you, Phil?
That is Penance. One of my first dolls, a WM 140 centimeter large breast, naturally, with head 85. She's named Penance because it is good for a man's soul to do a little penance from time to time.
That's why I love this guy.
Someone in the chat said, look, it's Phil. That means an 8-hour stream, right?
Yeah, probably. I got extra supplies in this time because I thought there's no way it's going to be less than 4 hours.
Oh, man.
All right, Drexel.
We got you prime time this time. We got you on UK time on a weekend. So this is like the double whammy for you, right? Like you normally when we get you've had a full day of work. This time you're good.
Well, last time I managed to have a couple of hours sleep because I knew it was going to be sort of like stupid o'clock in the morning for me. So this time, if I start flagging after 8 hours, there's a real reason for that.
Nice.
So, Drex, if someone is watching you for the very first time, introduce yourself. What are you all about?
I'm all about teaching men not to be bitch-made simp cuck manginas. I'm doing God's work, as is Dollhouse Phil, because this is a place for men, aka masculine presenting transgender lesbians. And we're at a point now in society where everyone's getting torn apart if they have a penis between their legs. So this is a place for you to be as honest and degenerate as humanly possible, and to be unapologetically masculine, because as Phil knows, there's a war on masculinity every step of the way, in TVs, comic books, movies, music. Everywhere you look, they are tearing apart those of us who have a eggplant emoji between our legs. So here we are at a place where we are going to expose the programming that you've been given as the lie that it is. It's all an illusion. The unicorn is an illusion. The whole, Phil, if you just find the right girl, the family court's not bad. All of this is an illusion, okay? We're here to strip away all the illusions, expose female nature, tell you to go your own way, make your money, do what makes you happy, and live your life, man.
All right, so we're just going to let everyone filter in. So, Drex and Phil, take it away. I'm going to start getting people ready to bring in for the live call-in show. For those who are hearing this for the very first time, so here's how this call-in show is going to work. We're going to start with everyone in our Discord, which is available to people who are on Patreon or Subscribestar and support us. Thank you very much for your support. We really appreciate it. So they will get the first crack at the whip. Once we're done with everyone in Discord, we'll then, I'll move everyone over to a Google Meet chat that I have set up. There's a link in the description. There's a link on our community tab on the show's page. Anyone who has a Google account can hop into there. When we're done that, I'll play the voicemails. If you want the number for the voicemails, I'll post it here in the chat in a second. But I believe it's also in our description and also in the community post. So lots of different ways to reach us and get yourself heard. For those in the Discord chat, I'm going to start pulling you in one by one. So if you want to talk, go to the general voice channel. Otherwise, if you're still in here, I'm skipping you.
Sounds good.
So if I may, just to piggyback on what Drex was saying, this whole sort of attack on masculinity and so forth, yes, but that's why you have your trans sisters here who are your allies who are going to fight the fight for you, Drex and I. As we were saying about the masculine presenting transgendered lesbia, all the rest of it, but we are here for you. We're going to take the heat for you, and we're going to show you the way, the true path.
Absolutely. And, Phil, something that just happened right before the show, I got a text from my mom, right? So this is what happens. I'm sure you've been there already, where someone in your family asks about the show, right? They go, well, what is your show about? I'm like, look, it's not for you. And Nick has been through this also. He's like, It doesn't. No matter what you say, rando, normie, it's not for you, right? And it's always women who ask this question more often than not. What's your show? It's not for you. Someone, I'm assuming it was an auntie, watched an episode or two of the show, right? Word gets back to my mom. Now, Phil, you know how moms are, right? In fact, where's my phone? Phil, I'm going to read this text from my mom. This is a prime example of a Walt, right? When someone says, no, Phil, my mom is different. My auntie, my girlfriend. No. They're all the same. So this is a message from mom. Where is it at? So I showed her that I got the equipment upgrade. It says, you must stop saying negative things about women or whoever. It's not good now or ever. Your daughter will grow up to be a woman. Do you want guys talking about her? Do you want her to later hear what you had to say about her and other women? Encouragement will get you further in life. And then later on down here, it says, after I replied with, typical Drex replies, right? That, I don't back down. Don't go down that rabbit hole. It may catch up with you later, .. job and life. Phil, here's the thing. This is the reason why I'm going to address this just like you can address it. The reason why I show my face is because I am the same guy everywhere I go, Phil. There's no place you'll ever... And, we addressed this in we had J-Love on, and producer Tim asked the question, like, what is Drex like off camera? You've known him for 15 years. And she's like, he's the same guy. I was so long before I ever found any Migtown channel, Red Pill channels. I was saying the same thing back then. You see what I'm saying? Because Phil, you know this. When you go through life, you and I both admitted we found out what we were, quote unquote, by accident, right? You're like, I didn't know there was a term for this. You just thought you were kind of all alone, right? Everywhere you went, you saw nothing but bitch made simps, and you're just kind of looking at people like, are these guys this pathetic? And so you felt like an outsider, right? And then at some point, you stumbled upon whoever. It could be TFM. Shout out to TFM. TFM, Better Bachelor, Coach Greg Adams. It doesn't matter. Stardust. Any of these guys, right? And then you went, wait a minute. I thought it was just me. That's how I found TFM. I was like, I thought I was the only one who saw this. So what ends up happening, Phil, is that a lot of guys don't want to show their face because they're like, oh, because I might be viewed this way, or there might be an opportunity gone, or something might happen. Do you notice, Phil, feminists don't feel that way, right? Feminists get all over social media, wherever, and they say whatever they want to say, right? With no consequence.
Well, that's the main point, isn't it? There are no consequences for anything. I suppose a female doesn't. You don't have to be feminist for this. So this is why, I suppose, to quote Bill Burr, they'll get right up in your face from like this far away from you, spitting in like words of venom into your face, and there are no consequences. Whereas if you were to treat them like a man, they'd be laid out flat already.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, and that's one of the things that Mike Tyson just talked about that, Phil. He said, the reason why we have this society where everyone's just running around getting all emotional is because there's no, and this is somewhat true for guys also, but only in the online space, which is the reason why we have dudes out here acting like females talking crazy is because these dudes have never faced any consequences for their actions. Because keyboard warriors, right? Texting tough guys. It's easy for a guy to get online and be anonymous, have an avatar, and say, you know what, Dollhouse Phil, you ain't shit, blah, 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 I'll kick your ass. They can say that, Phil, because like they're just some random name on the internet, right? They're Avatar Man 51216, right? You know who that guy is. So anyone can talk tough. But in the real world, you walk up to someone talking crazy, like you said, in your face, spitting venom, you could wind up getting either laid out or permanently laid out, right?
Yep, absolutely. I mean, not trying to walk into this this argument or anything, but like I've never made any secret about like where I live or anything like that. It's pretty easy to look me up. So when I've had people like coming up, I'll fuck you up. Say, you know where I am. Just give me a date and a time. We'll meet outside. There's a green just outside where I live, and we can knock each other out like men. You never hear shit from these people.
Never.
Nowadays you just get stabbed in a bar, right? like No
Well,
one settles it with good old fashioned fists anymore. Anyways,
not honorably. No, God,
no,
no. They have
or
to
you
have
get
like
jumped by like a
the
group.
winning. Yeah, but I noticed this. Christ, this would have been what 25 years ago. I first came down to London, so I'm from like the northeast of England. So like it's an absolute, it's the death of jobs in the northeast of England. So there was nothing, no jobs to be had. So I thought, right, I'll go to London. I got work, and there'd be times I would see even people on the underground, and they're having a bit of what we would say crosswords with one another. And I'm getting nervous at this point. Shit, like this is going to go hot immediately because this is what would happen in the northeast of England. Down south, you can get right up in someone's face and you can give it all of this. And it's only until somebody throws a punch is are you in a fight? Because I was watching these guys thinking, if this happened in the Northeast, you're already in a fight. No fists have been thrown yet, but you're not walking away from this without at least one punch.
Yeah.
And so that's when I realized there are cultural differences even within the UK. So I presume it must be the same for like California and stuff like that, as opposed to like say when you get closer into the center of the United States.
Gentlemen, are we ready for our first caller?
Oh wait, one question before we get to our first caller that I asked Phil off camera. Phil, before we get to the callers, the question came up. Actually, I have two questions. For question number one, how do you feel about American actors when they are in movies and don British accents?
I'll take each one as it comes. And it's going to take some of the older guys who are listening to this to remember Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves with Kevin Costner. And I mean, I thought I had heard some really, really bad British accents, or let's say what it is, English accents, not Scottish or Welsh. And I thought it's okay for an American, but still laughably bad. Now, saying that was my way of thinking for a long time. Then Game of Thrones came about, and I forget the name of that, dare I say, dwarven actor. I forget what he was. That's the one. Yeah, I honestly thought he was a Brit. That's how good his English accent is. So since then, I've thought, there are people out there who can do it. And the woman who played Maid Marian in that Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves film, also American.
With Mastronio. Yep, she was Scarface's sister.
She very convincing, like well-born English accent as well.
But very very rare. Because I've noticed that Brits can pull off American accents easily, and Americans struggle mightily with the British thing. And I got question number two here. Phil was asked from YouTube. As you know, I have an all-out war against German Shepherds, right? And this guy asked you a question, Phil. He has to know. He's dying to know. What is the amount of people who request black sex dolls?
I will. Obviously, I can't say this with any great accuracy because I don't hear from everyone who buys it all. But everyone who I know that has bought a black doll has been a white guy. No black guys, not one.
Phil, can you elaborate why you think that might be?
Well, everyone, the object of affection, or whoever happens to be I suppose the idealized pretty woman at the time, and it seems to be the white woman at the minute. Although if you're in America, that it sort of switches between Asian woman and white woman. And we have had some pretty black girls actually, like as models and stuff. But like nobody seems to think, oh, I'm going to go out there and get myself a black girl. But I mean, apart from, and I'm going back sort of 20, 30 years, but you take that to today. And of course, you just got the sheer unadulterated attitude of the young black women these days. And it's because I've had black girlfriends from Africa, and they are a breed completely different from the African American woman today. It's just like if you were to tell me, their ancestors were the same, it's like, no, bullshit.
Yep.
I'm not buying that for 1 second.
Okay. Let me hit. Got a couple super chat or one super chat. Juan, thank you very much for your super chat. And the other super chat, Ben Graziano, whatever. I'm going with it. Caitlyn Jenner is the modern mullet woman and top and man on the bottom.
Ooh. Caitlyn Jenner's a lot of things. I hope Caitlyn Jenner becomes governor of California. I'm legitimately
Me
rooting
too.
for Caitlyn Jenner to become
Hashtag
governor.
me too. All right, let's get our first caller in here. They've been waiting a little bit. All right, Kick Grog, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
All right.
Say hello to everyone.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
It is good.
Hey.
So,
Like, I mean, I've been watching all this since, you just first showed up on Nick's show, and I was immediately in on the whole, like, when is Drex getting his own show? And, now I'm, like, really glad that this has happened because, I mean, first of all, congratulations on 5K, but one thing that was really important to me about this show is you had an episode talking about passion. And when you were talking about that, it really inspired my wife and I to break away from a business that was, being exploitative towards us. And we often established our own business, and we're doing so much better. And it's all thanks to the show.
uh-oh. What the hell?
Something happened there, Drax? Are you losing audio?
Yeah, I'll ask her for 1 second. I'm back.
Oh, okay. Jeez,
That was
Drex,
weird.
you're killing me.
Yeah, all right.
Did you hear all of what he said?
I heard when he got up to he and his wife changed businesses.
Yeah, we immediately went out and we started up our own business, got our own license, been doing our own taxes, and it's been great. It's been incredibly liberating, and I think one of the things that was most inspiring about it was you talked about, having that passion and that drive. And without that, it might have never happened, Like, we were fine with just kind of being in our shackles, as it were. And then we decided it was time to, do better for us. So, yeah, I just wanted to really thank you for that because it was a great push for us.
Much
May I
appreciated.
ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now that you and your wife running your own business, I'm just keen to know if the great benefits that you're getting from that are more than just monetary, because I have done the same thing. I cut my teeth as a IT programmer back in the day. I was working for the man all the time. The man was always an idiot. So when I actually got my own business, it's just the freedom to come and go and do as I please, which means much more to me than money. I'm just curious how you feel about that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. For us, it's one of the best things about it has been the fact that we've had more time to go and do things. Like, we had a random 4-day weekend that we were able to just go off and have a vacation on. And so we took a road trip up to Mount Rushmore and saw some national sites. It was great.
Oh wow.
So with that, would you advise this sort of thing? Yeah, not in a rash sort of way. It's something to be well researched and well thought out and reasoned, but then something to eventually do. Because I would advise that everyone, at least at one point in their life, should run their own business. They have a much greater respect for those that do once that's been done.
I think so. I mean, as long as you're willing to put the extra time in and the extra work, I mean, it's hard having to do things like accounting and making sure all of your taxes are in order and all of that. It's extra work, but the liberation that it gives you, absolutely worth it.
Fun.
Would you say it's very Migtown as such?
I think so. It's definitely going your own way because, you're taking the reins of your own destiny. And I think that in its own it's great.
I have a quick question for you. What do you think holds people back from doing just that, right? Like, do you think it's a societal thing? It's parents? Like, who do you think kind of holds people back from taking that risk?
Well, I think it's just, I feel like a lot of people in the modern world are very risk adverse. They want to just have a situation that's easy for them. They want to just be able to go to work, do their job, get their paycheck, and then go home. And to a lot of people, you know, it's like how in the Matrix, Morpheus talks about how there's people who are reliant on the system. They need to have that control put on them. And I think that that's incredibly true. I think a lot of people need to be, you know, in a way, they feel that need to be controlled and be in part of the system, and the risk is scary.
How do other people look at you now that you're doing, you and your wife are doing your new thing?
I mean, a lot of people, like a lot of our customers, they're very happy that we've actually split off from the company we were working for at the time, because, you know, it makes us more reliable, and I feel like it gives them more respect for you as a person, because as opposed to being a faceless worker, you're more of a you know, it's your livelihood, it's your reputation that you're putting on the line. Like, if you mess up as part of a company, it's one thing, but when it's your company, it's your reputation and your livelihood on the line.
Absolutely.
All right.
I get a bit of this. Oh,
sorry, Phil.
I was just going to say I get a lot of this because if you can imagine, I don't meet somebody at a bar or a restaurant or something like that, start talking to them, they find out what I do. They always kind of sort of look down at me a little bit, but then when they realize, oh, but you own the business, then all of a sudden you're pulled back up. So just in a general sense, without having the whole sex toy thing and just running dare I say, a regular business, it will just pull you up in people's eyes. You are just immediately more respectable. Or do you feel differently?
No, I agree with that completely.
I like it.
Okay.
Well, I hope it works out for you, and many a prosperous year I wish for you.
Absolutely, same.
Thank you very much, Kikog. We'll get you back down there. Yeah, feel free to jump back into the show here once I get you demoted.
All right, thank you.
Good, appreciate it.
All right. Next up is Darth Lightskin wants to come in, Drex.
Oh shit.
Remember, 2 minutes. Like, we can always do a round 2, guys. If we get through everyone, I'll happy to do a round 2, but I just want to make sure we get to everyone, right?
Good deal.
But like, it's a soft time limit. I'm gonna be super anal about it, but I do want to get through everyone.
Where did that word have to come from? Why do you have to be anal about it?
I don't want to get super frontal about it.
I don't know. Super vaginal about it. Super pelvic about it. Like, how did it become anal?
Anal retention and potty training.
Yeah, I guess so, man.
All right, Darth Lightskin coming in shortly. And there he is.
Hooray.
Hey.
Oh, shit. Darth, what up, man?
How you doing, Phil? It's nice to meet you. Big fan of your work.
Good man. If I was somebody else, I would love to meet me as well.
Look, all right. So let's get down to business. Phil, I gotta ask you, what is the social environment like down in the UK?
Well, I don't mix so much in central London these days because I don't like being knifed. But even if I did, to be honest, I'm not of the age group that would be getting stabbed up. It's all like London youth, as we tend to call them.
Right.
They're all running around in like gangs and just wanting to get notches on their belt by stabbing each other and stuff like that. It's just craziness because if you're of a certain skin color, the police will look the other way. So this is what happens when the police don't do their jobs. But you guys are having the same sort of thing in America, so I'm sure you know what I mean. But generally, if we take London to one side, socially things are okay. Although I'm starting to have my misgivings about certain people. There's a group I used to meet with. They're a libertarian society. I used to meet up with them because they're not that far from Migtown, really.
Sure.
And they're all about liberty and, you know, freedom to be able to do what you want. As soon as COVID lockdown happened, they were all so terrified of doing anything that none of them would leave their houses. So libertarian? I'm not so sure. So this is why I'm questioning everyone in the UK. Are you what you say you are? Or are you just virtue signaling to the world around you? Which is, I think, endemic throughout the Western world.
Yeah, and the reason I say that is because stuff down here is awful. For instance, like, okay, so Labor Day weekend is coming up, right? I decided, okay, I'm gonna go out and have some fun. I go out with my homegirl, and we go out to some clubs, and Drex, you already know what's there. Whole bunch of German Shepherds.
Oh, shit.
And I
God
mean,
damn.
like at first I was fine because I was like, I'm pretty sure everybody wants to have a good time. But what is the common thing Black people like to do whenever they get in a huge grouping?
They got to fight.
Well, one, they got to fight, but two, all they do is stand around and just look at each other.
Oh, yeah, they got a mean mug first, and
Yes,
whoever.
they got a mean mug first.
Yep, you got a mean mug first, because so I don't know if you know this, Phil, but in Black culture, you have to always remain like not stoic but cool, right?
Yep.
So just being open and friendly with someone, that's considered white people shit. You have to look cool, which means look menacing, right?
I get that this actually happens in the UK, but this is a working class thing as opposed to a color thing. So from the working class, you've got to stand there and look hard, as we said.
Yep.
Right? So as long as you can like outstare the other person and you're more menacing, then you've done your bit, kind of idea. And then you can maybe open up and start having a laugh with a few people and stuff like that. If you just walk in and just start being like a nice guy, fuck you.
Look, it is the same way in the Black community. They will get onto you about anything. For example, when I was at the club, I made a mistake and stepped on somebody's shoes. The guy made a huge deal about it. I'm like, dude, it was an accident, my fault. Because I'm just like, it's not that serious. They're a pair of shoes. You can always buy another one. But they always stand around and look cool or whatnot. But as soon as somebody start twerking, or these German Shepherds start twerking, that's where they go. They circle around her. Wherever the attention is, that's where they want to go. But prior hand, nobody is doing anything. It always takes a catalyst for Black people to go somewhere else.
Yep. God, I can't stand being around these motherfucking people, man. I'm sorry to hear that you were around German Shepherds, Darth. I thought you knew better than that.
Yeah, it was my fault. Tried to go out, tried to have a good time. Didn't think there would be that many there.
Black people don't know how to have a good time. Always go around anyone other than Black people.
Yes.
Go to the white club, go to the Latino club, go to even the Asian club.
They know how to
whatever
party.
you do. Yeah, Latinos in terms of party.
Cubans. Drex, the Cubans are the ones who know how to party.
Dude, Latinos in general. I mean, if I were to, okay, I can add them up. Mexicans, Cubans, Puerto Ricans, Colombians.
But Drexel, you have to remember where I stay, though.
I know.
Yeah.
Dude, honestly, if I were in your shoes, I would have more fun in a Zoom party. I don't hang around German Shepherds.
Oh, God.
I don't want to be around Black people, man.
Oh, that's horrible.
Nope.
Do you never
it's hard.
keywords with them?
It was the first and last time.
Do you never just use like sit, roll over, beg, that sort of stuff with German Shepherds?
Oh, Phil.
Phil, you can do that because you're a white guy.
I know, right?
You know what I'm talking about, don't you? You can pull out a dog bowl like ghetto gaggers, and it can say German Shepherd slut, and you can literally tell them sit, roll over, German Shepherd,
and they will do it.
You know what? I'm gonna say this, Darth. You know this is true. Phil, you know it's true. There should not be one white incel on planet Earth. As long as German Shepherds walk the earth, there should not be one white guy who says, I'm an incel, Drex. If you exist, I know what you're thinking. You're a 3, right? Phil, somewhere out there, there's a guy who's 22 years old. He feels that he's invisible. A 22-year-old white incel can land a strong 8 in the Black community.
Let me take you to the Black community, son.
Yep. You're a 10.
Even without that, I know I'm preaching to the choir on this one, but there is no such thing as an incel. There's somebody with an attitude problem. That's what it is.
No such thing.
Yep. Or a wallet problem.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Are we Darth, thank you very much for coming on.
Thanks.
Yep, y'all have a good one.
Peace.
He ran away. Now I can't demote him. Okay, Invader Tack's up next. We're going to pull in Invader Tack here. Sorry, let me just give him the 1-second warning. Invader Tack is up next. Get yourself ready, man. So, those who are looking at the chat, you might notice that I'm in 2 places at once. Because I am a tech wizard. So
I
I have
caught
to
that, too.
constantly mute one side and then go over to the other side and say, okay, are you ready? Here's the rules. And then unmute myself and come back over here. It's a lot of fun moving around. All right, Invader Attack coming in. Invader Attack, you there? Oh, that did not work. Sorry, 1 second. 1 second, I'll move you. Don't do anything.
Do you need an IT person there, Tim?
No, I got it. All right, Invader Attack, you're good.
What's up?
What up?
Welcome from the UK.
Yeah. Hello, Phil.
Well, hello. I hope you have good tea today.
No, not yet, but congrats on the 5K, everyone.
Thank you.
And I have to unironically thank Kick Vic, because if it weren't for those idiots, I wouldn't have found Nick, wouldn't have found you, and I wouldn't be here, essentially.
So how did that happen? So you through Kick Vic, what happened? Like what's the path?
Oh, I found out about the accusations. I was like, oh, you know, all these, we got like 3 or 4 seemingly corroborating reports of these. I don't see why they'd lie. I was kind of half blue pill back then.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I was like, I don't see why they'd lie about something so serious, but I'm still going to give Vic the benefit of the doubt. And boy, am I glad I did, because they lied hard. So I was just looking for videos regarding it, and that's how I found Nick. And then, of course, I saw you on there, and then
Oh yeah, ain't nobody ripping these hoes, man.
Nope.
None. Nobody.
I know that now, but back then I was still semi blue pilled. So yeah.
So one of the questions I would have for you is that what was the conditioning that you got? I mean, everyone to a certain degree was kind of conditioned, right? What was the conditioning that made you believe that when women accuse men of sexual harassment or sexual assault, like what made you immediately believe like, oh, it has to be true because there's multiple women who said it?
Well, I wouldn't say it was a 100% belief, but it was just more like it's such a serious accusation, and we got like multiple women accusing the same guys. But at the same time, I was still giving the benefit of the doubt because I was familiar with Vic's work on anime, and I knew what kind of guy he was, and I was like, I don't think he'd do that. So yeah,
I kind of felt that way. I mean, I didn't know anything about this prior to like becoming conversant with Nick's channel. So I learned about it, and then when the bit which turned me completely, I mean, I'm kind of automatically on the side of men when any sort of Me Too thing happens. But then when I heard that he was like a massive Christian as well, I thought, well,
yeah,
how much more evidence do you need?
Definitely, yeah. And again, I was familiar with him, so that's why I gave him the benefit of the doubt, because I wasn't automatically like believe women, so. But I was like, it's a serious accusation, and then I was watching Nick and also following it, and more evidence came out that these chicks were lying.
And not just a little bit, just absolutely
No, not just a little bit at all. I was like, okay. Time for neutrality, over. I am now 100% standing with Vic.
So was that the turning point for you? Would you say you like consumed the red pill after that?
When it came to the whole the whole Me Too thing, yeah.
It's funny how that works, right? Between Kavanaugh, you guys have had your share of people in the UK, Australia, everywhere. Let's just say the West. Everywhere in the West, men were getting accused, right? And I think more and more dudes are starting to realize, like, wait a minute, these stories don't add up, right? And I think Me Too might have been one of the biggest red pills for men, because what ended up happening that I've noticed, Phil, is that the guys who really awakened Me Too is they start realizing the time frame is what really changed a lot of guys' minds. So they went, wait a minute, let me get this straight. You claim he did X, Y, and Z to you, and then yet you continued on for 3, 4, 5, 6, 28 years. Wait a minute. Like that was kind of like that moment where people went, wait a minute. Why didn't you say anything? So you're hugging and kissing this guy on the red carpet. We have evidence of you, coercive. Here you are just running around. Everything is cool. But now all of a sudden something happened. I think Me Too is the biggest red pill.
Well, they come out with that. And because the whole domestic violence thing has become so palatable for Western society, it's, I was in a coercive relationship with him, so I was too frightened to leave. Like, it's very scary going through a door and just walking through it and never coming back. It's like, I think if it was one story and it happened, like, guys can go, shit happens in courts and stuff. But by the time you've seen it 3 or 4 times, it's the same plan every time. Get a rich guy, just get a lot of your friends together, just accuse them, no evidence, but everyone is telling the truth because you must believe the victims. And like after a while, I think even the most blue pill guys are like, you know what? Fuck off. No.
Yep.
Let's see. When was the Kavanaugh thing? Was that before or after?
It might have been before Vic, because Kavanaugh was Trump was president, so it had to be 2018, right? 17 or 18. 17? Does that sound right? 2017? Something like that? Kavanaugh hearing? Because Trump was already the president. And Kavanaugh ends up getting all the Me Too garbage, right? Dude, the Kavanaugh thing was really, because if you recall, Phil, Trump got Me Too'd, right? Stormy Daniels had to pay him. Dude, they're all lying.
I mean, just given the, I would say, the ballsiness of Trump to come out with that, and bearing in mind this plan has already been done, because we've had like a troublesome member of the royal family wiped out in a tunnel before. Like that plan has already been written and already in stone. So somebody with Trump's amount of money could make people disappear. It takes a certain amount of either ignorance or balls to be able to come out with that, because I would have had no hesitation. Just take her out in a really gruesome way. Here's $100 grand, $1 million.
I think we just lost Invader on the chat. Yeah, I think.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
He died.
Hey, but thanks for calling in. Yeah, I know internet and all that stuff is all shitty.
Yeah. Well. Thank you very much, Invader. Sorry you got cut off a little early there, but you know what? I'll get you out for now, and just text me if you wanted to ask another question. I'll make sure they get it. Sorry about that. I can't really control your internet though. All right. So a couple of super chats before I get the next person in. Oh, I gotta click between so many different things here. What do you guys think so far? Like, it's going a little better than I thought it would.
Pretty smooth, quick and efficient.
Were you expecting it to be a bit of a dumpster fire?
I did expect a dumpster fire everywhere. Lamar76 Metal says, hey guys, I think the one that ran was me. I was making sure the number worked. Sorry. Keep up the great job. Love the chats on Facebook Messenger, Drex.
Oh, nice.
Unlike Nick, Drex actually answers DMs. So if you've got a line to him, he usually responds. I see in a chat someone asked, I left a message, hope you guys can get to it. Yeah, I expect we'll be playing the voicemails in about 3 hours.
Nice.
The phone number's posted up on as the pinned message. I'm actually going to change that and put our Streamlabs tip page there too. Almond John 1 says, if it wasn't for Mundane Matt getting exposed, I wouldn't have found Flash. Then from Flash, I found Kick Vic. From Kick Vic, I found Nick. Rakeda, spelt incorrectly. And then Drex. He did spell your name correctly, Drex, so we know which one he loves more.
You know what's funny that he says that is one of the things about, and this is how you, this is the good side. The bad side is when you end up like Koopa, end up in fucking goblin amputee porn. But there's always a gateway, isn't there? Like, Phil, most of the guys who found TFM, they were looking at something else, right? There's always a gateway. That's why, if you notice, the suggestions algorithm tends to send people down this path, and then you click this, and before you know it, it's like, I told you I found out about you long before I ever did a stream with Nick because of it was between TFM and RPM, right? And then through them, I heard the name Dollhouse Phil. So when Nick said I'm having Dollhouse, I was like, I already knew who you were. I'm like, oh, it's you got the guy. Like, I just find it funny that we have these gateways to find each other, and the world is small.
Speaking of which, RPM seemed to really enjoy his time on the stream. Are we doing it again?
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
We'll have him back again.
He's always invited back anytime.
Yeah, I'm talking to him on Migtown.tv right now. We'll absolutely have him back.
Now, when I say have him back, I really just mean we're just gonna kick him and then just send him a bunch of Gail Schuler videos.
Man, everyone loved that video. Oh
Phil,
my god, that was so much fun.
Man, the Phil reaction video to Gail is god tier.
All right, next person up here is going to be Yosh Ken. So get yourself ready, Yosh. You're coming in. Whoops, I didn't mean to click that. Why am I in Ricada? Get out of Ricada's channel. Okay. Promote and come on in. All right, Yoshken, you are in. You are live. How are you, man?
I'm doing fine. Congratulations on the 5,000 subscribers, you guys.
Hey, much appreciated.
Now, I have a couple of questions. Why the name German Shepherd instead of Rottweiler? And can you define it, please?
Oh, so I had to answer this because I've actually answered it a few times. The term German Shepherd actually it was coined by Minister Japp, the great Minister Japp. Subscribe to him, by the way. I'm going to get him on the show at some point. So Minister Japp coined the term German Shepherd because in the civil rights era, the government would use German Shepherds to attack black men, right? Primarily black men, black people, but primarily the men, right? So black people were getting hosed down, right? Beaten, and then they had to use an animal. And what animal did they use? German Shepherds. So in modern times, what do they use? No. It sticks because all you hear as a black man from the moment you're brought into this world is black men ain't shit. There's nothing positive that comes out of the mouth of a black woman, right? They are only here to do two things: simp for white people, their white masters, male and female, and tear black men down. That's the only two things black women do. So the term is very apropos, right? Who tears down black men and rip them to shreds? German Shepherds. So now we're just going to always refer to them as German Shepherds. Now, always remember this, though. Just because you are a black female does not make you a German Shepherd. No. It is your attitude that makes you a German Shepherd, which is what Phil talked about. Because those Africans do not act the same as these black American chicks, these westernized ones. So always remember, guys, and this is something I want to really make clear. Every ethnic group has their version of a German Shepherd. You see what I'm saying? That's why Latinos call them Chihuahuas. They're always biting at you. That's what Latino girls do. So every Asians call them dragon ladies. You ever heard that term, Phil? The dragon lady? See,
many times.
You heard it, right? Every ethnic group has a name for the women in their ethnic group who are out here to destroy men, whether it be Black Widow, German Shepherd, dragon lady. So that's where it comes from. Civil rights era.
I swear.
Oh yeah, how would you define, say, black culture? Because the only way I can really describe it is victim mentality.
Go to Popeyes.
At least American.
Yeah, go to Popeyes for a chimp out, right? So here's how I would define black culture. So in terms of black, I'm assuming you're talking about black American culture, right?
Yes,
that was what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
I see a massive difference between
huge difference between African culture, even in the islands, right? The Caribbean, all that. I would define black culture, quote unquote, as a degenerate cesspool of. Actually, you know what? Obi-Wan described it. The black community, you will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. And the reason for that, Yosh, is because it is a matriarchy, right? In a matriarchy, you're going to get hyper-violent, hypersexual beta males who simp for their what? Their German Shepherd queens, and they are the enforcers of said community. If you notice, Yash, if you go into the black community, name anything positive in life. Do you know who's there to tear you down? German Shepherds and their beta male enforcers, right? Like, let me give you an example. Hey, Phil, if you were a black guy in the black community, they don't want you to have, watch this, good grades, right? Doing well in school. That's white people shit. Dressing well and speaking well, white people shit. We can't have that. We can't have you dressing well and speaking well. We can't have you starting your own business. We can't have you communicating with other ethnic groups on equal terms to build shit.
Yeah, who does
Anything
he think
positive.
he is doing that sort of thing?
Oh, absolutely. And so what it boils down to is, okay, positive equals negative, negative equals positive. That's how you know you are in a twilight zone, right? That's why we call it clown world. So think about this, Yash. Twerking is considered acceptable to black women, right? It's okay to twerk anywhere and anytime, right?
Yeah, I've seen it when it comes
Everywhere.
to work.
Yeah. So twerking is okay. Gunshots are okay, right? Shooting up people, 44 plus million abortions, kicking dad out of the house, talking shit about black men. All of this is propped up in the black community. But then look at what's put down. Being positive, doing good shit. They don't want positive black role models in the black community because that means accountability. Women and beta males, that's what you define as the victim mentality. They don't want accountability. Rather than having accountability, they would just say, we're going to blame it on white supremacy. See? It's easy. Now you're not held responsible.
Could we have a control issue with this? Because just say there was a mistake and that somehow this mistake happened and it allowed black men to start building themselves up, dressing well, improving themselves intellectually, philosophically, all the rest of it. We would then perhaps have a return to the Oklahoma sort of Black Wall Street, where like a black society would be way more than it is today. Now, if that was the case, you would have a return to patriarchy, and then women would lose the control.
No. So Phil, here's how this works. One of the things that separates black culture from white culture is black women went backdoor on black men. So what happened to white men is this. White men willingly simped for women, right? And gave them all these rights. And then the women eventually, it's starting to catch up to them now, right? Black women did something different. The black man was trying to build shit in the black community, right? This is post-Reconstruction after slavery, right? And as they were making entrails and really getting shit done, white man, the bad white man, shows up, Lyndon Baines Johnson, LBJ, and the Democratic Party showed up, dangled a carrot, right?
Oh, you mean LeBron
Called
James?
welfare. Yeah, LeBron James. So he dangles welfare reform, right? Unlike with white men, remember, if you were a white woman back then, you looked at them like, the government's not going to do shit better than what my man can do. Black women actually believe the government was a better option than black men, right? So then they chose to ride with daddy government. That's why black women overwhelmingly vote Democrat. And if you wonder why blacks overwhelmingly in general vote Democrat, it's because who leads the household in the black community? Because there's so many single moms, the women. So the women can condition their boys and girls to, you vote blue, you vote for the Democratic Party, right? The plantation. That's why you have simping so hard in the black community. See? And Trump, what happened, the reason why they hated Trump was in the 2020 election, that's what they feared. That's why the Democrats have a new voting bloc. That's why they're immigrating, right? They're bringing people in. Why? Because they started to recognize, the black men are starting to leave the plantation. I don't know if you saw this, Phil, but Trump had over 20+% of the black vote, black male vote. If you get that up to, like, let's say 30%, and God forbid that black man is in control of the household, remember, if you have black men in control of the household, if you get that up to 30% that vote for red, what's going to end up happening is you're going to lose all those leftist cities like Baltimore, Detroit, and that's how you lose. For the Democrats, they would lose an election, right? If the cities start voting red, as in the family votes red, game over. You lost your control. That's why they're importing people.
All right. Josh, thank you very much.
One last thing. Nice
Oh,
picture. I know that you're the booty man in the back. I see the picture. Nice picture, by the way.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Awesome. Enjoyed the game. See you guys later.
You know what's wild about all this is One thing that I am very against, unlike other people, is that I'm against patriarchy, because one of the problems I have with patriarchy, Phil, is that you and I have talked about this. It's always going to lead back to where we're at now, right? Because patriarchy is going to create good times. And what does good times create? Weak men. And then weak men create bad times. It's an endless cycle. Men have to evolve beyond patriarchy. Patriarchy is only put in place by beta males who can't win in an alpha society. Thus, they want a society that then can do what? They have a chance to get some peace leave, right? By getting resources. That's all patriarchy is about.
I do largely agree with you, but you don't seem to have a solution in place. You just want to accelerate it to like the bitter end. That's the bit that I don't have I have something of a problem with.
I want the future to be man and machine. Okay, so the
transhumanism.
So here's the thing: you only female. So you want female scarcity. That's what I'm looking for. Male scarcity is what creates patriarchy, right? So the fewer men you have, you create patriarchy. Think about it, like right now. Let's just say there's an island, right? And it's 98% women. If you think the 2% of men are going to listen to the 98% women, you're greatly mistaken, right? The men will create patriarchy, right? So that being said, now we have too many weak men alive. That's why we have a gynocracy. What I propose is someone says, what is your solution, Drex? You need to create the opposite effect. You need female scarcity. So now women are simping for men, saying, please provide and protect me. And here's what I'll do for you. And you only take the top of the top. The 80-20 rule should apply in the opposite direction. Phil, women should be on their knees with a ring for men saying, please let me be your wife. It should be the opposite. The man has all the value, so why is he on his knees, right? So if the guy with all the value is on his knees saying, please be my wife. No, there's more women than men on earth, right? The women win in divorce because of hypergamy. They date and marry up. So it should be the man saying, you know what, we're going to check out. From now on, women have to prove their value to us, and we have total control. Thus, you need artificial womb, right, for reproduction, and you need your dolls, Phil, from the dollhouse for sex. You only keep enough women alive on Earth of all ethnic groups for what? For the purpose of a fail-safe, nothing more. Female scarcity. That's the solution.
So when you talk about keeping women around, it's almost like having a seed bank. We could put them in like cryogenic suspension just in case.
No, you can have them compete. So here's the thing. You have them compete to live in a place in society that we deem for them, right? It's their own little Disney World.
They wouldn't have to compete. That's the thing. They could bounce from one guy to another and just like take money off each one as they go along.
All of the family court shit's gone. Remember, in an alpha society, right? Men have harems. Remember, there's more women on Earth right now than men, right? So if you think about this, Phil, if the women are sitting around competing for men, like the prime example, Leo DiCaprio. Leo DiCaprio has a bunch of women simping for him, right? Because they want to be his girl, right? They want to be in his harem, right? The only reason why Leo DiCaprio is Leo DiCaprio is because there are so few Leo DiCaprios, right? So what do? You go ahead and you create the alpha society by all men checking out. That creates what? Government upheaval. Once the government can't tax people anymore and you're seeing it already, right, Phil? China is trying to increase the birth rate, increase the marriage rate. There's a reason for that. The government only needs men. Women are just the useful idiots to acquire more power. But for a society to function, you need men. You need the men to take care of the women. If the government takes care of women, your society will collapse, right?
I mean, I sort of have agreed with you before, I think in a different topic that we're kind of talking about. But I mean, if you're getting to the point where you've got the artificial womb, then you can almost go like albeit almost, but not quite 99% or 100% male, because then you can have the most productive society.
Yep.
And then with so few women around, then it's like men aren't going to, well, what is there to sim for?
And that's my point.
Especially if you have these as well.
Absolutely.
Then you can just bash one out into a different doll every night, because I mean they're just going to get cheaper and cheaper. So with that, then yeah, we're possibly both singing from the same hymn sheet.
Yeah. We just have a different way of how we want to get to that end goal, but our end goal is actually eerily similar.
Okay, thank you very much, Yosh. There is a hornet flying around my head right now, so I'm going to go deal with that.
Shit.
So, Drex and Phil, you guys take it away. We'll do a quick break before... I got to go take care of the hornet. So, Figbad is up next, but I need like 5 minutes to deal with this.
Oh, yeah, don't worry. Go ahead.
Stung.
Is it like one of those man-eating hornets from outside?
Well, it's not a Asian super hornet, but it is very big. And...
Just get the cricket bat out and sort it out.
So, yeah, Drex and Phil, you guys take it away.
Absolutely. So, Phil, one of the things that has always bothered me is, when it comes like to the red pill thing and all that.
Apart from German Shepherds.
Apart from German Shepherds, of course. One of the things that bothers me and causes great concern is I keep hearing guys, and this proves that a lot of guys are just simps in disguise. They keep talking about traditionalism. And Phil, you and I both know women's nature has never changed since the dawn of time, right? They've always been the same way.
No, there were just more consequences for them back then. And oddly, by more women than there were men providing those consequences. So women almost policed themselves back then.
And Phil, think about it. If you will ask any woman right now, who shames women for being whores, men or women?
Oh, well, God, this was proven in the last 2 years when they're going on about all the misogyny and hatred against women online. And when they actually did a search into it, it was mainly women who were calling women whores and misogynistic names. Yep. So women know that women are worse than men. So that should have been no surprise to them. I just thought that they might have thought that they were going to get further away with that lie because it's always worked before.
Yep.
But this time, now that we live in the information age, maybe the stats are actually starting to come back and bite them.
Absolutely. And one of the reasons why it bothers me so much is that these guys are talking about patriarchy, this, traditionalism, that. And it's like, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. So what you want in your life, Mr. Traditionalist, is that you want to be responsible for this woman who is not going to be guaranteed to give you sex or submission or anything, right? She's not guaranteed to give you anything after you sign the dotted line, right? So why do you want that so bad? Phil, you know the answer. All these guys want to be simps just so they can get peace leave, right? There's no other reason.
Well, that's that. I mean, I have this same argument with so many Migtown. If we just get the laws changed, then I can go back and have a family. It's like my argument has always been I've stared too deeply into the female soul, and I don't like what I see. So I'm not going back. You can change all the laws that you want; it doesn't matter. It's the whole of like the Old Testament goes on about like God and Satan and the struggle between the two. I see Satan now as the female.
Yep.
If I really wanted to fuck with mankind, I would create a manifestation of Satan that was something you were sexually attracted to, and that would just keep men fucked for time immemorial.
Yep.
And so if there's a God, he's got like a real British sense of humor for doing that. But that's why the way I look at it, and I see all these guys who are talking about, well, if we just change the laws, get rid of the family court, everything will be fine.
No,
like,
well,
nothing's really changed. You're just like giving them some more consequences. It might take a step backwards, maybe to like the 1950s traditionalism, but then it's going to step forwards again. Then we're going to be exactly the same position that we are.
Absolutely.
What is it that you actually want? And I don't really know what the situation is. Sorry, the solution, I should say.
So they just want to simp.
You would have to change the actual, I suppose, psychology of women and their biology.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, that's going to take like 1,000 years at best.
So Phil, that's why I said female scarcity. So, did you ever see the movie The Island with Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Johansson?
Yeah.
Do you remember everyone wanted to get to the island, right? They thought, oh my God, get the winning lottery ticket, right?
Yeah.
And we all know what that, what the real sinister thing behind all that was, right? They were they were basically organ farming them, right? And the reason why that's important is this. I want you to imagine a society where all the simping is gone, right? There's no more OnlyFans because it becomes illegal for men to simp, right? So imagine that, or Thanos snap, right? Thanos snap. Simping is now made illegal, which means you can't take girls on dates. You can't subscribe to her OnlyFans. All that is gone, right? So then what does a guy do to get a woman? Now, Phil, you strip the whole issue bare. without an exchange of resources. But you realize that most women are like, well, I only want to have sex with guys I'm physically attracted to, right? See? Because now you can't simp. If simping became illegal, the beta males would sit there and go like this. Well, how do I get a woman if I can? Oh, it finally hits them, right? So these women don't love me. They don't like me. They're just using me. And once the guy realized that, he goes, wait a minute. That means I'm the one who has all the value, right? Even the biggest simp in the world, if you took away his ability to simp, right? Because Phil, let's face it, is that what I just described, is that any different than what used to happen to women? It's just in the reverse, right? It's the reverse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Women were held accountable, right? That's why you couldn't abort. You couldn't do it. Women weren't allowed to, there was a punishment for being whores. There's a punishment for abortion. There's a punishment for everything, right? So because they were held accountable, they're like, damn, I can't do what I really want to do. Once you took off the reins, right? They did all the things that they really wanted to do, right? Which was get ran through, have a bunch of bastard babies, suck government resources, right? That's what they want to do. See? So for men, you usually do the same thing in the opposite direction. You have to not allow men to destroy themselves, which is marriage, kids, because they're going to, Phil, they're going to simp no matter what.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because if there's one thing that men are, they're adaptive, and they'll just find a way. And because I've had conversations with these guys, and I explained the whole thing. Like, she doesn't love you; she just wants something that you have. And oh no, she's different. All of these are the little things, and you can tell they're just lying to themselves. They don't want to see the stark truth right in front of them.
All right, I'm back.
Absolutely not.
The Hornet did not kill me.
Oh, nice.
Let's get Figbat in here.
Go ahead.
All right. So Figbat, you're coming in right now. Get yourself ready.
No lube.
And there he is. Hello, Figbat.
There he is.
Greetings, gentlemen.
Look at that. Fellow
How are we on this fine Saturday night in this burning hot island that we call the UK? Phil?
Always good. I'd like it if we actually changed it back to Britannia. I prefer that term.
Rule Britannia.
We could do that. Yeah, well, apparently we did rule the waves. I'd love to sing the rest of that song, but I think my ancestors might have a problem with that.
Whoa.
It's all right, I understand, but another fight for the channel will happen eventually. So in fact, I am here for one of two reasons. One, I'm here to get that like number up to 200 on the live chat.
There it is.
That needs to happen with immediate effect. And I'm also here to field at least 1 minute of your questions. Yes, I'm flipping it around here, man. I'm like a Uno card.
Oh, I got a question.
Hit me with it.
Figbat, if Drex and I go to the UK on December 4th to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of this show, will you join us?
I cannot see why I cannot join you. Will it be Days of Thutmose UK edition?
Probably. I don't see why not. We'll absolutely do a live show with Phil. There's not a chance that won't happen. Unless COVID 2021 comes out.
If we're really lucky, you may even be able to do it from a pub, right? And not get swabbed on the way in from the back.
Yeah, probably. All right, that's my question.
That sounds awful, but I know what you mean.
Well, you know what to say about the poop deck in the old naval times.
Oh, boy.
Oh, indeed. I'll see if I can get some German Shepherds for the evening as well.
Oh no! We're bringing Miss J Love for Figbat.
Yeah.
Communications are still going well. Okay then. Next question. You have anything burning for me, boys?
I got a question for you, Figbat.
Yes.
So, how easy or hard do you feel it is to red pill guys in your neck of the woods in the UK?
It's actually getting easier. What has happened is a lot of people have now started to pick up on the Kevin Samuels hype. So I'm talking people that have never have seen started come through now. So the words are getting out there. They're getting through on the public channels. I think Aber and Preach also started picking up on the Kevin Samuels train as well, and they do have quite a bit of reach as YouTubers. So I'm starting to see a lot of people from their neck of the woods start to kick in as well. So it's becoming easier. People are understanding. The words are being listened to holding people accountable, but I don't think it's something that's going to happen overnight. People are just hearing about it and go, "This guy just tells it how it is," but he doesn't. But there's no push for it being asked for by the man, the regular man. There is only just, I see this guy and he's funny. So I think they're seeing KS as entertainment, but they're not seeing it as, here's what we should be holding people accountable to. They just see him as like a talk show host, a Jerry Springer of sorts.
I can see that.
An exposer of ratchetness, for example. Look, that's what they see, but they don't see, this is how we should be approaching people, or these are the questions we should be asking to determine value when you're swiping right on a Friday night.
Think about it. Do you know who I think, what channel I think can really let a lot of guys know, especially younger guys out there, guys who are on their grind? It's the Fresh and Fit, right? Have you ever seen their show?
Because I haven't sat through an entire one, but I've seen some of their clips because they've had quite a few producers on, and they go through quite a lot of content. But they also do bring a few of the bring a few of the ladies on. So and to be fair, they don't really hold back against them either, which is kind of good. They're not let them come in and control it, which would normally do in most cases.
But what I like about their show though is the thing about Fresh and Fit is they bring in all of these women, right, from different ethnic groups, whatever, and it really does prove a Walt. They're all saying the exact same thing. All the chicks they bring in say the exact same shit without fail.
I'm okay. I'm going to go on a limb and risk my personal and professional reputation, right? But they're all tyrannids. They are all tyrannids. I've said this for a long period of time. They all accept to the hive mind. We just need to know who the Norn Queen is at the moment. For the local brood lover, we just need to know which one it is, and then once we've dealt with that one, then the rest will fall in line. I think at the moment, the Norn Queen is Lizzo.
Really?
That's the pulse. Like, if you think about it, everyone else has other privileges that normally excuse them from most of the judgment that they would have. So, for example, you've got the Holiday, for example. She's coming out of all these things. We're all giggling, for example. But if someone is able to get rid of that Death Star that we call Lizzo, right, in a way that people can recognize, then that will be the pulse, because that's what's allowing all of this to really happen. It's the things that we allow are the things that will just be built upon until they're broken down.
I can see that.
just get a couple of X-Wings in it.
Like, these bars have gotten horrible, man. And Lizzo pushes, like Tess Holiday, she's pushing the whole body positivity, because when men wind up in a situation where they get a little pudgy, right? A man doesn't say, the world around me needs to conform to how I feel, so they need to accept me as I am. The man says, yo, man, being a chubby guy doesn't help me get in chicks. It doesn't help me walk up a flight of stairs. I need to go get myself in shape. That's what men do. Women just say, no, the whole world needs to change to me. Yep, just me.
And then they have a heart attack and die.
Yep.
It's a self-correcting problem, that one, in that respect, if they just carry on with it, because that something horrible is going to happen. And then all the red pill guys just shrug their shoulders and go, well, we told you.
We told you.
Yep. See, like the last time I seen traditional values marketed and a music video was Freddie Mercury's "I Want to Be Free." That's the scary thing about it. It took men. Now. Yeah, it showed me. He had to be meant to remind people what was going on. Like, isn't this what people wanted to do? But no, they got to break free, unfortunately.
Unfortunately is right.
The next thing we also need is the wanting to break free, but that has to come from Cardi B. It has to be from the, okay, maybe I did want to get divorced, but now I've changed my mind because I've realized that I'm actually going to start losing out. It could come to the point where any changes or exchanges of funds after a divorce could potentially go the other way, like the Adele situation. But I think she got granted the funds in the end. So,
really? I didn't know that.
I don't think she had to pay in the end. I think something had changed because it swept under the radar. That was a bit of outrage for a little bit, and then that suddenly disappeared. Normally, by disappeared it means solved, or the husband was the ex-husband or whatever has been shamed into just giving up the money that he was owed.
I did not hear that. I would have to find out. Find an article if you can.
Even if that was the case, though, I think like a lot of guys would just shrug their shoulders and say, well, that was what we were expecting anyway. Now, if it carries on going the normal way, I expect to see more of like RPM's hockey mask time eventualities happening.
I do
1
too.
minute. I'm just gonna say, and I've got to say,
Okay, well, you blew your mic out, so we didn't hear
It's like
anything.
oops, sorry, my bad. Okay, then I think that'll be it for Fig Time. Well, thank you very much for asking some fine questions, and I'll catch you guys on the next episode.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.
See if Fig. Let's demote and then move. There we go.
It's always great to hear from a Brit.
It is. Okay, I got one super chat. David Bowser says, "When's the Ghetto Gaggers interview, Drex?"
So our man Duke is getting equipment, right? So he had to get a new place to film new scenes. So he's got a new place. That's why he's been busy dealing with all that stuff. So once he does get the equipment, you guys will be the first to know, because I can't wait to get him on, because let me tell you, this guy's got stories for days, man. The behind the scenes of that industry is remarkable. As Phil would know, like Phil, you've talked about talking to like a working girl, and they're the only ones that are honest for women.
Yeah, they've got no reason to lie at all, because they've already had the awkward question asked, "Are you a working girl?" And once they get past that, then they can just relax and just be themselves. Best conversations I've ever had with a female.
Yep. Phil, it always strikes me as being said how that's a universal truth, right? You can ask any guy who's ever talked to a woman who just is very open about exchanging sex for resources. And because they're all doing it. Like the married woman is the worst, because you're investing more. A house, car, kids, health insurance, all of that's going to end up being over $2 million. The fact that a chick is literally sitting there in a glass house in Amsterdam and says, my rate is X, that's at least honest.
Yeah.
Well, the nearest thing I ever had to anything as good as that, there was a friend with benefits that I had.
Mm-hmm.
And there was just one time, like we're coming over to, get it on. And she, I just fancy something to eat. Do you fancy going out? So like we actually went out, and I mean, to anyone else, it perhaps looked like a date, but neither of us were trying. We could just be honest with each other, and it was actually quite refreshing. And then we went back, we had sex, and went our separate ways. So that's the nearest thing I've had to an interaction with a non-working girl. But the distinction isn't like, well, just take the money out of it, and that's the only difference, really.
It's the only difference. And yet there's still guys out here looking for a unicorn, right?
Drex, you're slumping in your chair there.
Is he
I
getting
also
lower
missed
and
the
lower?
super chat.
Emma?
Yeah. Because very gently, we're seeing less and less of your face. We don't even see the spider bite right now. The pop filter's in the way. Yeah. There you go, ladies. We'll charge you extra for that one. I did miss a super chat earlier. Romer M says, "Hey man, let me and Gelth, I assume Gelth Walker, know when you're up for Smash Brothers. Grats on 5K, and I also hope you're in the Orlando area with Racket soon for a beer."
I don't drink, but definitely up for some Smash, and I'll let those guys know next time
You're
I'm in.
always up for some Smash, aren't you?
Yeah, in more ways than one.
So it makes sense, because every guy has a vice, and if you don't drink, then you're going to have to smash twice as hard, aren't you?
Absolutely. And well, Phil, this is wild. Our next segment is going to be Hot Girl Summer, right?
Yep.
And Phil, I don't know if you know, I don't know if you can kind of get an inkling in the UK. The post-COVID lockdown fuckery is about to reach an unprecedented height. Have you gotten that feeling? Like these girls are ready for a Hot Girl Summer.
Well, we've had a recent spate of what should have been April rain, but it actually happened this month, and it's just stopped in the last 2 days. And we actually got some what I would call like summer sunshine. It's really been quite warm. You could walk around in a t-shirt out there today. And just walking through the village, and I'm right on the outskirts of London, so this isn't London proper. And all of the summer dresses came out today, and all the girls are sort of flouncing around trying to get their attention, while not actually doing anything, that sort of thing. So, all right, it's just about to kick in.
It's about to be out of control.
All the girls, usually you would go down to the pub or maybe the restaurant, which has an open air sort of area, and they would do all of that flouncing there. But now they're all having to do it in the main street, and they're getting in everyone's way.
Yep.
Everyone's getting slightly fucked off with the women, but like,
Yep.
that was going to happen.
Phil, I've seen it, dude. Phil, in my regular life, just like you said, walking to the store, wherever, these women are doing the most for attention right now because they're ready to get. I shared some text I've got from all these married chicks who are in bullshit marriages, right? And Phil, every time you think that these women can't get more degenerate, they up the ante. And Phil,
there's no consequences. Why would they?
None. And here's the thing: guys actually have a natural inhibitor, right? Like guys, if a woman says, "I want to do blank," the guy's kind of like, "Damn, really? Like that's kind of fucked up." But women, like, they can let that roll off the tongue, and it means nothing. Like, yeah, I want the R. Kelly scene in a wedding dress. Why not? You're like, well, it's your fantasy.
Well, because back in the day, it was her friends who would go, "Oh my God, did you hear what she wants to do?" And women would police women, whereas men, you let that go. Yep. Whereas, like, if we as men get really annoyed with another man or a friend or whatever, you'll have a quick fist fight and a beer afterwards, and then it's all done and dusted.
Yep.
Grimlord says, "Thought girl summer." Drex.
Yeah, man. It actually is. That's actually a good term. Thought girl summer. It's going in overdrive.
Are we ready for the next person?
Absolutely.
All right, Six Fuller Madness is coming in. Get yourself ready, sir.
Getting lubed up.
Oh, we'll get him really lubed up. Move to. All right, Six Fuller Madness. You're on.
Okay, so I just had some questions for Phil.
Hello.
Because the thing that's keeping me from buying a doll is that no matter how good looking the doll is, at the end of the day, it's a mannequin, a piece of furniture. Like, there's no feedback.
Yes. Now, this is the big thing. If feedback is realistically what you're going for, or if you just mean movement, I still may have a solution for you, because there is an SE doll that bucks back, and if you put it in a seating position, it'll do the whole blowjob movement for you. So if it's movement, as in terms of feedback, that might be okay. But if you need a doll to put its arms around you and tell you what a good boy you are, it might not be for you.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much I actually want. It's just when I look at them and I see them, it's like that's uncanny valley, because it's just laying there. Like, I could put them in a position, but it's just, just a mannequin. Like, I need something a bit more, I think. But okay, so bucking back, I didn't know they could do that.
It's only the one doll that they've got, but it's the SE doll robot that you're looking for. You'll be able to find it on the UK site if you look for it. But and there's a video, and you'll kind of see it doing its motions. It's kind of funny, but you'll get the idea of it as to how it would work.
And what about sound? Like they can't talk back to me, but.
Well, there's a lot of dolls which will have sound, but these are just generally like moaning and stuff like that. I did have, and this is going back a few years now, a Z1 doll, which it basically had, I think it was WAV files, actually, just Windows WAV files. And so I altered them. So I just ripped some stuff off the internet and put that on there. So like you would jiggle the titties and then it would start saying stuff to you. But to be honest, if that's the type of thing that you go for, get yourself like either a mobile phone with a loud loudspeaker or a tablet, and just have that playing some porn in the background if you need some sort of like speech going. I mentioned that to Happy Humble Hermit, and he said that was really good. It really worked for him.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that was all I wanted.
Well, I mean, you know me. I mean, I just want any sort of substitute that'll just do away with all of the female fuckery. So, like, my bar is not so high, so I can deal with like quite a lot. But if a guy has a high bar, then you do want to do research first before shelling out any money on a doll, because it's an expensive mistake if it is a mistake.
Yeah, that's definitely what was holding me back. Like, I could afford the mistake, but that doesn't mean I want to do it.
Indeed. I've only ever had a handful of guys who've, like, 1 week later said I made a mistake, but I feel for them. So I've generally managed to get a fair bit of money back for them by hawking the doll on. and getting them as much money as possible. So I don't want to see a mistake. I'd rather see prevention than cure.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sixth Floor. Anything else?
Appreciate it.
Nope, that was it.
Great, thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
We will demote and move.
That's going to be the scariest thing, Phil, is that once the dolls get to Blade Runner 2049 level, it's game over. Because without the headaches and the talk back and the bullshit of the relationship with a female, if a guy can get the sex without the other shit, game over.
Well, to be honest, they can get that now, but because you're still going to get the incels who are going to say, but that doesn't count because it doesn't love me.
Yeah.
Even though you sit there and go, but they don't. How many times? How many different ways do we need to tell you and show you? And
they don't love you.
All right. Are we ready for Koopa?
Let's do it. Oh, shit. Fucking Koopa.
Yeah, we're ready for Koopa then, it sounds like. All right. Let me drag Koopa in here. Koopa, you're on, man.
Okay, yours?
He's not muted.
Yeah, it shows that he can speak.
I told him to be ready.
Push to talk, old boy.
Uh-oh.
There, let me give him an at. We were going so smooth.
Oh, man, poor Coop. Now, we know what he's occupying his time with right now, so don't feel bad for him, Phil. He's currently preoccupied with fucking goblin amputee porn.
Oh, so he's not busting one into a doll.
I'd rather he be doing that.
So, Phil, while we wait for Koopa, I picked up myself some 18-year Ashentoshan. I don't think I said that correctly. Ashentoshan? It's a Scotch whiskey.
From which region does it say?
Product of Scotland.
It doesn't have like an Tairside, Speyside, or anything like that.
Ashentoshan Distillery, Glasgow.
Oh, right in the center of Glasgow. Okay, then. So you're popping that, and are we going with the alcohol again?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh, fucking Koopa's phone died. All right, we're gonna skip Koopa. I'll get him back in later. Let's
Poor guy.
Where'd he go? Demote him. All right. Ken Jennings is up next.
Oh, wow.
Let me... Mr. Ken Jennings, are you ready to go on? I'll move you over. Also not paying attention. Oh, 1 second, it says. All right, well, you're getting moved over. Just jump. You know the drill.
I think we can hear him at some point.
Well, yeah, because Ken is a show guest, so he always has the permission to talk here.
Mr. Jennings.
It's good to see and hear everybody again.
What up, Ken?
Not much. They recovering from the hell that was installing my hot water heater overnight.
Oh.
Yeah, I was
Bet
up
that
all
was
night
fun.
dealing with that shit. Doing all the pulling.
Well,
up
at least you
the
could
old
give
thing.
yourself some counseling afterwards if it was really traumatic.
Oh,
Yeah,
everyone's
it
saying
was pretty
Ken's
bad.
really quiet. Really quiet.
Oh shit! Give me a second. Let me bump up my mic.
Potato Mike Ken,
He's-
they said.
Oh no, there's no way this is potato mic anymore. Say,
I can hear Ken fine.
He is a
It's
little
gotta be
quiet
on your
my
end.
side. No. All of you guys are at the same level. Like, I can't change your levels individually. And you're quieter than Phil.
hold on, give me 1 second. Am I on the right device?
Uh-oh.
That's always a good question. All right, yeah, now you're coming in better. You
God,
were
I hate
quiet.
when this shit doesn't work.
I'm gonna. You know what? In celebration of 200 likes on the stream, I'm gonna pour myself a double of this Scotch whiskey.
Nice. I've always thought it's very interesting to have a guy like Ken from the medical, especially when you deal with psychological standpoint, and then a guy like Phil who's on the doll standpoint, and then I'm more like in the social world. Like each guy kind of has their own their own world, right?
Well, admittedly, I'm not practicing, but my first degree was in pharmacology, so I have something of a medical background.
Ah. So what made you leave that, Phil?
Hear me?
Oh yeah, now we can hear you. Yeah.
We can hear you, yeah.
Oh. Come on in, Ken. You can do it. You can do it, Ken, you boomer.
Just put it in.
Now he's dead.
Just put it in. These guys have uncharged phones, dead headphones.
All right,
How
Ken.
about?
Is he back?
Oh yeah,
Hooray.
that was loud and clear.
Okay, I accidentally activated one of my audio programs I use for messing with audio.
Ah.
So that'll do that. So don't do that.
Boomer. Also, I'm gonna put a link to Ken's channel in the chat, in the YouTube chat here.
Absolutely, definitely subscribe. I subscribe.
Ken, introduce yourself. Like, how do people know you? If if no one's how do we know you if no one's ever heard of you before?
Most people know me or have somehow found the association through me from the autism that was the Ron Toy personality profile assessment I did. Which, God, it's been like a year now. It's ridiculous.
Time flies.
I know. Like, I did it as a fucking joke. It took a couple hours just to do it, and it's like, it led from that to getting on multiple different shows with Nick and then doing the interviews with him, which has been great. And I'm actually going to be releasing a video, not a stream, over the next couple days as an open letter to Ron Toye to try and resume discussions again. Because I'd like to be able to try and get the conversations with him again for a variety of reasons. But I would definitely love the ability to do that. Because I think Ron is a unique character, and while we can poke fun at him, I think there's a lot more to get out of actually communicating with him.
I enjoy poking fun at him.
I hesitate to ask then, Ken, have you done any sort of psychological assessment of me thus far?
You? Ooh, that's a good question.
Good, I'll take that as a negative then.
Now you just
Yeah,
gave
if
me,
it's yes or
gave me
no.
something to do the rest of my Saturday. But I think
But the thing is, how would you know? Because I mean, for all you know, I could put on an internet persona every time I go online.
So that's the disclaimer, right? So whenever I did the Ron Toye stuff, and whenever I've done anything else with public figures or whatever, because I can do that and get away with it, right? It's not against my ethical codes or anything. It's like if I were to just pick a random private person and do it. Anyone who's in like a public figure capacity, it's kind of free game for me. But I just make the disclaimer that I'm going off of the information that's publicly available. I'm not your professional. I'm not your doctor. I'm not your therapist. This is just my personal opinion, just from my background.
Oh yeah, sure. No, you're not going to be held to anything.
Yeah, but people
You'd be
will.
surprised.
I've had people. You would be. Yeah, people have like called me out and said I'm faking it. I'm not actually in the field. That I should get fired for what I'm doing. Not only did Ron try to come after me initially, several other people did. That's why I'm anonymous, and my VTuber avatar is in the works, so
Ron
I can have
often
something.
comes after the bull.
I don't think I'd let Ron come. He just doesn't deserve
See, the thing
it.
is, if people come after you, it's because something that you're doing that they don't like. It's not that you're not doing what you say that you're doing, if you see what I mean.
Oh
They'll
yeah, I
just attack
completely
anything.
understand. Well, it's like I tell my clients is, pretty much the first time I meet them is, walking through that door into this office makes you vulnerable. You're going to feel vulnerable doing anything that addresses underlying issues or underlying problems. That's the whole point of what I do. If you're not willing to open up and make those changes. So if people are getting bothered by it, it lets me know I'm either A, so fucking off the wall that I probably shouldn't be licensed, or B, that I'm at least somewhere on track. Right? So that's the way I kind of look at it.
I have to admit, I mean, I've never, I suppose, really gone to counselling before or anything like that, but I would have no fear of it. I know a lot of men who tend to think there's that they have an inherent fear of opening up to, another person. I was going to say another guy, but that doesn't really matter. I've got no problems, no fears about, if you were to say, Phil, lie down, tell me about your mother. I'm quite happy to tell her where. I mean, I'd like to think that's a reflection of my self-confidence, but I could be wrong. But I've certainly no fear of it. Drex, how would you feel if you were asked to lay down and then start opening up?
It would be no problem with me because I'm me. I'm the guy that pokes fun of himself for almost smashing a tranny at Thad Swing Club. So I've always had that sense of humor that was like, we've talked about this, Phil. When bad things tend to happen to you in life, it's not fun at the time, right? It's never fun. It's never funny. But when you look back at it, you can't help but just laugh. Like, what else can you do other than laugh it off, right? Like, well, it happened, and you just kind of move on. Like, so when someone says, well, Drex, describe your childhood, describe family court, describe whatever, it's like, describe work. It's like, I'm so detached from it. I can just describe it. Like, I can still look at something and go like this part's fucked up, or this is where we need to change something. But it's like, at the end of the day, Phil, it becomes, if you wrote an autobiography, I think that when you're a truly confident man, it's just very matter of factly, right? Like, you just kind of go, yep, this is what happened. Like, you don't get emotional about it. It's just kind of like, yeah, you want to talk about the birth of my daughter, I cut her umbilical cord and all that stuff. Yeah, I remember everything that happened just because it happened. It's very matter of fact. It's like opening up to people, especially whether you're online or offline. I just think that I'm in the same boat with Phil. Once you reach a certain level of confidence, you just don't care. You're like, yeah, well, someone's either like or dislike. What's that?
It's different to open up to people online like this and to open up in that kind of environment, right? Because I, for example, am a very open person. When I went to my first shop in the military, I would talk about my private shit. I was open about most things. We'd be talking about sex stuff or whatever. I mentioned personal stuff. I mentioned the miscarriages and stuff, losing my kids. Whenever I was in the shop for a few months, I've never been an issue with sharing stuff publicly. It's whenever you have to take that information and start to dissect it, find the reason and meanings behind it, is when that would normally be okay and normally you would feel comfortable with doing, now turns into sometimes feel like an insurmountable task. I'm asking you to dissect some of the most critical parts about you. And if they're not what you think they are, that's a big deal for a lot of people. Like if I were to dissect you and say, well, Drexel, you're not actually Migtown, you're just dealing with some this, and that. This is all a manifestation of X, Y, and Z. That could be really damaging to you. And so a lot of people may be afraid to open up because you're challenging a lot of core beliefs, you're challenging a lot of other things. For me, even my own counseling, there's shit I still haven't gone through in counseling with my own therapist, and I've been in therapy for years. And it's just because either A, I'm not ready for it, B, I don't know, just some of it's just, I don't know if it's pertinent, or I've got other shit going on, so it never tends to get pulled to the front, even though it might need to be pulled to the front. So, but I think counseling is just a different beast altogether. Because, I could sit here and we can bullshit and we can talk about all the different things we've done in our lives. You're still going to have a different experience if I go from just chill chit-chatting mode to now we're doing something real. Now we're doing something serious. And
I can see that.
Do people get really freaked out about that? Because, if you're walking in through the door for the counseling, you want some sort of solution. And if you're presenting the solution to them, or even the path to the solution, then surely it's all productive.
So that depends on how you define solution. I mentioned it to Tim and Drexel on the recent show I recorded with them. I have a client right now. He's in his mid-teens in high school, and he's clearly been dealing with major depression. So my diagnosis would be major depressive disorder. He's got a lot of symptoms for it. And he comes to counseling, his mom brings him in. She has been insistent from day one and still is that it's a video game addiction because he's on his computer a lot. He will constantly play. He doesn't want to get off of the computer to actually go do things. His schoolwork's failing. There's no social life. And, so I get that initially is that the counselor, they come in and mom's telling me this, and I'm like, okay, whatever. And so I meet with him, and through my sessions with just him, I could tell it's not just a video game addiction. The reason that we're using the video game and the computer and talking to friends that we don't have access to physically anymore because we moved is because it's one of the few things we still enjoy. It's one of the few things that still makes us feel good and not want to like kill ourselves or to get out of bed, right? I actually want to get out of bed and wake up and actually talk to people or go do this one or two things that I find enjoyable. And that doesn't mean that the use of the video games and the computer and stuff to that degree, because it's a lot. It's like more than 15 hours a day kind of stuff.
Damn.
So it's a lot, but kids also home's doing school online stuff now, so he's at home all the time. But either way, it's still too much. But it doesn't mean it's an addiction. There's no like compulsions. There's no like need. There's no urges to like go do it. It's just an activity that's enjoyable. And so we're overdoing it to make up for other areas. Even though I've been able to get dad on my side, but mom is still very much against it being anything but a video game addiction. She always references this book she read on video game addiction, and will try to point out different signs and symptoms. And I'm been trying to do my best to, and it's hard to try and explain it to her. This is why it's this. I'm not saying that the video games aren't an issue. They are, but you have to treat it for what it actually is and not what you think it is. So this person, they're coming in. Mom wants validation that it's a video game addiction to treat it that way. Is kind of her priorities for coming in. She's stressed out with how the situation's going, obviously. So she brings the kid in to try and get counseling to address the issue. But you're not going to get the issue fixed if you're trying to have me treat it as an addiction when it's not an addiction. So how do I, because it's not just the kid. It's never the kid by themselves. It's always the fucking parents. It's always the family. It's always the environment. I've never once had a kid walk into my office and it be the fucking problem. Them be the only problem. The family structure is a huge part of it. Mom is a huge part of the issues that are going on right now. But we're just so focused on wanting this validation or wanting to be right, or just we think we've read up enough on it that we know what we're talking about. Because she's told the dad, because the dad told me this, that she doesn't think I'm correct. She thinks I'm wrong about my diagnosis. So I heard, so I'm hearing that, from him after she's told him about it. And so it's been a fun case to say the least. But so not.
So do you approach the mother and actually say you are the problem?
I've been trying to, because I've had to tread delicately, because I'm worried that if I do it wrong, she'll just withdraw from counseling, pull him out, and then there's no counseling for him, which he needs, because he's at a cusp right now where if I were to just disappear and he doesn't get the right type of help, then I would be worried for his safety in the next 3 to 6 months.
Damn.
If not sooner. Yeah, because he's severely depressed. He's moved away. He moved a few hours away from where he grew up. So he's lost a lot of social contacts. Once he first moved here, starting middle school a couple years ago, he was bullied pretty badly, and it was a major impact on him, on his self-esteem. And it's not like he's like, this ugly kid, or there's not like, he's a genuinely like a decent looking young man. There's not a problem with him physically. There's no problems with him as far as like his behaviors. He's withdrawn, he's shy, because the way he was treated by just other people has made him not be able to interact with other people on a good level. And that
I got a question for you on that, Ken.
Go ahead.
When it comes to social interaction, one of the things I've noticed this very early in life is that people tend to treat you how you allow them to treat you. So like when it comes to bullying, right? I saw this early, which was the only way you could get really bullied, especially in your your youth, you had to allow someone to bully you. Because if someone tried to bully you and you stomped that shit out on site, that was the end of bullying. You see what I'm saying? And this is the reason why I believe strongly in violence, because I believe violence solves problems. Because when it comes to bullies, everyone knows that these are very small, weak people on the inside, right? They're weak. they're trying to exercise that dominance and control over others, right? To big up their little low, weak self-esteem. So if you have a bully running around there in whatever school this kid goes to, and the kid shows up and they try to bully him, well, at the end of the day, you have to basically sit there and put your shoulders in. You're like, okay, stop, don't do it. Okay, I guess. See, you're allowing yourself to be bullied. People don't get bullied. You allow yourself to be bullied. Like, this kid needs to take control of his life. Wait, say it again.
I don't know if I'd agree with that. So you have a situation where someone, because I know you say violence is the way to solve the problem, but in a lot of cases, bullying takes place at school. And no matter what you do, because of zero tolerance policies, you're going to get the same punishment as the person who's fucking with you.
That's why you do violence. If you're the punishment's going to be the same.
Logic, though, that's the problem. You're using adult logic for a kid problem. For a kid who's either elementary, middle, or high school, they're not thinking about it in that context. Thinking, I'm, being, this person's picking on me, or if I get suspended too. Like, I just got suspended. I had the same thing happen. I got suspended for 10 days in middle school after getting the shit kicked out of me for something I didn't start because I had allegedly thrown the first punch because it was like 5 people, all friends with the same guy, said shit supporting his case. No one liked me in the room. I was an outcast. So I get suspended for 10 days. So thankfully my parents, were pretty cool about it. And they were like, okay, we trust you, take the 10 days, it's yours. And I didn't have to worry about, as much to the degree of like, oh, I'm just responsible for this. But I know parents who would like their kid gets suspended for 10 days for starting a fight, whether or not they did. That's going to change the dynamic in the household. The parents are going to get pissed off or upset. The kid's going to, think really badly about themselves. Did I, how come I was the person being victimized here and I'm the one suffering the same punishment? It doesn't make sense to a kid. That's a lot of higher level thinking that you don't get until you get older.
Yeah. Can we? So I hate to cut you off, Ken, because I know we can go forever. Chat, we will have Ken and Phil on for a proper episode at some point, because I know there's a lot more that they need to talk about. A lot more.
Yeah, it is y'all's day. Congratulations again on the 5,000 subs. That's awesome. I'm slowly making my way up there. I think I'm at 3 something today.
Nice.
No, yeah, yesterday it was damn it, I just had the stats thingy up too. I'm at like 320 or 330 right now, I think.
Subscribe to Ken's channel, people.
Yeah,
yes.
here I'll post a link in the chat again for everyone.
Go ahead and show yourself, Ken.
Yeah, so you can find me on YouTube at Ken's Counseling Couch. So youtube.com/Ken's Counseling Couch. And you can also follow me on Locals at kenscounselingcouch.locals.com. I try to post all my streams and anything I'm posting content-wise. I'm trying to interact with, people over there. There's not really anyone over there except a couple people right now. But if you support for $5 a month, you can participate, comment. I'm trying to do the best I can to be involved in that. I've got the app on my phone. I'm trying to keep it pulled up on my desktop so that anyone who does support me, and making sure they get their money's worth. I want them to, not feel like the $5 they're spending is wasted. I want, obviously I'm not going to be a therapist, but I want it to be a place where you can communicate, because not everything can get covered in a couple hour stream or something. So.
All right, thank you very much, Ken.
Nice, thanks for coming.
Mute yourself because you're considered a channel guest.
Okay, so let me go ahead and mute myself. Thank you guys. Good seeing everyone.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna do a couple of super chats really quick, and then pull Koopa in, because he's got himself all fixed up. His phone died. Rip phone.
He's been cleaned up.
Yeah.
He cleaned up after the Goblin amputee porn, man.
So, Satanic Potato says, hey, when did you get super chats? I've been away from the internet for a while. Congrats, man. March. We got our super chat function in March.
Smooth.
Satanic Potato is one of the best usernames I've read in quite a while.
I know. I like that too.
Koa Nguyen says, Advice on long distance. What red flag should I be looking for? I'm in a relationship with a girl in Korea. I was supporting her financially. She's getting her doctoral. I don't want to be a simp. Well, bad news for you, buddy.
Too late.
Long distance is the red flag that you were looking for there.
No, you just stole exactly what I was going to say verbatim. I was literally going to say the long distance is the red flag. Like, just don't. In fact, don't do money plus long distance. Wouldn't you say that's the bigger issue?
Oh God, yeah. You can only start giving them money. Yeah, only have the money thing when she's like within arm's reach, because then you can pimp hand her.
What? Because Drex, what's she doing? What's she doing at that college campus while you're not there?
She's
getting ran through. She's getting ran through. Yep.
Miles.
Phil,
I mean,
these guys really don't know these girls' body counts.
The only time I ever really did this, I met a girl. I was out in the Philippines all the time on business. So I met a girl out there, and I knew she was a working girl. That's how I met her. But I kind of kept her on what I would call like a long distance relationship. We'd talk on email and stuff, but that would be about it. But I kept her as a get out of jail free card. If I had to disappear to the other side of the world, like if I got caught up in some family court shit or something like that, and then just needed to go and never be seen again in the West, I just needed one contact out there. And that's the only reason I maintained that. But that didn't cost me a penny. You know, just a bit of my time on email, like every couple of weeks, that sort of thing. That's the way to do it.
I agree with that 100%. Because, Phil, you know, I travel quite a bit. And that's something that I always have in mind, right? I always have in mind, like, if shit hit the fan and I needed to lay real low and just bounce, where could I go, right, to escape? And I'm going to start expanding my places that I go to. One of the things I actually will shame a guy for. Phil, have you ever met somebody that's been to a foreign country multiple times and they have no contacts, right? I've been to Thailand 9 times. Who do you know? Nobody. Like, what are you doing? Like, what? You got to have contacts, man. Always establish, always network, and have contacts wherever you travel to, gents.
All right, let's get Koopa in here. Oh, one more chat just came in. Satanic Potato again says, "I'm glad you like my name. It's a filter to keep people who'd be offended by it away. I've been with you from the start, from Racket streams."
Oh, nice.
All right, let's get
Much
Koopa
appreciated.
in here. Move into the show. Koopa, can you hear us?
Hello.
He's here.
Hello.
We can hear you.
You're a little quiet. You need to speak
guys.
up.
Sorry about that. These headphones fucking suck. How's it going, everybody?
It's going great, man. What's new in the world?
Not much. I'm just here, relaxing, enjoying a day. I saw you guys were on, so I was like, yeah, I'll hop on for 5 minutes of goblin amputee porn questions.
God damn it, Koopa.
Hey. Allow me to humbly apologize for what happened to my phone. You see, it didn't get the news that I had to do the push-ups and get the eye drops first before I got to come on.
Of course.
Sure.
I did supply a guy who was into little green goblins, and I got him a specialty doll that we had to custom make just for that, because he was into that sort of thing. So it can be done if you need.
Just in case
you'll have to do the amputee bit yourself, but that can be done.
We got a man of culture here. We got a man of culture joining me in this endeavor.
No.
Beautiful.
Phil is a businessman. Don't get the two mixed up.
I provide solutions. That's all I do.
I know he's the supplier. I'm just glad he's able to.
What's his rationale for the goblin? Did he ever say?
We did get further with that one. It wasn't so much goblins that he was into, because another doll came out that was right up his alley, and he's into short stacks. So he wanted like the shorter arms and legs, like kind of dwarfism. And WM released one of those dolls, as you know, you're a big fan of that one. So when he got one of those, he was just ever so happy.
What was that one's name?
It's Mabel.
Maple.
Maple. I said Mabel. I meant to say Maple.
Yes, Maple Drexel. You're
Penance
very
is my
favorite.
soulmate. Look at her. She's eyeing me up there. She's got the glasses flipped down.
You're gonna have to fight. You're gonna have to fight Phil for it, man.
Coop, do you know what I find to be really hilarious just about dolls in general? Is that Phil is doing this stream, right? He's got Penance sitting right next to him. She hasn't said one fucking word to annoy him. She hasn't, pay attention to me. She's cool. She's just chilling.
Because she knows there's consequences. The pimp hand comes out if she says the wrong thing.
Yep.
Never had to raise that hand yet, though.
Yeah.
Wait, can you open her mouth? Is that safe for stream? Or is there going to be like something we don't want to see there?
It's safe for. It's safe for stream. He stuck her tongue out. We're all good.
Yeah, he gave her the Belle Delphine look. Hey, Cooper, I have a question for you that I think Phil would have an answer to. What do you think the current culture, you're out in California, what do you think the current culture is like in terms of if guys in California, if they had someone like Phil on speed dial, how that would change the culture out there?
Now that the Migtown thing is starting to hit the mainstream, we've been actually having our own Phil out here for the longest time. If I remember, I think it was Sexy Real Sex Dolls. Their company is based out here in Cali.
Oh, wow.
So we technically had our own Phil, but we just don't know who the guy is who runs the spot. If anything, now that there's a name behind the dolls, Mr. Phil, thank you very much, by the way. Now that there's a name behind the dolls, California will eventually start to turn red, and then we're going to get a tranny in office.
I'm hoping it's Caitlyn.
Only the best. Only the best.
I'm praying you guys vote for Caitlyn Jenner, man.
Well, if anybody badmouths Caitlyn Jenner, he can just beat the shit out of them, can't he?
Yeah, well, and plus you get canceled. You're not allowed to criticize Caitlyn Jenner.
No, Phil. She doesn't need to beat the shit out of her. All Caitlyn Jenner needs to do is just get in a car.
Yeah, all right.
There is that, and I still can't tell the difference, but I keep on mistaking the two. Caitlyn Jenner and that so-called wife of Bill Gates that looks very much like a man to me.
Yeah, Melinda. Yeah, she is very, very strong-faced.
If anybody looks like Caitlyn Jenner perfectly, it'll be Gretchen Whitmer. You have these two images side by side.
Yeah, that's true.
Wisconsin, was it Wisconsin?
She's in Michigan.
Governor Whitmer looks exactly to a T like Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah, it is kind of uncanny.
Yeah, if
I've had
anybody
people-
looks like Bill Gates' wife, it would be who's that guy, underwear company? Calvin Klein? Yeah, the guy who ran it, Calvin Klein. Looks exactly like Melinda Gates.
Really? Yeah, you're right. I just had a mental image of it. Wait, Calvin Klein or Tommy Hilfiger? Let me make sure I got which guy is which. They're kind of confused in my mind right now. They both kind of look like fucking gremlins. Calvin Klein. Yeah, you know what? One of the things I find funny, Phil, is that here you are. You got your dolls and everything, and you got guys like Coop out there. You got so many guys out there in the world, and the thing that really strikes me is the fact that how it's picking up is really it correlates to like where you are, right? Like, so the UK, the red pill. So the red pill is the red pill, right? No matter where you live. How you break it down, I think, really determines based on your location. Because if you red pill guys in, say, the black community, right, surrounded by German shepherds, Kevin Samuels makes them go, wait a minute, along with Minister Jab. They kind of have this like, wait a minute moment, right? Because the reason being is that so many of them come from single moms, right? And then in Cooper's land out in California, where everything is super leftist, right? They're going to interpret the red pill differently as opposed to guys in the UK, because you guys in the UK have the stiff upper lip, right? That's kind of like you guys is kind of like your own little thing. Like the Brits tend to have like that stiff upper lip, and when these guys get the red pill, they kind of realize like, oh, and they just kind of, I'm assuming that you guys take it differently than other people based on the fact that you're in the UK. Have you kind of noticed that, Phil?
I think we certainly articulate it differently. I have different words to say about it, but I think the essence is still largely the same. I mean, California might be a bit different because you just got like such a like. Well, doesn't California have like a straight quadrant where like all the straight people are and everyone else is like gay and trans and all the rest of it there? So I could understand there'd be something of a difference there.
Okay, you want to know where the gays are mostly. So this is apparently how you break down California. If it's not Los Angeles, and if it's not West Hollywood, and if it's not San Francisco, you're probably not going to find the anything of the alphabet community there.
Oh, that's good to know. Actually, there's hope yet.
Nope. When you see the population density, you go, "There's no hope."
All right, Koopa, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, Coop.
No problem. Keep shaming me, and make sure nobody gets to where I'm at. I mean, I know people, but I'm very, very cultural hentai, so we're good.
Hey man, don't go down that Pornhub rabbit hole, man. Just don't do it, guys. Don't do
What
it.
are you doing, stepbrother?
Even that's fucking tame.
I don't know if there's a dog good for him.
Yeah, so Phil, let me ask you something. What would you give to a guy like Koopa who's gone to a new realm of degeneracy? Like what doll do you think you would subscribe?
There isn't one presently. Well, I'm surprised at though, but it would have to be some sort of writhing tentacle sort of pornographic doll, I think.
Have you gotten requests for that?
I've had the odd request for things like a tail and stuff like that, or like a copy of like a computer game character and stuff, but it's never too outlandish, to be honest. I mean, one guy who has a bit of a thing for horses. That's what it would cost to do a horse. And I said, don't even go there. It's so unbelievably expensive.
But was there any part of you that just you kind of wanted to know, right? You kind of wanted to know how much of a degenerate is this guy to request the horse? Because you there was no party that wanted to get him to deliver him the horse.
Oh God!
Even a mini horse, like a pony.
Well, I mean, the conversation then went from there and to say, well, you know, you can get like blow-up versions and stuff. You get blow-up sheep, so you must be able to get a silicon sheep, right? And no, we haven't done that yet. It's surprisingly low, the amount of people that would ask for that.
I'm shocked. Huh.
Well, I think this is because, as we were mentioning earlier, the dolls are moving into the mainstream, so it's getting a bit more vanilla, if you like. And I've noticed when guys get over that initial thing, oh shit, is he actually a doll owner as well? And like you almost speak in code until you actually both realize that you're both doll owners, and then you'll see the guys switch, and all of a sudden they start talking about like clothes that they're being buy for the doll and stuff, and it's almost a bit girly, if you like, but like these guys just completely nerding out over dolls, and it's just the most normal thing.
You know, TFM talked about that, where he had learned how to do makeup by doing Celestina and stuff, right? Like clothing, hair, makeup. It's kind of funny here because, like you said, from a dude's perspective, right? Like, oh man, I just find it very fascinating that like you have guys who can do hair and makeup better than women. Like,
hey,
funny enough, I've had some really good conversations with straight women about things like makeup because I'm like the only straight guy that they can talk to about these things. And they just love the fact they can talk to a guy about it. I don't know why that's a thing, but it is.
Wait, is Phil? Wait, someone said Phil's muted.
What the hell? He? I can hear him.
Yeah, we can hear him here.
Or am I just not registering? Is that better?
I mean, I heard you just fine. What happened to the sound?
That's weird.
Phil, say something.
Well, I get. Okay, testing. I mean, that would take 10 seconds to come through to the chat for somebody to respond, though, right?
Right. Not anymore. Okay, he's back. Cool. Must have been just a quick internet hiccup then. Sorry. A couple super chats, and then we'll bring in Drex. I have Orion from the Grillcast coming up.
Oh,
next.
Nice.
So,
good deal.
because you were a guest on his show. So
I
I'll bring
was.
him in after these super chats. Angry
Let's do
Bainland
it.
says, Drexel, what happened to your voice? You sound so different from what you usually sound like. New mic or flu?
I don't know if I never know how I sound to the outside world, because you're talking into a mic. So when someone says you sound like blank this time, you sound higher, lower, a pitch is different, so I wouldn't know. Still me.
Okay. Well, David Bowser says, smash or pass, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem.
I think I've seen her. Let me Google her real
She's
quick.
all right.
I
would
think
say
I
she's
remember
smashable.
her. Yeah. Wait, what's her name? Kristi?
Yeah, Kristi Noem. Noem.
Oh, I see it. Kristi
Or
Noem.
Noem. I don't know.
Noem. Okay, let me click
While you're
images real
looking-
quick.
While you're looking her up, I'll bring Orion into the chat.
Oh
here.
yeah, she's smashable. Yeah. Oh yeah. You ever notice, Phil, the conservative women just look a lot better?
Yeah. Always.
Well,
All right.
they have a certain amount of pride in their appearance, right? Don't they?
Yeah. Because body positivity is a progressive, a leftist
Yep.
ideology.
See, that's a misnomer, though. It's not body positivity. It's just fat positivity.
Yeah, but only for women, not for dudes. They don't want their dudes fat.
I
They
know
have to be
that would
tall.
be the that would be the response I would come out with. Get like one of those silicon fat suits, just put it on, then put a white string vest on, and make sure there's some beer stains down the front, and go, "This is right, isn't it, girls?" And make sure
Yep.
you've got like one of those teeth blacked out or something like that as you smile.
Well, you're British.
Yep.
Your teeth are always fucked.
Ooh,
Orion, welcome to
fighting
the chat.
fog.
Hey, what's up, guys? Drexel, congratulations on 5K, man.
Hey,
Fucking
much
deserve-
appreciated.
You deserve
Thanks,
every
man.
single one of them.
Oh yeah, before we even start, go ahead and shill your channel, man. I was a guest on your show. Go ahead and shill.
Yeah. So I run a show called The Grillcast. We're the only podcast in the world dedicated to radical centrism. And yeah, that's basically what we do. We just go on there, talk shit about everybody, because in this political sphere, not to bring everything to politics right now, but everyone's dumb. Every single person, they think that they have an opinion and that their opinion is valid. And we show up every week to say, no, your opinions are invalid. I'm the only person that's correct, really, if you think about it.
I like it. I like the vibe.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Forgive me for not knowing anything about your YouTube channel. I'm a bit of a YouTube boomer in that respect. But
Oh, you're not the only one. No one knows about us.
well, you haven't said anything particularly controversial, but you'll bring up some sticky topics, I presume. Have you been subject to the same sort of demonetization that a lot of other people have had over the last couple of years?
So, we haven't monetized or anything. We did get an episode removed for covering the January 6th events.
A surprise.
The unmentionable.
Yeah, it's unmentionable. After it got removed, I actually forgot that the whole January 6th thing happened, because, it basically didn't happen, I guess.
It's been so overblown that by the left. And I'm
yeah.
not saying that to be partisan or anything like that, but it's just, if we talk like for like, right versus left, and things that have happened, I mean, it was
Yeah.
pretty much a nothing burger, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. It was just a bunch of pissed off boomers going to the Capitol and taking a shit on a desk and, taking selfies and whatnot.
You're gonna
Yeah,
get
it's
this
been way
channel
overblown.
You keep talking about it, and we're gonna get this channel canceled. Jesus.
Yeah, they really don't like it. They really don't like it. We had a guest on who said that he supported it and whatnot, and he was saying that the election was stolen, and I think that's why they took it down. We told him he was just mad, but
You can disagree with certain things, and you can say, "Oh, I agree with that," and totally cancelable. But let's burn down Oregon in its entirety. Oh yeah, that's fine. That's okay. We'll even bail you out.
Well, they were burning down Oregon to stop racism, so it's okay. Because
So
burning down Oregon.
If I go on a school shooting and say this is to get rid of white supremacy, does that somehow erase the crime?
This school shooting is to stop Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Because we're seeing this now in the news, aren't we? Where like even like Asians like talking about like the anti-Asian hate crimes which are happening is because of white supremacy. Like that's the most fucked up shit I've heard in weeks.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. It all circles back to white supremacy in a lot of people's minds because it's like it's a safe target. You can just say, well, this is because of this, and there's going to automatically be a subset of people who automatically agree with you because they hate this straw man that they built up so much. Despite the fact that white supremacists basically don't exist. I mean, they exist, but it's such a fringe minority of people. And I think universally people think actual white supremacists are dumb as fuck.
Oh yeah, they're absolute retards. They can't see what's right in front of their faces. But I was going to say what we should do to troll the left a bit. For like these things where they talk about, like say, white supremacy or the unmentionable thing that happened recently. I say, oh, is this one of your Trump cards that you keep on bringing up which just trumps anything? Because you know what they're like. They just hear the word Trump and they start like vibrating and stuff.
Sure.
Because then that means the word Trump never ever goes away. We just keep on using it just to like mess with them.
Yo, he's basically gone though. They've totally scrubbed him out. I'm surprised that anyone even remembers his name at this point because they've taken him off everything. He's relegated to his website where he can put out blog posts, but I don't know. The saddest day of my life was when his Twitter got banned. There was some fire bans on that Twitter there.
Trump Jr. has got a pretty good. Well, he used to have a pretty good Twitter account.
Oh, did he get nuked too?
I'm not sure if he still does. If he still has a Twitter account, then it is gold.
I saw a post he made not too long ago where he had like Caitlyn Jenner and he's like, "This is a real woman," and then Biden's health secretary who's trans like, "This isn't a real woman." Fucking ridiculous.
A real woman has a dick.
That's the roaring 20s for you.
There
you can't help but just troll these people, man, because they're just complete idiots. I mean, you just use the ideology.
Even if you try to agree with them, you end up trolling them just by mistake. Or it only takes one word to trigger them.
Yeah, they're naturally butt blasted. That's their default setting, is being extremely butt blasted at all times. You have to apply zero pressure to get them to spurg out. It's a fun time. It's a fun time.
I find it comical, honestly, is that we reached this partisanship where people have dug in so deep, and that's kind of one of the funny things about being a centrist, is that you can just look at both sides. Like, I've always told people that Dems and Republicans are just flip sides of the same coin, and there's people that they're so in their feelings about whatever side that they're on. The other side is the bad guy, but I'm like, dude, I've been to red states. I've been to blue states. I live in a blue state, right? I lived in a red state before. I was like, there really isn't that big of a difference when you actually look at what they're pushing for. There's just a slight difference, right?
It's different flavors of the same product.
Absolutely.
Well, even if you kind of cut your political teeth in the last sort of 5 years, so you've seen the whole Trump era and whatnot, and then him taken out. And if you notice the Republican attitude towards Trump being taken out, then you realize somebody else is in control of the country and playing these two political sides at the same time, and they're both dancing to the same tune.
Yep. Phil, I've been saying that. Like, I just did a live chat last night, a live Q&A, and I've been saying that, and someone else had said, like, yeah, I kind of realized that. I was like, dude, I think it was Invader that said, he's like, Drex has been saying that the whole time. Dude, they're flip sides of the same coin. They're just puppets, both sides. And people get so staunch they become staunch Democrat, staunch Republican, go, dude, they're just the same thing, just from a different angle. That's all it is.
All right. Well, Ryan, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, I have one last thing to suggest to Phil really quick. Just tips for anybody, I guess, who has a sex doll. So let's say you're going to plow your sex doll, but you want it to feel like it's a virgin sex doll, right? Like you want it to be brand new, real nice. What you do is you put a ketchup packet up in there, so you can get that feeling of deflowering it. You know what I mean?
That's an attachment. It's got to be.
Yeah. So
Like a
There was
blood
me. I thought you were
capsule.
going to get a little bit technical there. I wasn't thinking so much the blood, but you can do that. But if you use a smidgen of TP solvent, you can actually put a sort of hymen across the orifice. So you literally have to pop her cherry. So that
see,
can be done.
you're doing it smart. I'm like a fucking caveman.
Just squirt a
Well,
ketchup packet everywhere.
just a bit more visceral, I suppose.
All right. Drex, congrats on 5K, man. See you
Much
later.
appreciated, man.
You'll have to mute yourself, Orion, because you're still you're a channel guest, so you
Oh,
always have
word,
the
word.
permission to talk.
All right, see ya.
Cool.
Good,
Super
man.
chat really quick, and then there'll be a last call for Discord, and then we'll have to move over to the Google chat. We're finally through all the Discord. So last call for
Smooth.
Discord. If you want to talk, move down to the general voice chat that's below us here in the Drex show. So you'll see producer Tim down there just waiting, stalking y'all. Last call. If no one is ready to go by the time I finish this super chat, we'll skip all over all of you guys. We'll do an intermission while I switch over to the Google chat. YouTube
Smooth.
chat, this is your chance. For all of you who've been in the YouTube chat, this is your chance to get onto the show. I have the link pinned to the top. Join that Google Meet. I sure hope there's less than 200 people, because then we'll have a problem. What am I looking at here? And the Grim Lord wants to come on at was it him? Yeah. Some people are starting to book time slots with me, and I'm like, come on, this is ridiculous.
RSVP.
Yeah. Do you know how much I'm doing here in the background? That's why I'm not on video, because I'm all over the place.
If you purchase a doll during the show, you get VIP access straight on.
Oh, by the way, Phil, you have your own Discord. Go ahead and shill that while I'm getting things moved over here.
Oh yeah, it's called the Dollhouse. Surprise, surprise, and you can just like request access, or you can go to the website. Actually, on the homepage, scroll down. There's a permanent invite there. Gets you into the welcome area, and then you have to tell everyone why you're here. Just keeps out the internet trolls, and then we'll give you membership. It is doll centric, but it does have a very strong red pill slant. So don't be one of those doll guys who gets a bit put off by, I suppose, the female hatery that actually happens in red pill areas. I'm still trying to erase it from these people, but you try, but you're never going to win. Like Drex will tell you, even in like strong red pill areas, there's still simpery and stuff like that in one form or another.
Still, Phil, I've always believed that it is very important to go to female channels and listen to them, because you can kind of see a lot of these guys that claim to be red pill or whatever. You'll see them simping in the comment section. You see it all the time.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, I remember from one of the London Migtown meetups through CS Migtown. Still friends with a lot of the guys from there, but like one guy, I did have my thoughts about him, because we went to a late night venue for some late night drinks, and it just happened to be the drinking end of the casino. And every time there was like a little gaggle of women kind of just came past us, this guy like puffed out his chest, sucked in his stomach, and he's like trying to be attractive. And I thought, this doesn't strike me as MGTOW in the slightest. And of course, as soon as like a girlfriend came into his life, he didn't need MGTOW anymore, because everything he needed was there.
Everything, right?
Yeah, and
he's changing language on you, right? Like, Phil, you're just a loser. You need to try hard. I've seen it. They'll shame you. I'm like, I just look back. I'm like, all right. When this relationship inevitably ends and she cheats on you or whatever happens, make sure you keep that same energy, right? Calling everyone a loser and all that stuff.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I try and say to like a lot of these guys, even when I can see them leaning in that direction, so look, I'll truly believe that you've like hit MGTOW gold, if you like, or what I would say true MGTOW is when for whatever reason that you've got, you just, you know what, I'm out. It's a stacked game. There's no real way to win. They have to let you win if you're going to win. So it's, you know, it's not worth playing. And then once you do that, and you just go, you know what, fuck it, I just don't care. You will notice you even have better conversations with women when you don't give a shit anymore. And it's just another
Agreed.
person that you're having a conversation with. And they will respond positively to that. So I've had to tell guys, you'll get a lot more attention because you're standoffish and you just don't give a shit anymore. I know it sounds all very game-like and stuff like that, but you have to be able to resist that because they'll pull you back on the plantation if you give them half a chance.
Absolutely.
And there's so few guys that I think actually make it and stay in the wilderness away from the plantation. There's so few of us actually out there.
Hey Phil, how
Whereas
does
there's a lot
someone
of guys
get?
that talk about it.
Sorry to interrupt, but Phil, how does someone get the invite link to your Discord? Because it's free, right? You don't need to pay for
Yeah.
it.
Oh yeah. Thedollhouse.com or the-doll-house.com. The homepage. Scroll down until you see the Discord widget, and then there's click here to get membership.
One sec, guys. About to take a quick link.
He couldn't hold it any longer. You know when he's bailing in the middle of it.
And he doesn't drink.
Yeah, I'm now like three shots deep into this. So yeah, Phil, you've
I'm
never
into my
heard of
first
this.
glass of red wine.
First, huh?
Yep. Well, I thought if I had a bottle before coming on the show, I'd be like 3 sheets to the wind before we do anything. So.
Yeah. Yeah, so one last person did come into the Discord, so we're gonna pull someone into the Discord. Once this last person has gone, we will be doing a 10-minute intermission. I'll just have a thumbnail up there. We're still going, don't worry about it. I just need to switch stuff over in the background, and I don't want to dox my entire desktop.
Okay. Do you need me to click a link to follow through to Google or whatever it is that you're using?
I'll give you guys. Actually, while we're waiting for Drex, I can DM you the link right now. So, just waiting for Drex to get back, chat, and then we'll have our last Discord user in.
Are we on schedule then, or have we blown all of the timelines that you were hoping to adhere to?
We're about 20-ish minutes behind, I'd say.
No, that's not bad for us, given being on for like over 2 hours.
Yeah. Because we did the first 30 minutes was basically just filling time, waiting for people to come in.
All right, just like given that I'm on the show and that we always do we're gonna have to break a 9 hours one. We'll do it without trying one time.
We'll get there. Don't worry about it. All right, sending you the link to the Google Meet, and sending Rex the link to the Google Meet. All right, but don't go there yet. Also, keep in mind it will your full name will come up on the Google Meet, so you might want to change that beforehand unless you want to get your full name doxed.
Because
I don't know how to fucking change that. Dude, fucking shit.
If people don't know my full name, address, driving license number, that they're not hacking hard enough yet.
Right. Google Meets. Hold on.
Not yet, Drex. We got one more Discord person to pull in.
Oh.
So, Destructor, are you ready? He doesn't look ready. Well, we're gonna move him in anyways because we gotta move here.
All right, you said I have to change my Google Meets. How do I do that? What are you talking about? Fuck is this, man?
All right, so we'll start with deleting System 32. We'll start there. No, I'm joking. Don't worry about it, Drex. I think you can join as a guest, or God damn it, we'll have to. We're getting a bunch of new people hopping into the Discord too, so that's awesome. That means we're getting new Patreon and superstars.
Keep it going.
Right? Fuck it, dude. Phil, the more I deal with technology, the more I see why people dislike it. A lot of it is counterintuitive. Like even like certain setups, shit, it's like here's the thing. So Phil, if you want to know how if your thing is if it works, right? If it's functional. I've always said test it on elderly and children. Because if those two people can get it, that means everyone in between can get it. I take this shit out of the box. Okay, yeah, plug in, all that stuff makes logical sense, right? All right, this goes here, this goes there. Most people would figure that out, right? Once you turn on the system, here comes all the it's the software. That's the problem, right?
There is that, although the elderly, they're almost branching into two distinct types, because you get these silver surfers, as they've been called, and they're all over the web and stuff like that, and using all different types of protocols on the internet, and they're actually getting quite good. And there's the other ones, and I've noticed this with my mother. I would never have said that she was unintelligent, but it's almost like as she gets older, she's regressing. And she wants to go, she's even watching shit on TV that she wouldn't watch 10 years ago because it was a repeat then, but she'll watch it now. It's almost as though she's gone backwards in time. And I've got a customer of mine. He can use his iPad well enough to browse the website, and he'll tell me which doll that he likes. But when it actually comes like making an order or anything like that, it's got to be done the old-fashioned way. Pick up the phone, get somebody who knows what they're doing.
Yep.
So, like the difference with the kids that you take, they'll do the intuitive stuff. They'll just try and they'll figure a way out. But old people, if they've got it in their heads, I need somebody to be able to do this. I've already got a mental block about technology. They're like fearful of it. I don't know why. I've never seen an old person break anything technological ever. Yet they fear this.
I just find it funny because, like I said, plugging in things is easy, right? Because everything has a logical place. That's why they have prongs, right? This plugin can only go here. This can only go there. Okay, oh, that's cool. It's once you boot something up, it's like, oh, before you start, it's like all this extra shit. And it's like, you got to sync this. You got to change it. It's just like...
You think it's bad now, man. Back in the day, go back 20 years, you had to do some memory management to just even get your favorite games to work.
Yeah, goodness, man. Well, that we still deal with that to a certain degree now in the gaming community, right? Like, even on your phone. Phil, do you remember the first smartphones, right? They were 8 gigs, right? Remember, it was 8 and 16 gig for storage, right? And then later on, you started getting the 32 gig, right? Like I remember you could get an original iPad. If I recall, they had 8 and 16 and then 32 gig iPads, right? Once people realized, wait a minute, people are going on the iTunes store and getting movies, right? HD movies. Well, that's 5 gigs right there, depending on how long your movie is, right? So then that's why they started buffing the storage capacity. I'm like, why would you ever have anything that goes to market that, hell, is anything less than 256, right? Anything less, bare minimum. Because, Phil, look how much storage capacity. Like, I have YouTube Premium, right? Even if I say, hey, Phil, I'm about to go on a trip, I'm just downloading a few videos. Phil, I just checked my phone earlier today. I have over 14,000 pictures, or say images in my Google Photos, right? Now, that's stored for all.
I thought you were the bull, not the one taking the pictures.
Yeah.
Oh, God damn it. Okay, Destructor, can you hear us, man? Unmute yourself.
Hold on, I'm not retarded.
We can hear you.
That's a great opening line.
Hold on, I'm not
Hey,
retarded.
how's it going, guys? I wanted to say, congrats, Drex. You have 5K now?
Yeah.
Man, amazing.
Right?
Amazing.
Yeah, that's Jesse. Amazing.
It's nearly 6K.
Oh,
now,
man. Well, yeah, I didn't think I was gonna make it because I was still in the middle of work. I'm like, come on, you bastards. But I'm here. So I just wanted to congratulate you, Drex. Congrats up to 5K and to getting to 1 million subs in what year now?
I know, right?
I feel like you're gonna get to 1 million because it's going mainstream, man.
I'll have to change my content and be real cookie cutter and cuck out. I'll have to simp. I'll have to simp for the mainstream because when it comes to content, do you guys notice? And Phil, I don't know if you've noticed this. Some of the best content creators don't get seen just because basically they don't do the stuff that gets the most clicks, right? Like, even though they have the best content, content versus popularity is too. Like, I bet you Pokimane could have all kinds of subscriber counts, right? Just by standing in front of the camera or sitting and just making silly faces like Belle Delphine, right? And oh my God, you're a queen. You don't need good content. You can just put out garbage if you're a certain person, right? Especially with women. If you're a female, you can just put out anything and get those clicks, get those likes. Dudes have to do something though, Phil. We can't just sit in the camera and just do little faces and get likes, right?
Well, I mean, I'm completely agreeing with you. Although Drex, you could probably just sit there, take your shirt off, and then start to get like the subscriber count.
Yeah.
Just by
Oh,
women alone.
that's
But,
the
you know,
100K special is a shirtless Drex stream. He's
You know
actually
what's
taken,
funny?
so he has taken a shirt off on stream before on one of Nick's streams.
Yeah, that was. I actually remember that stream. Phil, I'm sitting in Nick's vault, and we're doing the show, and I'll never forget it. I had to change shirts, so I take my shirt off on the stream, and there was one dislike in Nick's video, and the dislike went away after my shirt got taken off. I'll never forget it.
It was Monica, and she was just like, "Damn."
Oh, Phil, and you know what? I will say this though. For the guys out there who are like myself and still practice pump and dump, okay, hot girl summer, or in this case, thought girl summer is coming up. This is the time to get your body in order because these chicks are going to be ready this summer more than any summer.
Oh, if you thought before in the years they were thirsty, man, they're gonna be wet, man.
In your
crazy, bro.
what have you seen that's changed? Like in terms of like how they're preparing for the summer. Have you seen any like big change in what they're saying or how they're acting?
Well, it's funny too because I just moved to this desert about a year and a half ago.
Yep.
So it's a completely different culture from growing up from German Shepherd territory in Compton, Linwood. So.
Hey, Destructor, I got a question for you.
What's good, brother?
Do you believe that we should overhaul the criminal justice system? And for the most heinous crimes, we don't offer anyone the death penalty or even life imprisonment. The punishment is going to be the amount of time you are forced to spend with German Shepherds. Do you think that's a better punishment?
That is way better than any other punishment. Though I think it's going to borderline between cruel and unusual punishment. So let's keep it. Let's have a fair middle ground. You know, like you can have the most heinous act, but if you're dealing with a German Shepherd, you're like, God, shut the hell up.
Phil, you'll
Man, it's crazy out there.
Well, that's going to be quite the deterrent if you think about it, because you're going to be forced into marriage with this German Shepherd. And if you don't keep her happy, she's going to divorce, rape the shit out of you.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what's funny.
Growing up in Linwood,
you know.
You see the fuckery, man. Oh, man. Everything Drex says is right about them German Shepherds. And it's bad when you get into, like, the Compton area. Bro. Going through Rosecrans and Long Beach, you see the prostitutes walking all over the place any time of day, and they're like $60. I'll suck your dick, and you're just like, what? No, I just want to go hang out with my buddy, man. Shit.
I hear Gary, Indiana is nice this time of year.
Yeah, fucking Gary. Did you notice something, Destructor, that the German Shepherds look like dudes?
Bro, hey, it only happened around like it started happening like 07. 10, like that's when I started noticing, like, what the hell's wrong with them?
Oh man,
you mentioned the $60 hookers. Do you ever troll with them?
Yeah, what about
just to fuck with them and start like haggling them down? So
it's a ton of fun. It's just a ton of fun going in the car and just with your homie and going, all right, I won't give you 60, but I'll do 70. For both of us, and she's like, "Oh, what the fuck's wrong with you guys?"
no, never give them more. Like divide by 3 and start there. Like her eyes will bulge. You honestly think that's the? Hey, I'm being generous today. What can I say?
That's your worst.
I got it's 20.
Yeah.
All I got is 20. Let's see what she says.
I've got 20 in small change. It's all yours.
You see, that's why me personally. Like Koopa, I fell into the rabbit hole too. I try to.
Oh shit!
I I ain't that like Koopa's into goblins. I'm more of an elf person myself.
Ah, shit.
But I'm not
Oh,
amputee.
what is wrong with
That's
people?
fucking crazy, bro.
Oh yeah,
No,
that's
but-
the line.
Well, elf versus goblin, to me, that's almost a bit more mainstream because I'm thinking back to like the science fiction
Look.
fantasy novels I used to read like 20, 30 years ago. Whereas now everything's like fucking anime and tentacle porn and all sorts of weird
Well,
fucked up
yeah.
shit I've never even heard
Of course, it's going to be anime. It's the idealized woman. She's submissive. She doesn't really do much.
I know, but
she
like
keeps it clean.
it's like every.
So what? I don't blame people going down the rabbit hole. It's just getting out. That's the.
But they
that's
just seem
the
to make
problem.
that Japanese sound where they go, and that's about every sound that they make.
Oh, the high pitched screams. Yeah, that does get annoying from time to time.
Phil,
It's
you
loud,
know
man.
how many young people and I like kids who are into the ecchi and hentai now.
Oh, my bad. That's
Fucking
my
hell, man! You're
that's
gonna
my
get us
upbringing.
fucking kicked off of YouTube. All right.
My bad. That's my upbringing coming out. That's my upbringing coming out right there. Now, like, yeah, you get into it early, and it's a rabbit hole that it's a struggle to come out of. But, you know, I am really considering getting one of Dollhouse Phil's dolls because,
Oh shit.
yeah, it's crazy out here, man.
What kind of doll are you thinking about?
It's the only way to be safe. You know this. Just listen to the calm words of Dollhouse Phil, and everything will be fine.
The chat said
I'm
that
thinking
gamer
of
word was
more of
loud
a-
enough to bring Ricada to the stream. Yeah, demonetized.
That's great.
Come on, man. We have
That's
one
great.
rule.
My bad, bro. That's my upbringing. It's hard to keep it down. Once
All right,
you're,
well,
once you
you
get
have the
comfortable.
pass, though, right?
Sure, why not?
All right. Well, I mean, just don't do it again, okay?
All right, brother.
Thank you very much for
No,
coming
but I
on.
wanted to say thanks for having me, and God bless, man. Keep it
Thank
up. Keep doing what you're doing, and keep waking these guys up, because God knows we need them. We need to
Can
wake
you-
up.
I got one last question for you before you head out, Destructor.
What's good, brother?
The question has popped up. Who do you think what ethnic group do you think are the biggest simps? And who has the most simps?
Biggest simps? Oh, that's hard between the Indians that
That's
you
what I
see
said.
online.
That's what I said.
Between the Indians online and from growing up in Compton, these guys who like my queen, it's like, bro, they've been ran through more times than a Holland Tunnel, man.
Yeah,
You're
buddy.
just like,
Do we?
you're like, come on, man, you could do
Do
better.
we need to quantify this? Like, because what constitutes a bigger simp? Because there's a number of different ways you could look at this. Now, I would say like white guys will do it more and for longer, but Arab guys will have more money to spend, and they'll drop a ton of money on a girl to simp.
So yeah, it is all relative. Now here was my diagnosis. I said black people per capita have the most simps, right? The most. Because of
Yeah, that's
of
fair.
single mothers, right? If you are the product of a single mother, the odds of you not being a simp is fucking slim to none. Like they only raise
dude.
simps.
Bro, growing up with a single mother myself, it's hard. It's hard, bro.
Yeah, so one of the things that women dislike more than anything is they dislike and envy masculinity, right? That's why if you know,
dude,
they try to stop
don't
it.
even get me started with that, man.
They don't want you to be
Dude,
masculine.
you go like, yo, this is bull. You go like, yo, this is bull deal, and they're like, nah, you're just hating on women.
Yep.
You got hurt by some woman, and you're just like, dude, I'm just thinking at a logical perspective. It's not me. It's not only me, right? And you go look for something to do, or you look at movies and TVs, and you're just like, the media out here is trying to feminize men, while like you watch anime or you watch old 80s cartoons, you're like, dude, that's what you want to strive for. You want to strive for a Rocky. You want to strive for a Rambo, like
Yep.
that physique. And
Yeah, that
it's
should have that.
like a goal.
Man. It's all about the simp is the easiest guy to control because This is the reason why I disagree with TFM about taking women's rights away. Because I tell TFM it's way too far gone. Because Phil, and you would know this, if you repeal the 19th Amendment today, what would all the simps do? They would just do whatever women told them to do, right?
They'd just be there as a replacement for the women.
As a replacement. So
they'd be like, "Who picked me? I have the vote," and it's just like,
it would be instructor. How many guys do you? How many? Okay, I should say guys. Simps. How many simps do you think would put on their dating profile and I can vote? Right? That'd be like
almost all of them.
All of them, right? Like, they'd be like
almost all of them. If not
I'm
all.
5'6". I'm short, fat, and bald, but I can vote. So if you choose me, I'm gonna get whatever you want. Yeah, you want more welfare? I got it. You want more of this? I got
That's such a shame.
Oh,
It's like instead of getting your body right, your mind right, your money right, you would go to that level. Man,
people, man.
like it's hard. It's hard. Like again, it's hard getting out of that beta simp mentality and correcting yourself, because God knows that single moms, it ain't pretty, man. Especially when your dad ain't there. Oh man, it's a train wreck. But
even if you repealed the 19th and whatnot, it's a step backwards, which then means the next step forward is going to take you back to where you were.
Yep.
After that,
it'll happen.
Yep.
All right.
I had.
Sorry, Phil. Phil, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say I'd had arguments with TFM, or debates, I suppose, saying, well, what if you take the other side of the coin? Then it's effectively the same thing, but going in a different direction. Would be to enforce masculine levels of responsibility. That's the only way to kind of get women to evolve. Now that might take like 1,000 years or whatever it takes. I don't know. But at least that's a step forwards rather than trying to take a step backwards, because again, then you're going to take another step forwards and be exactly where you were. So what's the point? I mean, it's a short-term solution, not a long-term.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Instructor, thank you so much for coming on, man. We got to get on to the next person.
Thank you
Much
for having me. I truly appreciate it. God bless you guys, and you guys have a blessed day, man.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more person down in the. Where'd he go? Oh, cool. Yeah, but then one more person in Discord, and then we go over to Google Chat. We had a couple late joiners, so, yeah. Why am I nowhere? Man, your name is hard to say. Why am I nowhere? You ready to go, man? All right, let's get you in there. Make him a black friend, and then come up. All right, you're live, man.
Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
What up?
Hola.
Oh, hey. This
What's
is
good?
great.
Yeah.
Oh, not too much.
I like the avatar.
Thanks.
Oh, I just saw it. I just saw it myself. This damn pop filter was covering you up.
You got
Hot filter?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Rex has issues with his visual display.
Look, man, it's fucking. It's the chair, Phil. You know, everyone thinks Nick Rekieta is short because of where his mic is sitting. So now people are gonna start thinking I'm a short dude because of where my mic is sitting. Like, now, it's the damn mic placement.
Yeah, blame the chair.
Right.
All right.
So why am I nowhere? What's up, man?
Not too much. I go by Gabe Clawfred on YouTube.
I don't know. I might have seen you, maybe.
Yeah.
Might have.
Seen him every.
Oh well, if you have a YouTube channel, shill.
Oh yeah, yeah,
I don't have a YouTube channel.
He just got a YouTube account and he comments on our live streams.
Oh,
I see. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think I've seen it before. Yeah, because I like to go in through videos and make sure I comment and let guys know what's up.
Yeah.
I was wondering if Tim got that joke I put on the earlier video.
Probably not. Probably not.
He's Canadian. He's Canadian.
I don't get jokes ever.
I'm just south of me there.
I may not have seen it. You'll have to. Which video did you put it on?
The one that came out yesterday.
Oh yeah, so State of the Communion Part 2.
Yeah. Good show.
State of the Communion was a lot of fun.
It was. Yeah, Phil, Phil, you didn't know. So State of the Communion 1 and 2, right? So basically, you could argue it's 3 parts. Part 1 was dealing with the modern dude, right? And I had a couple of girls come on, and then I came on at the end, right? Because these dudes are bitch made. They're getting pegged. These guys are asking for some weird shit, right? They're cucks, right? So we just kind of talk about what are guys like right now from the woman's perspective. And then I said, oh, hey, let's do the reverse. Let's talk about the state of women from the man's perspective, right? Military guys, guys in college, guys in the workforce. And you and I both know, Phil, we all know the turbo thottery, the slower culture has gone in overdrive, right? Because I want to kill off these guys' hope. I don't want any guy out there to have hope that they have a unicorn waiting for them. That's gone. And I want you to embrace that it's gone so you can finally go your own way and do what you want to do. And the stories, Phil.
It's not a case if you're just trying to extinguish hope. I don't know if you phrase this very well, because you're actually showing them the light. If you actually want to put this in the best words,
I'm saying relationship hope, relationship thirst, like the hope for their unicorn is what I want to kill off.
There's my unicorn out there somewhere.
Yeah, I want to get married and have kids one day. I always tell these guys, shut the fuck up. You see what I'm saying?
Also, I see the comment. The comment was meth bridge, and
yeah.
It's funny. So Lethbridge is a city here in Alberta that is well known for its meth problem. Drex, we were talking about how many... Phil, do you know how many fucking women are on meth nowadays?
A lot.
A lot of them. Like...
I mean, I could only assume, because I'm going back, 15 years? Back in like the IT profession, moving around London quite a bit, and the idea of like you've had a hard week work and everyone decides to go for like a beer at like a local bar or something near to work afterwards on a Friday evening. I was about the only guy who was actually enjoying the beers just for what they were, because everyone else was so coked out of their head that like just drinking beer just didn't even touch the sides. Now, if you're considering a beer in London city centre costs you close to $10 a pop. And if you're coked up, you can probably take 10 of them. Then you've had to pay for the coke and stuff as well. I'm like, what are these people doing? So, I mean, if that's back then, and that's 15 years ago, what the meth epidemic now is like, Lord only knows.
And, why am I nowhere? Where do you think the need for this meth is coming from? Do you think a lot of these girls just want to, and guys, do you think they just want to be numb? Do you think that's what it is?
Definitely.
Because have you ever asked someone who does meth, like why do they do it? Like, why would you go down this path? And what answers do they give?
Well, I don't really have to ask. It's about 10 years ago, just over 10 years ago. I had a pretty insane cocaine addiction myself.
Ooh.
Oh, geez.
How did you overcome that?
He didn't. That's what the silence means.
Well, I have to ask, because technically, from a pharmacological perspective, you don't get any physical dependency on cocaine, but a psychological dependence on anything can occur. So is that more of what you want, or did you like physically get the shakes when you didn't have it the next day?
Well, it's like you want to feel good. You want to feel like that high.
Okay. Well, that makes more sense then, because like when you've got a heroin addiction, you've got a physical dependence. You have to have that, or it's not a case of just like, oh, I want to feel good. You feel fucking shit until you get some more heroin, and that's what I term as like a medical physiological dependence on a substance. Whereas this doesn't really happen with cocaine. But I can understand how you say, as you said, shit. I just feel like king of the world when I'm on coke. So let's just keep doing it.
Oh, for sure. But I find with the meth, it's more people just don't want to feel. If that makes sense.
That's kind of
what I've been hearing. Is that there's people out there that they just want to be numb, and I'm like, but what is there to gain from that, right? And they always say like, well, Drex, when I feel sad or I feel this, that I don't want to feel like. So it's not that they're looking for happiness; they don't want sadness, and they figure the best option then is to just do something that makes them literally have no feeling at all.
An absence of emotion.
Correct.
See, with that, I'm wondering if that's a manifestation of symptoms of not having sort of like high words to say, like a brotherhood. Because like we just used to have a gang of friends when we were kids.
Yep.
And given the amount of masculine hatred which is going on these days in schools and so forth, they might actually feel that it's something beyond them or something like that. Because like if I had a problem psychologically or whatever, I'd go and shoot the shit with my friends for a while, and then if I couldn't get it sorted there, yeah, maybe try like a higher order, like a doctor or a psychologist, something like that. But if you don't have that first line of defense kind of thing, do you then just start to look to something like meth and just say, I just want to numb everything, I don't want to feel shit? What were we saying?
You know what?
It
doesn't matter.
We're talking about all the friendships and all that and the drug culture and how, I truly don't believe a lot of people, men or women, have the social skills, the aptitude necessary.
That's what I was going to ask. Because you, I suppose similarly to me, you have this Discord environment and community. I've had a number of socially awkward people who've kind of like come in to the Discord because they're into dolls or whatever like that, and then I'll jump into we call it the lounge, and it's just like a voice chat, and we just shoot the shit for a while, and like I can see these guys opening up over a while, and it's probably just because they don't actually have real life people to like shoot the shit with and stuff like that. Because I was going to say either see or feel them relax somewhat and become a little less awkward, and like over time, say like a year and a half or something like that, they'd probably be almost normal. Because there's even a few who like they will tell you, oh yeah, I'm on the spectrum, I'm quite autistic, but then they learn how to monitor their own sort of social, well, I suppose like their speaking patterns and stuff like that. They learn not to shout over other people when they've got a point to make, and they become what I would consider more socially acceptable. So this whole idea of isolating people at home, whether that's a mixture of work or whatever, and then people don't necessarily want to meet with other people anymore because of this COVID fucking stupidity and lunacy that's going on. It's destroying the community that we have around us.
Yeah.
Like how many people know their neighbors anymore? This has been going on for decades.
Yep. I know my daughter struggled with that at school, being that, of course, she could go, we'd go to Recadas and they did like the distance learning, and thank God for that. But it's like, as a general rule of thumb, a lot of these kids, they're sitting there and they have the school environment, right? That's where their social environment. You take that away, and that's why a lot of these kids' grades plummeted. Without like the normal accountability, it's their routine, right? Normal accountability. They got to be there. They got their friends. They do group projects with their friends. You remove all that, Phil, and these kids are just fish. They're fish out of water. You took away their social environment, and they're a lot of these kids are failing class. They should just log in and do the work. That's not how kids' brains function.
Yeah, that's like an adult version of how to get through school really quickly.
Yep.
Kids aren't there for the fun of school, kind of thing like that.
Yep.
I mean, if you took school away from yourself, assuming you went to some sort of like a public sort of environment, not the highly private schools that you can get, how many friends would you have had through your childhood years? You'd probably measure it on like both hands if you're lucky.
If you're lucky, because one of the things it's funny you say that, Phil, because I had this thing where when I was growing up, kindergarten, first grade, and second grade was actually spent in the cities where my mom worked, right? And then after that, we told her in between that summer, I said, yeah, I'm done with this. I want to go to school right here in the suburbs. Because, we were commuting from suburbs to the cities, right? And the main reason for that was it was a sleep pattern, right? If I can get out of school so in the burbs, they started school later and got out. I think they got out later, but remember, if you aren't waiting for your mom to get off work and get from the babysitters, we were home by 4, right? You got out of school, walked home, you're done. Back then, we had to go through traffic, right? We weren't getting home, Phil, until about 7-ish, right? Like so you remember what it's like as a kid. Your mom had you in bed by, depending, it's 9-ish. So there wasn't much free time. And so my brother and I knew people, other kids within our own neighborhood. So by the time we went to school, it didn't feel like a new school to me. You see what I'm saying? But yet they realized I knew all these people. They're like, well, how do you know this guy? They're like, dude, he's always lived here. He just didn't go to school here. Oh, I wasn't the new kid. Like, when someone says new kid, they usually, like, let's say you're a military child, right? You're the true new kid, right? No one in this community knows you, right? But if you live in that community, you just choose to go to school there. People now are like, oh yeah, we know this guy. He's our neighbor. He's around the corner. He's around the block. So you're right, Phil. Without that setting, and you remember, Phil, do you remember how you met people back in the day? You knew a friend, and at some point you guys were riding bikes and something happened, and then he knew a kid or someone else was like doing something. They said, hey, come and play. And this kid may have been like one neighborhood over, right? And that's how you expanded your friend circle, right? You played ball. So when it was time to play baseball or basketball or football, you knew so many people because you were on bikes. These kids don't do shit now. Hanging out in the online world, like I tell Tim that all the time. I said, look, man, that's no knock for people who are IT type guys. That I respect that, but I'm a guy who thrives in the real world with real interactions. That's where I thrive, because it's like you can be online all day, and that shit may seem cool until you go into the real world, right? And I've seen people botch.
I told you my story, didn't I, when I started the business?
Oh yeah.
Our guest, why am I nowhere, is still here. I think you guys went on for like 15 minutes.
Shit. the random tangents.
Any last words before I let you go?
Are somewhere.
Yeah, nowhere. Do you want to add anything before you roll out?
I honestly don't know what you're talking about. I grew up on a farm, so.
Oh. What was that like then?
So you live in the same province I do, right? We're in prairie land. It's a lot of farms out here.
Yep. And we were always surrounded by family. My cousin farmed just down the road.
Are you Mormon by any chance?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, I grew up in Manitoba.
Oh, geez.
So if you have family and so forth, is the online world like a godsend, or is it something you could take or leave?
See, on the farm, we only got a Wi-Fi in 2008.
Damn.
Before that, it was still dial-up.
Oh.
I remember those days, and like young guys just scoff at me when I actually say this, and I said, no, this was as good as it got at one point.
Yeah. All right. I gotta go. Yeah, we got So Grim's got a 1 hour lunch, so he's gonna come in right after. Neo's got to come in next.
Oh, smooth.
Watch out, Drex. So, YM, thank you very much for calling in, man. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Much thanks.
Have a good rest. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
You too.
Let's get you demoted, and let's get Neo promoted and into the call. And I expect this conversation to go fucking sideways. Neo, are you there? Can you hear us?
Hey, finally, it's I. First off, I gotta say one thing. Monkey wrench is being thrown.
Monkey wrenches.
I knew it.
Well, it had to happen. So, I have just the burning question that everyone's wanting to know. Everyone's needing to know. Let's talk about the evolution of Gary Busey.
Well, everyone loves Gary Busey because, I mean, he and cocaine go together.
I mean,
like no other.
If you look at his roles, you can literally find the diary of basically a madman.
He had a cocaine face, I think, before he even was introduced to cocaine. He's just got that expression on his face, and he's like, I did an entire line 10 minutes ago.
Have you seen his son? His son has his same teeth.
Yeah, he's a carbon copy of his father.
Carbon copy.
Oh, by the way, you need to watch Willie's Wonderland. Literally, the gorilla is voiced by Busey's brother.
Oh, even better. What was his brother look like him?
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Like the entire family just has that face.
Well, Nick told me that Gary Busey snorted coke off of a dog because I guess the dog got in his stash of coke, and I guess he didn't have coke on him other than that stash. He literally snorted coke off of his fucking dog, man. It's like, bruh.
No, that's true. He said it multiple times.
Yeah, man. That's when if you're a guy who does coke, maybe that should be like your time, right? Where you say, okay, I have a problem.
If the dog was wet and it had that wet dog smell and he's still snorting it, you know you've got a problem, don't you?
It's like I just snorted a dog. This is when I know I need help.
Yeah, you have to, man. But you know what though? What's funny though is that you think about it like this though, Neo. How much do we miss the Gary Buseys of cinema? Like when you watch Under Siege, anytime Gary Busey was in a movie, you welcomed him. Like, yes, Gary Busey.
The reason that, and yeah, I do completely agree with everything you're saying because we need characters certainly in Hollywood, but we need characters in our homesteads. Like the time that I can remember, I'm going back like 30 years. There was always one strange character who lived just down the road or something, or a couple of streets away, and you were always aware that they were a bit strange. But that was okay. That was just David from around the corner. Whereas now everyone needs to conform into this uniform persona that everyone's just a little bit different, but pretty much the same. And it's not making for an interesting society.
You also either you had that or you had the strange family member that was at any point had those quirks or characteristics, but you always just call them the strange family member you never really want to be around.
Well, the crazy uncle was the only red pill. Right? Yeah, right. But,
Yo, that's just Uncle Touchy. There's nothing wrong with that.
Touchy.
Well, if we weren't demonetized before.
just because Uncle Touchy took you to his naked puzzle play place does not mean anything whatsoever.
We'll probably get some extra points from the Democrat Party for that one.
Right. A Biden meme somewhere of sniffing somebody.
Neo is the.
I got you. I got you.
He's got us covered. He's got Biden memes at his fingertips.
Yo, everyone, Suzanne, other people coming from a Jew, look at me, face me. We riding with Biden. Okay, you covered.
Fucking Biden.
Riding with the president that sounds like something that washes your ass. Joe Bidet.
Oh, dude, that's what he should have done. Had merchandise for just bidets.
Well, absolutely. Well, I've talked about this on other streams, the need for the crazy uncle, right? And to me, the crazy uncle represents, in hindsight, the crazy uncle was the only red pill guy. And this kind of goes into what Phil was saying. The guy who was a little quirky, a little weird, a little whatever. It's like, but all they were just red pill. So by those standards of that day, he basically, think about it though, Phil, he went his own way. That's who the crazy uncle really represented, right?
Well, this is why we, as I suppose, red pill or Migtown, whichever denomination that you want, we tend to come across as one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. Because we're going against the grain, and we're always going to be the evil guy because of this popular misconception of what we are. We almost take a Masonic kind of ideal with the Masons. If you say something bad about the Masons, their attitude is don't say shit, don't respond, don't do anything. And that's pretty much what Migtown does, because we just won't have anything to do with the mainstream media or the press or anything.
Correct.
So they call us all sorts of shit. And whatever, still not coming back. Fuck you.
Well, Phil, do you know what? To piggyback on that, one of the things that I do think is very different, though, with what you're saying about, like I said, with the masonry, is that in this modern culture, ironically enough, the thing that is put on the highest pedestal, which is women, right? We have a society that it's a gynocracy, right? So they pedestalize females. The great irony, is that it is the guy who doesn't care that's getting all the results. Right? If you go to like a leftist city, let's say you're in the heart of California, right? And you're in SoCal, you got a bunch of these commie chicks. Good enough. You could have worn a MAGA hat around these girls and been slaying. Whereas all the simps were like, "Ooh, why doesn't she like me like that? That guy's a jerk." And it's like they don't figure out that when these girls say the things they like that makes you a good boy, that's just to put you in the friend zone forever and to milk you for attention and time and money.
it's so obvious that the mind boggles as to why they can't see it. And I'm just wondering if it's down to phraseology, because I just thought I might try this sometime. You get like the perfect sim type, and we both know it's not hard to find. And say, when you do that shit that you do, you actually come across as a little boy to that girl.
Yep.
Oh,
right. Now, if you want to be the big guy, what's happened to him?
Well, Phil, you're starting to drift away from your mic. People are saying they can't.
Oh,
hear you.
sorry. Am I getting really quiet?
Yeah. And Neo, you need to speak up just a little bit too, and a little slower. You talk like Ben Shapiro. You're really fast.
Hey! Stop it! Also, let's have a debate now. Okay, look at me, talk to me, look at me, talk to me, look at me. You gotta realize one thing though. Like, everything happened. You can even think in the 90s when literally a bunch of gamers decided that they were gonna bring Lara Croft backwards because they thought that they could see her naked. Because someone told them you could do that.
I remember that. That was actually like a huge controversy. Remember, was there a cheat code that you could get a naked Lara Croft? And I believe it was in the first 2 Tomb Raider games. You really heard that.
Yeah, and it proven to be fake. Like,
of course, it was fake.
Remember, they had a bicycle.
Feminists who hate it.
Yeah.
Because guys are actually enjoying this. We can't have that. We have to stop it immediately. Men having fun, no, can't have that.
Nope.
But then women with a dildo the size of a horse penis, that's okay. We can have that on morning TV where children can see it. That's actually allowed in the UK. Did you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, or the drag queen story hour with children, right? That's okay.
Yeah, with sponsored by a judge from the Cream City Foundation.
Yeah, who's unironically busted for, you guessed it.
Of course. But I mean, all that we're doing is like drag queens just telling a story. It's a bit weird, but okay. But when they start like trying to flash their panties and then they're not wearing any, and like the guy's got a hard on and stuff, it's like who in their right mind as a parent wants their kids in front of this? You can be partisan as you want politically, you know that's not right.
I think it was episode 17 was oh no, a wrong episode number. But yeah, Drexel versus drag queen judges. We talked about this.
I have no chill on these people, man. None.
Oh
Yeah,
god.
so
Neo, anything else?
Yeah, I want to finish. Since I heard this,
Unfortunate word.
I came up with a little thing, a little list to see if these dolls can actually be made with a yes or no answer. I ran them for a little thing. I got the right ones. Can I run that list?
What list is this now?
Is it safe for work?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so number 5, Steve Harvey. Would you make a Steve Harvey doll?
Funny enough, Iron Tech have just done a black male doll with a bald head, which looks like a number of people, but like it's almost there, so it's easy enough done.
I'll write a checkpoint right there for that one. Okay. Number 2. I put in quotations here, Nicolas Cage, but every time Nicolas Cage has the hair that's really crazy standing up.
With the same horse teeth of Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, with the same teeth. Yeah.
Can be done. I'm questioning why you would want it. Because even the gay guys would look at that and go, "Oh no, thanks."
You're right.
Neosexuality is best described as a 2-hour subway ride through New York City.
You know what? You're not wrong. So number 3. I fought long and hard on this one because I just skipped the other because it was just shitty.
You thought long and hard, or you thought long and it got you hard?
No, because I hate these words are about to come out of my mouth.
Oh dear.
Elliot Page, but with Abby's body.
Oh dear God. Proper masculine.
Oh, Phil, what did you think about that? The shirtless pic. What did you think about that?
I mean, I just kind of looked at it and I thought, well, I mean, I suppose if you go in the masculine way, you're kind of in the right direction. But as a woman, when you take your shirt off, you get massive amounts of attention when a guy does it, unless, they're like you or like, like a football player or something. Like it doesn't command much attention at all. Even then, you can be an average girl and get more attention by taking your shirt off than a guy who's like ripped to fuck. And that's tempting. Yeah, so she's probably still looking at this and going, why isn't all the attention coming my way? And I think this is why all the Hollywood people corralled around and, oh, yeah, great. This is so stunning and brave. Is it really a guy taking his shirt off? Fuck off.
Well, Phil, do you know what's kind of sad about Elliot? Elliot, you're 5 foot, like what, 1? You're a manlet.
Yeah.
Like, so as a woman, and you're right, remember, Ellen Page was not ugly. She was not ugly. If you think about like Inception era, right? She's just a regular white girl, just a basic white girl. If Ellen Page in 2010 took her shirt off somewhere, she would have gotten attention, right? She started taking her clothes off, she got attention, right? But as Elliot Page, you take off your shirt as a 5'1" manlet. It's like, okay, you're a 5'1" manlet.
Okay, Neil, the
only
one.
manlet.
Sorry, we're on a time limit here.
Unfortunately. I got you. Okay. First off, so and the big one is actually a 2-for set. Number 1, could you do Nick as a black man and Drexel as a Sailor Moon-esque Sailor Scout?
Gross.
Nick as a black can be done. If you've got the money and the inclination to pay that my way, I can make that happen. I can even give it.
Come true.
I can even give him a vibrating cock if you want it.
Oh.
At one point, can any of these be turned into puppets? Because we should totally make a puppet show out of this.
On that note, thank you very much, Neil, for calling in. I'm just going to throw open a bucket.
Hey, I told you this was happening.
I know. I was ready for it. Still going to throw up there. All right. Yeah, thank you very much, man.
Okay. Peace out.
See you later.
Peace.
Free Israel.
All right, the Grim Lord wants to come in. The
Let's
Grim
do
Lord,
it.
are you ready to go? That looked like a yes. Okay. I couldn't actually hear the answer. This is all fucking... Yeah, that was a cursed comment from Neo there.
A black Nick.
All right, Grim. You are live.
Hey. All right. Hey, everybody. What's up? It's the Grim Lord. Of course,
It's been a while.
Oh, yeah. Congratulations on 5,000 subscribers. I'm glad to see it, man. You're helping so many guys out. It's a great thing. And Phil, of course, giving guys premium waifus. What's to, say bad about that?
Well, as I always used to say to TFM, Migtown and dolls, strawberries and cream. It's always meant to be together.
Always.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, one thing I did want to say, though, Drex, is you're doing something in the Manosphere or in MGTOW that hasn't really been done before, and that's really getting the female opinion because, back in the day, TFM would argue with feminists, and that's pretty much all it ever went to. But, you got girls actually coming in here and talking about their experiences and stuff, and that's new. We haven't really had anything like that before. However, you've also got guys in the more, I guess, elite sphere where they're like, oh, they shouldn't be bringing all these women in here. But, I mean, at the same time, I think it was something that needed to happen because, these things need to be discussed. They don't need to be like one guy was suggesting in my comment section, oh, MGTOW should be a boys club only. It shouldn't be for women. Like, he was just going on and on and on. I'm like, dude, things have to change every once in a while. I mean, that can't always be the same.
Grim, here's what I'm going to say to that, and I'll get your take on this, and also Phil's. One of the main reasons why, I even when I started the channel was obviously to help these guys understand and navigate the world. But I have a main reason why I want females in and around the Manosphere. And correct me if I'm wrong. They expose who's a real red pill guy and who's not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Grim, have you felt that if you are around these so-called red pill channels, right, and it's just nothing but guys, right? These guys spout off all this red pill hardcore meathead shit, right? Yeah, fuck women, blah 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 blah, and then yet, a woman shows up or something like it's exactly what Phil just said. He's sitting at a bar, and you think these guys are red pill. Women come by, he puffs his chest out, peacocking. You see what I'm saying? The only way to know if a guy is a true MGTOW, a true red pill, a true alpha, is to surround him with attractive women. That's how you do it. Will he turn into a beta male cuck simp mangina? It's a simple yes or no. The answer I have found, most dudes are frauds. If you put women around, they're going to start simping.
I would say the one sound that you're looking for in that situation where you've surrounded this guy with, I suppose, attractive women.
Yep.
By, most people's standards. You're listening for, and he just doesn't want to deal with it, then you kind of know. Then he's going to be okay. He just doesn't want any of the fuckery because he knows it's just on its way. Doesn't matter what he says, it's coming.
Yeah. And Phil, you think about like women in the manosphere. One of the things that I noticed, Grim, is that a lot of guys in the manosphere do reaction videos, right? Undead Chronic, this guy, that guy. A lot of guys do reaction videos. So a woman makes a video, and these guys go and react like, look, we're proving like red pill stuff. I feel it's better to interview women directly. Like not to, and if you've noticed, Grim, I don't come on to have women do debates. It's more of an open-ended interview, right? Like, hey, what about this? What about that? What do you think about this? I don't sit here and debate. I'm like, why men should go their own way or what? No. That's foolish. That's how you get into just like shouting matches or whatever. Let women just say whatever they want to, because there was something that Donovan Sharp said a long time ago that always rings true. He said, let women talk long enough and you'll get all your answers. Just let them keep talking.
Right. Absolutely.
So, Graham, what have you found to be like the biggest advantage to, like, taking the red pill, going out there and seeing the world through a red pill lens? What have you found to be like the biggest change that it made in your life?
Well, I was going to do a whole thing about this. I used to be like really blue pilled, and I hang around women all the time. That was my big thing. I was always just hanging around girls. I didn't really deal with a lot of what guys were into, so I just hung out with the girls. And but of course you get around there and you get really, like, you don't develop any kind of really masculine things. It's all feminine stuff. And then you realize, oh shit, the stuff that, because my father was always hard on me because he was a very masculine guy. Mm-hmm. I was like, the shit that my father was telling me was actually important. Like, he was giving me life advice and I was kind of shying him away because I wanted to play like video games or something. And now at 30-something years old, I'm like, oh shit, the things that man could have taught me, the things I could have learned. So now I'm just trying to go back and kind of help a lot of these guys that were in my position. Like, no, don't fucking be blue pill. It's not going to work for you. It doesn't, they just fucking walk all over you. And that's everybody. Like, you can't be a doormat at all. People will take advantage of you constantly if you allow yourself to be walked on. That's something that took me a long, long, long time to learn. Yep. And I mean, a lot of my content, I find a lot of guys that may be on the spectrum. So I'm kind of trying to help them because I'm on the spectrum and, I was on all kinds of different pills. This pill didn't work. Oh, I was medicated. I was super medicated. They were experimenting on me.
I bet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do you feel clearer without it all
the time? Oh, yeah. Well, I was in different relationships and things like that, but, I had sex. It wasn't as great as I thought it was. I had the same experience TFM did. And I was like, you know what? I really like the cuddling. So if I can just buy something that I can cuddle with, that'll work. And that's what I did. Yeah. Yeah, it worked perfect for me.
Well, Grim, thank you very much for coming on. Show your channel.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'm the Grim Lords Games and Rants. That's on Migtown.tv primarily. And if you go there, you'll see the hentai stuff you don't get to see on YouTube. But I'm also putting my stuff on YouTube at Grim Lords Games and Rants. And I'm also on BitChute. Can't really upload things, all that stuff. And I did an interview with Ken Jennings in here, too. Some of you guys have seen that. So definitely go check that out and check Ken's channel out again, too. And
Absolutely.
and one more thing, always shop at the Dollhouse for your premium waifu. That's the best option.
I always said this man was a wise man.
All right, Grim. Thank you very much for coming on.
We do have history though, so like we go back to like the old days of TFM. So the Grim Lord was around at the kind of the start of all that, and he jumped into the waifu laifu pretty early.
I think it's apropos, man. I think that guys like Grim, and one of the things I learned about the Manosphere is that everyone came to the same conclusion. It doesn't. So I came from the Tyrone perspective, right? That's why my dating experiences and like life experience with women was so radically different. Like, what the hell? I would always have this perplexed look going, what are these guys talking about? You have to take girls out for dinner dates. Like everything I said, I was like, dude, everything these guys are telling these guys is wrong. And then it finally hit me. And every guy, Phil, is coming to the same conclusion. Chad Tyrone, if you're a guy who's an incel, you're a guy who's just a married dude, like every dude is coming to the same conclusion, right? The whole juice is not worth the squeeze thing. Like they're starting to look at what's on the table, right? Most of the women are overweight, the absurdly high body counts, the bad attitude across ethnic lines, whatever.
If you wind that back a bit, though, back when women would take more care of themselves, because if they got fat, then chances are they wouldn't get married.
Mm-hmm.
They could all cook, clean, iron, any sort of like manage a house. They could all look after children without beating the shit out of them, which is what they seem to do these days.
Yep.
Then you've actually got, there's something on the table there.
Yep,
like
agreed.
Even if she's not particularly attractive or anything like that, you say, no, she might still actually be a keeper. I could actually like grow a homestead with this woman.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you just get on and stuff, and that's not a great catch. So if you get a good catch, it's like, yeah, this could be worth doing. And whereas these days, there's like nothing. I mean, like I have more of the sort of like home economic sort of ideals than your average woman has.
Yep.
I mean, shit, I cook better than my mother does. I can certainly iron a shirt better than she can. I can put clothes in the washing machine just as well as she can.
Yeah.
I can do DIY. So like all round, I'm just better than the woman. The only thing I can't do is give myself pussy. So there we are.
Hey, parents.
See, she didn't give any cheeky answers back. You know your place, don't you, darling?
Oh my good God. All right, that was it for the Grim, and that's it for all our Discord call-ins. YouTube
Smooth.
chat. We're just gonna do a quick 5-minute intermission because apparently I can't do the Google chat simultaneously as Discord chat because then everyone starts hearing voices in their head. So we're gonna do
So if that's the case, everyone gets a toilet break then, yeah?
Yeah,
right.
Everyone gets a toilet break. I'm gonna do 2 quick super chats before we sign off, just for 15 minutes. Ray D2 Kills says, Governor Kate Brown, smash or pass, Drex?
Wait, Kate Brown?
Yeah, okay, look that up. Damon Dog says, just bought a heated massage chair and didn't have to ask anyone if I could. Bachelor life is great.
Wait until that massage chair can have sex with you.
Phil, do you know who Governor Kate Brown is?
I don't want to know this, do I?
You don't. Shit, who does this thing look like?
She's not like the Belgian health minister, is she?
No, she's not that bad. That huge walrus. No, this chick, I'll put you like this, Phil. She's the governor of Oregon. What does that tell you?
Pass, right?
Strong pass.
She looks more masculine than you do.
Oh, damn.
Phil, this thing. No, she looks like she looks like the ugly librarian.
Oh. All right. Evil Bunny says, congrats on 5K.
Oh, thank you.
So yeah, we're take a 15-minute intermission while I get things switched over. YouTube chat, this is your time. Head on over to the Google Meet using the link pinned to the channel. It's also in the episode description. I'm just gonna switch the video feed over so that you guys don't watch us all, running around with our ass cracks hanging out. Except Phil, he's a classy guy. So see you on the other side in 15 minutes, guys.
Will do.
I
this
don't have
thing is
trousers
hideous.
on, so it's okay. You can see all sorts.
So, hey guys, we are back. Sorry for those technical difficulties. It's my first time.
Oh wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Drex. It is my first time.
Be gentle.
All right. So, do you got that fixed up, Phil?
Yep, looks like you've got all the possible permissions.
Cool. Ha. Yes. Okay, good. I'm not push talk anymore. Also, we are streaming from a secret location, Phil. Don't tell anyone where we are. We don't want them all coming in here.
Yes.
But we are in a
Not
secret
not from the
location.
dollhouse.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, Eugene Ford tried getting back in. Shoot, how do we get him in? I'll have to send him a DM. I'll figure that out myself. In the meantime, who wanted to go first? I guess we'll just go top to bottom, right? What are we going to use for the voice text chat? There we go.
Well, top should always come before bottoms, right?
Sure.
That's what we tell people, Phil. But the weird rules getting put out there now.
Well, bottoms, I suppose, better than the bottom feeder. Don't even want to think what that means.
Human centipede.
Oh, Squall's in there. Okay, good. You got taken care of.
So just so that you know, Tim, if anyone arrives, they'll be in the welcome area. Yeah, and you'll need to right click and give them a membership.
Okay, so have you?
I can keep an eye on that every couple of minutes if you want.
Yeah, thank you very much, Phil. You are awesome.
Everyone knows that.
I know everyone
Right?
knows that. I am. Anyways, bam. What else? Oh yeah, they are listening to us on YouTube right now. So yeah, we are live back there. It's my first time. I'm not even a professional audio. At no point did I claim to be a professional audio engineer. The only reason I couldn't test Google Chat is because Drexel decided to set his computer up this morning, which had me pulling my hair out.
Come on, Tim. We know the IT professional doesn't blame the users.
Yeah, you know that's a lie, Phil.
I know.
All right, Apollo. Does Apollo want to talk? We're going to. I should have the ability to. Yes, I can promote people. So if I promote someone to a verified, that lets them talk on push to talk, right?
Yeah, should do, yes.
Okay, done. Apollo, you might need to leave and actually, I can. You should be able to unmute yourself. Let me. And boop. There you go.
Oh,
You're
nice.
in. Can you hear us?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you. Sorry about the Google
Yes.
thing mess up, man.
Well, first off, let me apologize for the first boomer moment that happened that I wasn't aware of. That you made me aware of, and I'm sorry I made the chat mad for I don't know how long for the first Google Meet mess up, and then the second Google Meet mess up, which was hilarious. But yeah, sorry about that, chat, and it's not my fault.
never accountability, man. Just say fuck
You,
it. But
you
yeah,
must be in IT if it's not your fault.
it's a Russian bot.
There's a lot of people yelling at me to use StreamYards. Hey, next time.
Maybe. But yeah, Drex and Phil, mainly what I wanted to address, because I recently come across this, is a bunch of Kevin Samuels fans have been trying to cancel Tommy Sotomayor. And basically...
Why is this?
Basically, it's because they're saying, oh, you're copying Kevin, you know, you're saying what he's saying, and Tommy's been saying, like, no, I've been saying this for around 9 or 10 years, and every man in the space has a voice, and if you don't like mine, that's fine. And he's also saying that Kevin Samuels is also stealing part of his content, which is also kind of bad. And so I'm kind of really weirded out that a bunch of Kevin Samuels fans are trying to cancel him like a bunch of German shepherds, essentially.
Yep.
I've noticed a little bit of this. To I suppose you use the name of Tommy Sotomayor, which I think is wrong. It's Tommy Sotomayor.
Oh,
the mayor of New York. But anyway, I'm not.
My apologies. Yeah, my apologies.
No. I don't mean to you. I think Tommy himself uses the wrong nomenclature. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I raised the name, and this would have been, 4 years ago, something like that, to CS Migtown, because everyone knows I know the guy like in real life. And he said, "Oh yeah, I don't listen to him." CS Migtown's like a natural born Nigerian, so like I suppose African black, if you like. And he says, "I don't like him because he hates black people." I was like, "Really? Which Tommy Sotomayor are you listening to?" Because he sounds pretty straight up to me.
And Tommy's main thing is like, yeah, you can say the things I say, but at least give me credit. At least say like, hey, like Tommy says, like you've said before, Drex, like he says BT1000, everybody knows that's Tommy's thing, and you know, whether it's him opening up ethers and going on people or whatnot, you know, he's just like, hey, everybody has a voice, and if you don't like mine, that's fine, but at least give me credit where my credit is due, since I've been doing this for roughly 10 years.
Yep.
And basically the next time he goes live or so, I'm pretty much gonna mention you, Drex, and Rakeda to Tommy to see if a show could happen, and just, you know, whatever happens. But I just wanted your thoughts on the fact that Kevin Samuels fans are acting like simps and saying he must be protected at all costs, which I agree to an extent, but I mean, come on now. You're trying to cancel your own people, you know?
Well, here's my take on the thing. So you're right. You do need to give credit. Like that's why when people ask me about German shepherds, I always say, "Hey, Minister Jap coined the term. I just took it from Minister Jap." Just 100%. Like Coach Greg Adams says, "Monkey double backflips." There are certain guys that have their little catchphrases in their manosphere, right? So that's A. B. The division of the manosphere is starting to get out of control. Like it's starting to look like a bunch of females. That's B. And then
yes.
And this is where I look at the thing, the main difference between the two, right? So Kevin Samuels' angle has been, you know, especially like recently, has been the whole high value man thing, right? Because remember, he used to roast dudes. People forget about this about Kevin Samuels. He's been on YouTube for a while. He was roasting dudes to become high value men, right? And then after that, he's shifted toward the women by going, "Ladies, this is how you get a high value man." And that's why, if you notice, his channel blew up because he finally started going after the women. That's how he blew up. So, from Kevin Samuels' perspective, they represent different parts of the manosphere. Kevin Samuels, primarily, especially at least right now, is mainly making videos, having the discussion about black men, in particular black women, and the whole high value man versus how can you get one, other ethnic, but it centers around black men and black women and relationship. That's where his content kind of goes right now, right? Tommy Sotomayor tackles issues like, hey, there's a news story here. Hey, did you hear about this girl twerking at a graduation? That's Tommy's angle. Like, what other ethnic group does this shit? So Tommy is holding black people accountable for not doing fuck shit. Kevin Samuels is from the relationship standpoint. How these two ended up ever, and it doesn't sound like they have a beef. It sounds like it's the fans' issue because it doesn't sound like they have a beef.
Well, from what I understand, just from hearing his side of it, is basically all he's asked for Kevin is like, hey, if you're gonna say these certain things, at least give me credit, and that's it. But if you're gonna coin it like it's your own, that's where I have an issue because, like I said, Tommy's been busting his ass for 10 years, if not more.
Yep.
And like you said, your voice everybody's voice can be different, but like you said, with everybody's catchphrases and whatnot, but at least give Tommy the credit because he's been doing this longer before than I think Kevin Samuels did. Because from what I understand, back in the day, people have caught Kevin Samuels and Tommy's chat back in the day, and this is before he's on YouTube. And so now you're having all these people come at Tommy. Oh no, you're just copying Kevin. You're just copying Kevin.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they think that the chicken came before the egg in this case. So if you're Kevin Samuels, the way that you squash all this is to say, hey, give Tommy his due. Tell people, hey man, if you like my content, you may like Tommy's. Just because we cover different angles doesn't mean that we have a beef. Because the division of the manosphere is getting out of control. And I saw Phil nodding his head.
I agree. I agree. And like I said, and I just thought from what I was hearing about it, I would say like 4 or 5 days ago, I was just like, this sounds like nonsense and like something that we should not be doing.
Well, it sounds feminine. If you think about it, like this is what females do. If you look at like what is the root cause of all this? If you were to say this, if you were to say Tommy's name was Tina and Kevin's name was Cammy, and someone said Cammy and her are having this argument, you would go like this. Yep, that sounds like what women would do. But when dudes do it, you're like, dudes?
And these guys are not in competition with one another. And Kevin Daniels should shut that one down straight away and say, look, for the people who like me and follow me, stop this shit immediately.
Yep. Yeah, he needs
I
to address
completely
this shit.
agree. I completely agree. And I have a bunch of other topics that I know I probably wouldn't get into, but the other two funny things I wanted to address is a while back I was in Nick's chat and I believe I added Rakeda and you, and basically in my app I was saying because I'm in the sex industry. And I'm a handicapped male. And what I was saying is all these Ron Jeremy accusations, I know because I was around him when at least 2 or 3 of them happened. And I confronted Ron Jeremy about it. And me and him got into this 2-hour-long argument that was just nonsense. But that whole sex industry thing is a whole entirely different animal. It's just
so
crazy.
I've heard people say Ron Jeremy had creep tendencies behind the camera or whatever. I've heard that.
It goes beyond like I can go into detail, but I don't want to get you guys in trouble or not. on a specific one that I vividly remember because I immediately confronted him after. I'm like, what in the hell are you doing? And then he immediately comes back. He goes, oh, well, you're not going to make it because you can't walk. So I was like, okay, that's fine. It's whatever. He can blow me up or whatever, but that's still, the behavior he did was not correct. And I was trying to correct him privately about it. Be like, hey, man, like, what in the hell is that? And I know other sex worker friends, they're just like, yeah, we don't even go fucking near him. We avoid him at all costs.
Damn.
All right. Thank you very much for calling in.
Thanks a lot for coming on.
Oh, of course.
Sorry about the whole shenanigan things, but you know, we
Oh,
found a
no
way.
worries at all. No worries at all. And like I said, the next Tommy live stream I catch, I'm gonna name drop you guys and just see if something can happen. If it does, that's cool. If not, cool.
I
Thanks for
think
looking
Drex
out
would
for
like
us.
that.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
All right. Take care, man. See ya.
You too.
By the way, now that you're in this secret location, feel free to stay. You know.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
All right.
But all
Have a
right,
good day.
talk to you guys.
All right. We're gonna do Romer next. Let me just. Romer, you're gonna have to push to talk.
Something popped up.
Yep. All right, we can hear you now. Can you hear us? There.
He's not muted, so.
He's not muted.
And now he's gone. Oh, he's gone over to the lounge. Roma 45, was it?
Yeah. Dunk him back down to the stream room. I swear we're competent at this, guys. I swear.
Hello?
Yeah.
What up?
Gotcha.
All right, perfect. You can hear me. Excellent.
Smooth.
Hooray. Welcome to the dollhouse. The secret place. Just don't tell me.
Oh, God damn it, Phil.
Oh, man.
I like how he just sits there. He looks so innocent, right? You can never tell he just like stole the crown jewels.
Yeah.
Butter wouldn't melt, would it?
All right, Romer, how you doing, man?
What is up?
Oh, silent again.
Wait, I'm doing. Can you hear me?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
now
yeah,
we
we
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Yeah, I'm doing well. How about you guys?
We're good.
Oh, beautiful. Sorry for the request, but I've only got a few minutes, so I just wanted to make this quick.
What's that?
All right, so here's the thing. I've been on the road to Migtown for about 7 years now, and I'm about to reach.
Uh-oh.
You're about to reach a what?
Damn.
What about now?
Okay,
now
yeah.
you said I've been on the road to MGTOW.
Yeah, I've
for
been on the
last
road
7
to
years. I'm about to. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm about to reach a turning point in my life, which is going to involve me not just my career, but also the rest of my life. And this all has to do with like the COVID vaccine. So here's what's going on. I think for me, the COVID vaccine is like my cementation into becoming a MGTOW, not because I'm taking it, but quite the opposite, because I'm refusing it. And this is actually going to cause me to actually escape to Florida, where I don't have to take the vaccine and just like start a new life.
I can see that.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Like, this is actually a last ditch attempt. I've actually been forced to go into a certain career over the past 13 years because of my mom. So you know how bad that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Everything has a breaking point. Everyone has a breaking point when it comes to a career and how much you can tolerate. I'm probably one of the most patient people you'll ever meet. Gelth can attest to that, no matter how much of a prick he is. And when I say that, I mean that in a loving way possible, because we like to trash talk each other all the time.
Of course.
Yeah. So what's going to happen is I already booked my flight to Florida and an Airbnb that I'm going to stay for about a month.
Oh, wow.
Meanwhile, my parents think I'm going to go to Ireland the day before. So while they think I'm going to Ireland, I'm secretly ghosting them the next day and just escaping to Florida, like someplace in like close to Orlando or something. Doesn't matter. Just so that I can stay safe and I don't have to take a vaccine. So then while I'm there, from there on, I could just like find a local job and just stay low for the time being.
Just know that jobs in Florida are pretty shitty. Oh, I think he dropped out, but the job market in Florida is not good.
That's okay. Hey, listen, I know that.
Oh.
Oh, Roma, are you on a cell phone?
Yes, I'm on a cell phone. Thank you.
Well, he's in the middle of nowhere, probably driving.
No, I'm not driving. I'm not driving. I'm just close to like where the roads are. I'm actually in front of a building. You know what? I'll make it easier by going inside.
Well,
slick,
anyways,
slick.
just to finish up on that thought.
So, anyways, I was.
It's not like you just broke into a warehouse.
Yeah, you can say that. Anyways, what I was gonna say is like I know that the job rates are shitty, but I'd rather do a shitty job with no vaccine than a good job and have to take the vaccine. Because if I take the good job and take a vaccine, I'm dead.
Oh,
if it makes you happy, like whatever choices that you're making, then that's the way.
Well, the mental health is the big thing. Like I think Romer would know that is that you get to a point where, like he said, you look at the lesser of the two evils and you say to yourself, what actually makes me happy and makes me feel fulfilled? Because you've read articles about men and women who have left like high-powered, high-paying careers, and they were miserable, and they went and did something they actually enjoy doing, or they did it for the freedom, whatever the reason they did it. They go, I'm happier though. I don't have the money, but I'm happier.
Yeah, that's the
feel
thing.
free.
That's the thing. Like I learned from a young age, like maybe like before I turned MGTOW, that it's better to be happy than to be successful. Because success doesn't necessarily mean happiness.
I agree. I agree completely. Well, it's funny you say that, Romer, because one of the things I've talked to Phil and others about, I've talked about this on Nick's show, is that a lot of the people that come to me looking for extracurricular activities, they're successful and they're miserable. The guys are like, yo, I mean, I'm looking for some side action, Drex. You don't need chicks. And the females, well, I'm with this dude. Usually it's the husband or their boyfriend, ever. He's not doing X, Y, and Z. So this is what it's like. Why don't you just end the relationship? They're only in it for whatever it is that they're getting out of it, right? And but they're not happy. It's like that has got to be a shitty life. Is when you're doing something that you don't enjoy.
Terminology that you're using there, Drex. He's successful. By what standard? That's the thing. I mean, are we just talking economic success?
Yeah. So here's what success means socially and economically, right? From a socioeconomic standpoint, success in the West means you did the quote unquote right thing, right? You're married, you have kids, you have a job that pays you decent money and can provide for them. That's supposed to make you happy. More and more, what we're starting to see, especially with men, especially in the West, is that they're starting to say, this doesn't make me happy though. What makes me happy is playing my video games, having my hobbies, going out with my friends, doing what I want to do, right? Having my free time. I think that's what Romer's getting to.
All right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's worth more than money.
This is something that I've had a mindset for the past 9 years, and I've come to a point like, if I end up going through the success and having to take something that's going to end my life prematurely, then what was the point? Then there was no happiness at all. Like, it's best to just escape. Okay, yeah, I'll have a shitty job, but at least I'll be happy doing something that I enjoy doing because it was my choice and not someone else's choice. And this is something that's becoming more predominant with when you've been raised in an Eastern European family, which is what I was raised.
Agreed completely.
Yeah, so that's the thing. So I've been patient for 13 years. I realized I have to make a decision that's going to impact the rest of my life. My parents, they take the vaccine, they die, not my problem. It's going to suck, but it's their choice. I can't stop them from doing something like this. They can decide. But in the meantime, I have to save myself. On the plus side, I do have some investments in gold and silver and platinum. So I could use that as a backup as when I'm like renting stuff for the short term, couple of months, that should sustain me. And then when I find a job there in Florida, then I'll still be able to maintain myself while paying for an Airbnb at a reasonable rate.
Agreed.
Yeah. So I could just do that, and then I think like this for me is like my cementation into becoming a full level Migtown. For the past 7 years, I'd say I was maybe like 85% of the way there, and then with this one, I'll become Zen with Migtown, if that makes sense.
I like it.
Well,
Thank
if you completely
Roman.
turn,
Yeah,
if
just
you
wanted
turned
to
your
share
back,
that. Yeah, just wanted to share that, and let's see. Yeah, let me know when you and Gelth are up for Smash Bros.
Absolutely.
That was you, wasn't it? Yeah.
All right, and Phil, don't get too drunk.
I'll try not to, but I can't promise anything.
What time
That's
is it?
okay.
Phil, you're doing great this time.
I'm used to broken promises, anyways.
Oh, all right. On that cheery note, thanks Rob for calling in. Feel free to hang out here in the super secret place that Phil doxed, but
I will
feel
do.
free to keep hanging out if you want, because, I mean, you're welcome here.
Yeah, hey, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for this.
Much thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Demote
Take care.
and disconnect. CS Esquire, you're up next, man. Be ready to go.
Hello, hello.
There you
What up?
Hooray.
Hey, hi everybody. Congrats on the 5,000 subs, Drex. Like I said, this is your boy CS that we were talking a little bit before, and
Yes,
I just
indeed.
wanted to give you a good old congratulations and come in here and come up with something to talk about, I suppose.
Hey, thanks a million, man.
You know, it was really weird to me. I've never met anyone that could actually be worse at the internet than Ricada. So, Tim,
Oh, man.
congratulations there.
No, come on.
Challenge accepted.
Compared to Nick, I mean, yeah, I'm Stone Age, man. I'm the worst of the worst.
And yeah, I'm also wondering how many commie hit list gulags I'm going to be put on here because of what I joined.
You better not be in Koopa. Better not have a server, man.
Oh Jesus!
There is a 10th ring in hell for the members of the Dollhouse Discord server.
I mean,
That's where you want them.
The censorship is out of control. Like a quick aside, I have a buddy of mine that he somehow like tangentially got an invite to some like Donald Trump Republican server or something that he just joined. Never spoken it, never did anything, and he's like a gamer, so he has like a giant community all around like World of Warcraft and RPGs and a bunch of different things. And one day he just tries to log on to Discord and his entire account is gone. And he's like, what the hell happened?
Oh.
And he messages them and he's like, hey, you know, I run like a server with like 1,000 people in it. I can't log into my account. I can't do anything. What's going on? And they don't say anything. They didn't unban him. They didn't do anything. And then finally he figures out that like everyone that was in this random Republican, Donald Trump, whatever, like nothing radical, just like a normal, you know, the opposite of right think type forum, right? And they would just ban everyone completely. And like he can't even he logs on a different Discord account that he made now, and he can't even verify his phone number because if he verifies his phone number,
that's right.
it'll pick it up and it'll ban him again completely.
Oh,
and like
fucking shitty.
So every time he logs in, it's like, do you want to verify? He's like, oh no, can't do that. No, can't do that. It's like we've gotten to this point in society where you can't even tangentially have a critical thought whatsoever. Like it's like a video game server. Like, leave us alone. What's wrong with you?
It's more insidious than you might think, because you're not actually breaking any said laws or anything like that, or any rules. But just because we don't like it, then therefore we're going to kick you out and ban you and like censor you and all the rest of it. Now, what's worse, if you know the rules and you break them and then you get censored, that's one thing. But if you don't know what the rules are, and then they can do the same sort.
I find it far worse.
Worse than 1984, if you think about it.
Well, Esquire, I'll say this to you, and we had Ken Jennings on earlier, and he talked about bullying, and I think this goes directly into what you're referring to. Everything in this world that happens, and I do mean everything, it only happens because it's allowed to happen. You see what I'm saying? So all of this big tech censorship, this is the reason, like I show my face for this reason, because I always tell people I am the exact same guy anytime you meet me, online, offline. The reason why I say that is this. What happens if everyone starts just saying, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to be me, right? Because you can't cancel everybody because then you have no money, right?
Power goes away.
The power goes away. So why is everyone still afraid? And you know what, though? They learn this through these old Greco-Roman doctrines, okay? The way that you control people, you just harm a few and the other ones fall in line, right?
Yeah, it's the idea of self-censorship, right?
Censorship, right? I'm gonna yeet Donald Trump. I'm gonna yeet this person. I'm gonna yeet that person. Oh my God, I'm gonna comply. Just tell me what you want us to do. Eventually, you're going to appease them, right? You're gonna keep on, sacrificing your own morality and you're gonna give until you become Venezuela, right?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy up here. Like I'm up in Canada, as you know, so it's pretty nuts with the housing markets and everything that's going on. That was, easily predicted about a year ago if you had any common sense to figure out, like, just because you stop producing things, what's going to happen to everything else with the supply chain and the economy, and everyone just thinks like, oh, we'll just print money.
Print money.
Nothing bad will happen.
Do you remember what Venezuela did? They changed one regime to another, right? From Chavez to Maduro. And if you Google Maduro diet, the average Venezuelan lost 19 pounds over the year. If you think about how much, basically 20 pounds, right? I want you guys to imagine everyone that you know, think about them losing 20 pounds per year.
Sorry, guys.
That's a scary thought. Oh, what up? I just someone like glue. Someone was glowing. That was glue. Is that a fucking word? Someone was glowing. That was not glowing before.
CS Esquire, thank you very much for calling in, man. Sorry, I just had some kind of notification thing hit my earphones, my headset.
Oh.
By the way, Phil, there's someone in the welcome chat that we really want to talk to.
Okay, give me 30 seconds.
Thanks, Phil. Esquire, thank you for calling in, man.
Thanks a bunch.
Problem. Have a good one, guys. Take care.
Thank you. All right, let's get Megamax in next. Market. Market. Let's get you in next. Boop and boop. All right, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can.
Awesome. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me on. It's very generous, and congrats on 5,000. What a milestone, huh?
Yeah, I know, right? Being that show number 1 was literally me sitting in my fucking car in the driveway yapping. So, yeah, thanks to everybody who's helped us get to this point. It's kind of crazy because you start off, you don't know, if people are gonna like your content or whatever, and then just like that, like, oh shit, we're at like 5,700 people or whatever, and then damn,
Yeah, it's always fun how that works out, but you guys deserve it. You worked really hard. You're very interesting. You tell nothing but cold, hard facts, truth, which I appreciate. Something that the world is scared these days of, It's pretty hilarious at that.
Indeed.
Well, I wanted to... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You know what I was going to say? We had a guy earlier who said something about what got brought to the manosphere. I think it was Grimm. One of the things I learned a long time ago is that, okay, in a culture that hates men, right? You just have a woman parrot what you're saying, and then it becomes truth, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Like once you understand that, to give you an example, I was on Rakata's show once, and there were people who had said, there were a few people in the chat who were saying certain things about me, right? This is after I revealed what happened with my sub and her mom and all that debacle, right? And there was a guy who said that, Nick shouldn't have his kids near me and I'm a scumbag. I will never forget this. Nick's wife, Lady Rackets, who has a wrench in his chat, right? She hops in and says, Drex is a great guy. Our kids love him. They call him Uncle Drexel. All of a sudden, oh, Drex is a great guy. He must be great then, because Lady Rackets said.
Of course, all
it's
the time.
It's like unbelievable. I threw my hands up, man. But go ahead, what you going to say?
No, I just wanted to comment off of that before getting to the main subject. It's always funny. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've been to a number of friends' parties or stupid college parties, whatever party you go to these days, right? And you're just chatting with some people, some acquaintances, and you're saying something that is true, and you're thinking, okay, this is pretty much common sense, right? Everybody always knows this. And then people always say, no, that's not at all this. And then they get into like a mini debate with you where they don't want to be completely heated, but they can't help but be a little heated. And everyone's just not believing you because it's always somehow forms in a group against yourself, a singular, until some random woman, whatever it be, acquaintance, friend, some hoe down the lane, whatever, comes in barging and says, no, I actually heard this. You're absolutely right. And then that group of people will always change tune. Really? Maybe I got to change my tone. Maybe yours right.
Yep.
You know what? You are right. I did hear that in an article somewhere once ago. I just totally forgot about it. Oh, it's so dumb. It makes you just roll your eyes and just want to
I do roll my eyes.
Yeah.
Well, you notice as I've talked about on this show and Nick's show, the women are not the problem. They never have and they never will be the problem. Bitch-made simps are the problem.
Right? Correct.
So it's a problem at this point that's gone too far. So it's too far gone, right? Like the culture's too far gone. So you can only save the people that you can save and then move on, right? But what do you think is the biggest issue now with these guys who are bitch-made simps still? That simping hasn't gotten them the reward, yet guys like me, other red pill guys, get the same thing that they're simping for.
I keep thinking about this to myself whenever I play games or whatever, just trying to find an answer, and I always come up to a brain fart because whenever I try to look and expound upon an answer, I just can't find something that makes sense to where it gives a little bit of credit to maybe this is what the Sims are thinking they could get in the long run. Because when you go down those roads, no matter which path you take for a Simp, if you try to be in their shoes and try to think about it logically through their lens, it always ends up backfiring against them. They get nowhere, they get cucked, they don't get anything, they lose money, they lose respect. What is the end game? And even if they want to get humiliated, sometimes, and this is going to kind of sound really stupid. I hope it makes sense. Even when being humiliated, if they don't get humiliated in a specific way, that's also humiliating to them and not the type of humiliation that they're looking for. So I just don't understand where they're coming from or what they want out of this. And I can't help but blame society at large, because everyone knows that you got to control the people. And if society is telling you one thing, or the government or whatever, if it's a common culture consensus, well, it must be right. We got to follow the mentality of the herd. I mean, if we stray from the path, we don't want to be outliers. So of course it's okay to be a cuck. Of course it's okay to be Sims. It's okay to have my wife, girlfriend, or whatever be blown back by some bull that isn't me, because Lord knows I just can't give it to my wife at all, even though I have the same package or whatever. It's just whatever. I hope I answered your question. It's just
well, okay, so Coach Gray Adams addressed this, and it's something I've talked about before, which is, and I want your take, Phil. Do you believe that in the future, the few remaining guys who are going to be in relationships are going to be in poly relationships, whether they want to or not?
Fuck no.
Oh, really? You think guys are going to pull away? I think guys are going to be cucks. Honestly, I think the future for relationships is going to be they're going to be poly, right? Like, think about it. The woman is going to just be like this. Well, I'm going to have my side, dude, and you better accept it. Like, we're talking about, remember, Phil. I'm referring to the guys.
Are you talking about Sims, or are you talking about guys?
Yeah, Sims. I'm talking about Sims.
Okay,
So in the future, the only relationships will be a cuckold relationship, a poly relationship.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about the Sims, then yeah, they'll just put up with whatever. But to answer the question that was asked previously about, like, well, how do we address this? The only way I can think, and if this doesn't work, then there is no helping these people, is to like show them, like, be it a telephone call or a video call or something, with the woman of their desires talking to either their girlfriends or their bull, whatever it happens to be, and that these Sims hear what the woman actually thinks of them, because they will tell themselves so many lies, and if they actually hear the real truth, it might wake them up. If it doesn't wake them up, then they are a complete lost cause.
Wow, I don't know why I never thought of that. You're right. Yeah, because Phil, you know what's funny? I've said that from the opposite side, right? I always say this is what the women tell me about their husbands and boyfriends, right?
Oh, okay.
It never hit me that to wake these dudes up, just have the women just play the recording. This is your wife or girlfriend. This is what she thinks about you. This is what she actually thinks about you. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, damn.
Well, all right. Market, any last thoughts?
Yeah, just last thoughts, because I don't want to take too much of your time, even though I'm having a blast. Thank you again. I just wanted to say, Drexel, thank you for just, spreading the truth about these bitches who ain't shit, right? Because they just are just getting out of control, especially at such a young age these days. I fear for, and I've always kept a lookout for my little brother, just trying to raise him up, just trying to be on the lookout for this and that. You don't want to fall into these brainwashing tactics. You don't want to fall into this sort of method of living. They're trying to control you at such a young age, so that way they can indoctrinate you. And lucky for me and for him, he's a very smart kid. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He says he thanks me for that. I don't know about that. I'm trying my best, but I always knew that there was something wrong growing up at such an age throughout the school, right? There's something wrong. Why is it so against men, but so for women, especially when dating? I liked dating back in the day, until I started to question a lot of things, and that's when I started to wake up, but I didn't really have all the answers. I knew something was off, and for the long time, I'm like, well, it's like this. I'm not going to be a part of that, but I wish there was something more, because I feel like there's so much lessons or stuff that I'm missing. And then here you come along just telling the other half, I'm like, that is exactly, he's right. And I just couldn't see that. I knew there was something like that. So I thank you for trying to red pill and wake up because at the end of the day, it sucks to say that not a lot of people know that you're just trying to help everybody out and trying to make them not fall into these disaster pits, which I'm very thankful for. So again, thank you for that. I can take those lessons that you taught to me just through being on Nick's show and then on your own stream, and I can pass those missing knowledge that I didn't have and be like, okay, bro, this is what I learned. This is what you also want to keep a lookout for. And it's funny because even though the state I live in is much better than most places, although who knows how long that's going to last, I'm figuring maybe the next 5 years. The biggest thing that the kids these days, it makes me sound old, oh God, is he'll tell me, he says, you know what's the funniest thing that they say at school? The biggest insult is what we say to our friends and everyone: don't be a simp. Don't be a simp. Don't fall into simpatry. It's like, wow, you guys already know
kids
that.
are getting it.
Even the kids. That's what made, like, I had to like back off.
Gives you
my
hope,
brother
right?
said, it does. It gave me hope, but it also made me go, damn, that young. The innocence is gone.
Oh, dude. Well, I talked about that with Becca the ass wrecker, who's out here pegging dudes, and she goes, Drex, don't take away their hope. I go, the problem with dudes, because simping is part of male nature, right? Sacrifice, self-sacrifice. I said, at the end of the day, I said, Becca the ass wrecker, understand this: if you don't take away these young kids' hope, they're gonna start believing in unicorns and things that don't exist, like Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. So they're gonna start going, no, but my unicorn's out there. It's like, no, these hoes have been ran through, bro. Like, she's gonna kill you in divorce rape.
Yeah, and that's the worst end result.
Worst of the worst.
Market, thank you very much for coming on, man. Feel free to stay in this super secret location here.
Phil didn't.
Nobody knows what it's
nobody
called.
knows
Well, you got it. Your secret's safe with me. Thank you for it's very generous to even keep me here and have me stay on. And thank you. I'll just boot my ass out.
All right.
Thanks a bunch.
See ya. Oops. I put him in the wrong place. Let's do Mega Max next there. I know he's been waiting a while, and then we'll get down to Orlando. I know he's been waiting. But Drex, did you notice who joined at the top of the chat there?
Oh shit.
Yeah.
It
So
can't be.
We'll get to her in a second. We'll get to her.
I just got sent something very inappropriate, and I've never used the words inappropriate. Hey Phil, I can go ahead and tell everybody on YouTube this because everyone knows I'm an unabashed degenerate. So Phil, as you know, I have this this bizarro idea of a 2.5 sim that doesn't really make sense, but somehow I made it make sense. Everyone trolls me with midget stuff, right? Guys and girls, they troll me. I have a girl who just sent me a Facebook message. I don't know where she found this. I'm going to describe the scene because I can't show it, obviously. Phil, it is clearly it looks like a bedroom or a hotel, right? There's a black chick riding a black dude. There's a white chick who has like lingerie. Both of the girls have lingerie on, right? There's a black dude who is not truly a midget. He has like little children legs. I can't make this up. And he starts like dancing he's on a handstand with his little child legs, bicycling in the air, man. Phil, I got to get this video to you somehow.
Is this porn?
No. She's just trolling.
This is just entertainment.
This is entertainment on Facebook. She sent it through Facebook Messenger.
God damn it, Trex.
This is so bad, man.
This is
This should be
goblin
going
level.
to fucking Coop.
This
should be going to Koopa.
Yeah.
All
right,
I
Mega
might
Max,
need to
you're
use
in.
this in court.
Absolutely haram, I would say, on that one, Drex. But yeah, just I don't know,
man,
give
this
me
is bad.
whatever time I was supposed to have on the last show left, and we'll just knock on to the Ann chick after me. So that should
Oh
work.
yeah, what do you want to get to?
Let's see. It's more just surprising that any dude would want to get pegged by some chick. Like, I don't get how you become a bitch boy as the, which is what the original name, well, the local name for the Thai lady boy is just bitch boy, which to me is hilarious. Though, if you ever somehow end up in, I forget which country it is that has Amsterdam, this is just a general warning for all you dudes who end up going to Amsterdam because you want to smoke weed every day because you're lead weagle types, and you want to get one of them fine European prostitutes. Pay attention to what light the merchandise is under.
Yeah,
because
I can actually attest to this. There's a slight light change, and it means such a world of difference.
Oh yes, because one of the guys I worked with at a Chili's dish as like a Chili's dish guy, he was telling me about a trip that he and his friend went to Amsterdam. Now the thing with Amsterdam is like you take the train, you get off of it, and 4 blocks over is the red light district where all the bounty Mount Wow happens. And so they were walking around the light district, and they caught, this cute looking petite chick in the window, and they were, playing with her of, oh, hey baby, that sort of thing, like waving at her, pointing at her, that, and she was doing it back to her, and some guy down the street starts laughing at him. And there's like 2 black gentlemen. It's like, what's he laughing about? Oh, he's probably nothing. Let's continue. So they keep on doing it for a bit, and then once they stop, the dude's still laughing at him, and so they walk over to the dude. It's like, dude, what the hell are you laughing at us? And it's like, that's a man, you fucking morons. What? Weren't you paying attention to the lights? No, it was a blue light, right? Yeah, that's a man, you dumbass. Pink is for women, blue is for men. So
you know what though? At least he told him though. Honestly, at least he told him.
Well, it's understandable how this happens because there's no like line of paint going across the pavement, and you literally go from the girls' area into the guys' area, and it looks the same apart from those lights above the doors.
Yep.
And to all intents and purposes, you're seeing this what looks like a female. She's got titties and all the rest of it, and she's shaking herself to you, come hither motions and all the rest of it. But you've just got to be ready for this.
Yeah,
like
once you get to the room, you drop your pantses, and then she has a bigger dick than you, which obliges
would
you
that
to
not
get
be the
fucked in
worst?
ass.
Dude, you know what? Here's the thing. At some point, Mega Max, I'm gonna find the person who knows someone or saw it happen, right? Like yeah, my buddy went in there and it went down. Like he undressed, she undressed, and the schlong was there. I've got to find that person that had that happen.
The dresser.
Well,
you hear it slap like the table like a dunce.
Redo of healer style.
It doesn't
Bend
matter
over,
actually,
sweetie.
because the money's been handed over before the clothes come off. So by the
Yeah.
time the panties go down, you can see that schlong. You're like, oh shit, I'm walking out, and you've already paid. So he doesn't care.
Someone in the chat says at least they didn't swap saliva like Drex did.
Hey, look, man, that was a rough time.
Well,
Hey, Mega Max, did I tell you? I don't know if you saw that in the chat. Because Facebook is an evil corporation, has an evil algorithm. Due to me knowing Miss San Diego, it said, "Hey, here's a friend suggestion," and it was the creature from Thads. No bullshit. Tim knows.
Wow.
Tim saw.
Yeah, I saw the first.
Dude, I can't make this shit up. Phil, Phil, I'm gonna send you pictures. I want you to say if you can just differentiate.
Did you destroy your Facebook profile there and then?
Oh, dude,
He burnt his whole. He burnt his tablet. That's why we had to buy.
Well, hey, how about for like the million viewer special? You get that Thads chick on, or the Thads ma'am on,
dude,
and you guys relive your greatest, worst moments ever.
Well, you know what's wild is that. Here's the thing, like I'm so detached from it that because here's the thing, if you had asked me to describe what this creature looked like, I wouldn't have been able to tell you, right? But the moment I saw it, it's truly PTSD. I was like,
floods back.
Hey, I kid you not, the whole experience flashed before my eyes. Like, because remember, I could, if anyone would have asked me, Drex, what does she look like? I could. You guys notice? Do you remember what I said when I did the first day of Thotmas? I was like, I can't describe what she looks like. I could describe the form, right? The feminine figure, blah, blah, blah. But I could not describe the face, right? I was like, yeah, I mean, it looked like a chick. Fast forward till, what was that, 3 days ago when that shit popped up in my Facebook suggestions. You see that and you're like, oh, God. Because I saw the name, right?
The warning signs that you all missed.
Yeah, you're
the
like,
toilet
wait a
seat
minute.
left up.
Oh, shit, man. I'm glad I never went through it.
All right.
It never shakes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for calling in.
Thanks a million.
I know we cut you short on the Google chat there, so you're lucky. You're one of the few who get a second go.
You were trolled. Yep, thanks, man. Yeah, I'll probably come back in 2 hours or so and see if you guys are still going
It's
through.
Drex and Phil. They'll still be going. By the
Oh,
way,
yeah.
see you, Matt. See ya.
Yeah, take care.
Orlando Eastwood, you're up next. Also, I just got a DM from a surprise guest who we're gonna try and get in here. He said he's busy right now, but he's gonna try and make it in about 3 hours.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, just to tease you guys a little bit. You know me, I'm such a tease.
You blue balling them?
Oh, yeah, like you blue ball everyone ghetto gaggers. Orlando, unmute yourself. Can you hear us? No? Yeah, we can't hear you. Oh, hang on. Let me try and fix something here. Let me just do that, and then that. Try again. Maybe your phone or your headset is muted. Man, he's waiting this whole time. Waited this whole time, and then he fumbled at the 1 yard line, Drex.
Oh, I've got to figure out how to save. I'm gonna Phil. Now you know you're my brother from another mother. So if I have to suffer through something, so do you. You have got to see this.
Why not?
I'm about to see how. Okay, I got to be able to save this thing somehow. Is there a way to save this?
Okay, now he's
Forward.
deafened.
Wait, can you not save videos from Facebook? If someone sends you a Facebook like video, you can't save this shit.
It's not easy. You have to like kind of do some things, and you'll get like a download option, but it's not easy. It's not readily accessible. Also, if you're on a desktop computer, you literally can just right click and get the hyperlink. To the
Yeah,
element.
yeah. See, because on my phone it doesn't work, so I'll have to put Facebook on my desktop here. Phil has to suffer through this. This is too uniquely degenerate not to see.
Orlando, can you speak? We can see you're not muted.
Oh, I think.
Can you speak?
It's not working. He says. All right, we'll skip him.
Oh.
Just DM me if you happen to get it working again. We'll just skip you. Sorry, man. I'll just undo that. Yeah, he's gonna restart his device. Okay. Just hop back in when you're restarted. We'll go to Fracture. You want to talk, man? I see you're in here. Let's.
Fracture's one of my guys.
Oh, okay. Is this gonna be safe for work? Fracture, can you hear us?
Fracture.
I heard something, but not a voice.
Yeah, I heard. There it is.
Kind of heard you.
Right, do a mic check. We can hear you.
It sounds like his phone is in his pocket or something.
My microphone's on. I'm pretty sure everyone can already hear me. I just don't.
Oh, now we can hear you.
There we go.
Yeah, now we
I don't really have any talking points to mention, so.
Well, you want to thank us for 5,000 subscribers?
Well, you're technically at 5,760 now, so congratulations on that, and congratulations on surpassing it.
Oh, much appreciated. You have any like random thoughts of the day that have shown you the light?
I see what you did there, Drex.
Yeah. Random thoughts of the day, Mr. Fracture.
Most of the time I'm not really paying attention to thoughts, so I don't really. Nah, not particularly.
See, Fracture. Here's my take. The thoughts actually they tease out the male behavior, right? So the reason why I believe that you need thoughts around at all times is because, as Phil said, you go into an environment with a bunch of guys who claim to be something, and then see how they react to the women there, and that can give you some insight. So, Fracture, have you seen guys in your own social circle or your area kind of just being done with the whole thing? Because I've been noticing that a lot.
I'm assuming you mean in my in my own neighborhood and in my own IRL life.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you
No.
still see guys trying to date or kind of do that stuff? Like, oh, I'm trying to take a girl out. Or do you see guys just kind of be like, nah, I'm good?
Oh, shoot.
I haven't really been noticing like I don't tend to hang out with many people. Well, I know a friend of mine in IRL. Well, he got a girlfriend like what 8 months ago, and that's been a thing for a while. So, but outside of that, I think it does seem in the guys in the UK are getting a little bit more red pilled, which is like finally.
Right.
So there's that.
That's kind of going with what Phil was saying, and so was Figbat. Like, there's just been like this. It's a subtle awakening that you can just see it more and more. Like, I believe the red pill should act like a cancer, right? That like all the guys who are red pill just start latching onto other guys, similar to what feminism did to women, and turning guys red pill, just like feminism turned women into feminists.
You actually, I was going to say euphemism or a metaphor that you're using there, it actually works really quite well, because with the cancer thing, the red pill thing, it takes hold and it spreads. And it's not until it's taken over about 90% of the entire host that it really starts to kill it off.
Yep.
So you don't see it right until the end when all the guys are pretty much red pilled.
Agreed.
So we might actually still have a bit of way to go, but when you see the movement happen, it's almost going to be like overnight, and all the guys are like, you know what? Fuck you. I had enough of you 5 years ago.
Yep.
Oh man.
I agree.
Thank you for actually calling in, even though we kind of I kind of put you on the spot there.
I didn't call into anything. I've been like, I just joined this VC, and I've been mostly watching YouTube in the background.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you saw us join in. You saw that, like, you just crashed the party.
Yeah.
Hey, we appreciate you crashing, Fracture, man.
Yeah. No, it's good.
No problem.
Good to get some interaction.
Thanks,
here.
Fracture. It's good to have some input.
No problem.
All right, well, we'll fix that. You don't need to leave though, man. You're welcome. You just need to mute yourself. That's all.
Yeah, I wasn't intending to leave. I'm on push to talk.
Oh, perfect. Squall.
For once.
Squall, you're up next. Hope you're ready to go. Let me just do.
Well, that was
All
nifty.
Right. You can unmute yourself. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Hey,
Yeah.
what up?
Go with Anna next.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I think we got one more person, right? Who's that in the bottom?
Papa GX is at the bottom.
Well,
All right,
Papa
is he
G's
going?
one of mine. Well, let's ask him if he wants to speak.
If he wants to speak, go ahead.
He's one of my best, actually, but like he might have just been listening. He does this a lot.
Yeah.
Papa G, did you actually want to contribute?
Or just come and thank us. Or congratulate us, I mean. Thank us. What the hell?
Either or.
So, someone on YouTube's like, holy shit, a 5-hour stream, typical Phil and Drex.
And what were you expecting?
Exactly.
That's the thing, Phil.
I'll hit a super chat.
Papa
really
G's eating, so we'll skip him.
Okay, yeah, so up to Anna then. Let me promote Anna, and then we'll just do that. Anna, unmute yourself. Can you hear us?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh,
Anna, what's up?
Hi,
How have
it's
you
been
been?
a while.
A long while. I think, when's the last time we talked to you on Nick's show?
Oh my goodness. Maybe a couple months ago, if I remember.
No, it's way longer than that.
It's been longer. Oh.
It might have been a year. Well, that I was on. You might have said something to Nick, but I wasn't there.
Is Anna something of a celebrity in the Rakata server?
I am?
She is, because so Phil, I told Anna when she called into Nick's show for the first time, right? I think Anna had emailed Nick, and then he said, Drex, well, I'll wait till you're here because she has a question or something, right? So we brought Anna on, and I said, Anna, I mean, I have to admit, you have the best voice I've ever heard. She's a voice made for radio, right? And Anna represents the smallest percentage of women, literally, Phil, on planet Earth now. Because these chicks are just turbo thoughts. So much love to you, Anna, for not going down
You're
that
a virgin.
Just out her like that, Phil. Jesus.
Yeah, just out her.
I want to apologize in advance. I mentioned to Tim
Oh, well, you just cut out, so
you
I don't know.
roboted.
that
I'll
my
never know
internet
what you...
has been very poor. So if I just sometimes I won't hear you, or I'm sorry.
Yeah, you
Okay,
cut
now we
out.
can hear
You
you.
said you were gonna you wanted to apologize for something, then you cut out.
Oh yeah, I was gonna apologize for the internet. My internet's been very poor.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, that's
My
why.
dad started working from home, and he's been eating up all the internet, and it's just been awful. That's why I haven't been able to, unfortunately, go on your YouTube podcast. I've been wanting.
Yeah, we'll get.
Well, we're gonna
Anna
have
in
you
when-
on as a
when you're
guest
able.
one of these days, Anna. We're gonna have to. We'll have you as a guest. We'll do an interview. The Anna and Migtown podcast. We'll have to have you on because Anna, you're the last of a dying breed. What does that feel like?
It's lonely over here. I have faith though because I hear about Miss Leximus. I wish she'd start a podcast. I would love to listen to her and her husband or boyfriend.
Yep, boyfriend now.
Boyfriend,
It'll be a husband eventually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Rontoya.
but I would
It's
love
not a
for them
Rontoya
to
thing.
start a podcast.
Yeah, this is an Iran and Monica thing where they 8-year engagement.
Oh no. But yeah, but when I go on the podcast, I'm hoping to one day talk about. I got a new job at a little bridal shop.
They're still open?
People
Oh,
still
wait, you broke up
sipping
a
and
little
getting
bit.
married, man.
Wait a minute. Who wait, hold on, Anna. Hold on. We push pause. Safety timeout.
Oh.
Who's getting married? Who are these
Who?
people?
All these simps.
You say,
Oh.
who are these fucking simps, Anna? Talk to me.
No, that's what I wanted to talk about.
Oh,
A lot
please
of
do.
people, I haven't seen a lot, but from what I've seen, a lot of women come in looking for wedding dresses, either for their second marriage, or they're older women, they're overweight, and a lot of them don't even wear their wedding ring. And they brag about it. They're like, oh yeah, I left it at home, and it's great.
Now, Anna, being that you have all this red pill knowledge from being here or on Nick's show, what do you know all of these women to truly be?
Like the kind that walk in the store. Oh wait.
So you listen
cut
to
out
me,
again.
you listen
I'm
to
sorry.
Nick. Oh, I'm sorry. So you've listened to me, you've listened to Nick. When these women show up at your bridal store and they're not wearing a wedding ring and they're overweight and they're saying and doing X, Y, and Z. Now that you know what you know, right? Like you may not have known this 3 years ago, but now that you know what you know now, what do you think about these women now when you see them?
I understand why MGTOW exists. I also understand why guys don't approach me anymore.
Oh yeah, approach game is over.
Yeah, I'm starting to realize that my generation is not the best generation, and everything you're saying is true. I thought, oh, maybe he's wrong about this. Maybe he is, but no, you're right. It's the sad truth. And a lot of people at work, there's one woman in particular. Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep, we got you fine.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, could you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
no
it's
problem.
bad. I'm so sorry. The internet's just awful. But where I was going with this, even the women at work, they're lovely. I actually really like my employees who I work with. But there's one woman in particular who stands out. She's married, and she talks about how she likes to sleep around. She has Tinder, she goes on apps, and I think she's telling a story at some point and said, oh, well, I almost got to sleep with one of my best friends, another woman, and my husband was encouraging it.
Jesus Christ.
I cut out.
that poor-
Do I keep cutting out?
Yeah, you do.
You cut out. You cut out right after
Yeah.
you said. You got to the good part. You said something about best friend, and my eyebrow peaked up.
One of my employees' best friend, she was bragging about how she almost got to sleep with her, and her husband was encouraging it. And I think that story led to, oh, I almost had a threesome with my husband, but I did it once, and I can't do it again because I got pregnant.
He better hope it's
And
his.
well, one day
mandatory
her
paternity
husband-
tests.
No, one day her husband came into the store with her daughter, the kid's not his. You can just look at the kid. You could look at the kid and go, "Oh no!" And to make it worse, he's a simp. I'm starting to recognize them, Drex.
I bet.
I didn't recognize them before. All I recognized were when you first brought up simps. I'm thinking, oh, the guys in high school kind of acted like that. And then I sent you the email saying I actually saw one in a grown man who was like in his 40s, and I said, oh my gosh. And I'm starting to realize how many there are, and it's scary.
So with that, would you say as a woman, and this is generally for women, that women have a sort of snow blindness to simps and the behavior until it's actually thrust upon them?
Yeah. And I think they don't really realize that. Either they don't realize it or they're in denial or they like it. Like the woman who said who's married.
Yeah.
Like, sorry.
So which one
I
did you?
mentioned the woman who was married at work. I'm certain she knows she's married to them.
All women know that with who they
Which one
marry.
did she want? Yeah. Oh, yeah, they do. They definitely do.
Okay, Anna, do you know what you said earlier that actually highlights this? You said they're all older, right?
Yeah.
Do you know when you're supposed to be married as a woman?
Hopefully by the age of 25.
Yeah. You're supposed to be getting married young. Do you know what age the guy you marry is supposed to be?
Like 30, maybe?
He just needs to be older. So as a general rule of thumb for men, your wife should be half your age plus 7 years, right? It comes from the Chinese. So if a guy is 30, right? What's half of 30? 15 plus 7. So 22 should be the age that he should go, this is my max for a 30-year-old, right? A girl your age in that 22-ish range, if you get with a guy who's 35, that's perfectly okay. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
These women who are older, you have to understand, Anna, this is how this works. The only men that are going to be available to older women are beta male cuck simp manginas, right? The real men won't go for them. Like think about it. Go look around at all your wealthy men, right? You don't see Leo DiCaprio getting married. There's a reason for that, right? All the men that women really want. You said this yourself, right? You said, Drex, what I'm seeing is you're starting to see a great divide, right, Anna? You got the red pill guys that women actually want. Those are the men that you actually want, right?
Oh, definitely. But they're not. I can't find them.
Yeah, because they're hiding. So Anna,
and if they hide,
oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
They hide in plain sight, right? So you've come across these men, right? Like in your day-to-day life, you knew that they gave off masculine energy, right?
Yeah, but because you've mentioned before, I'm black, and I think they're afraid of. I don't know. We have a bad reputation.
Oh, it's earned. No, I will say this though, Anna. The way that you get around that, you shouldn't have as big of a problem because your voice is feminine, right? Where black girls get into trouble is the fact that a lot of them give off extremely masculine energy, right? Because you don't have that, you shouldn't worry about that much. But just know the women who came before you did far more damage than you can ever imagine. And Phil and I have talked about Me Too before. Anna, you have to understand how big Me Too is. Me Too literally killed face-to-face meetings.
Yep.
It's over. So Phil, you've heard about this, right, Phil? Where now guys are like, if they're gonna meet a chick, they want to make sure it's online, and this is the reason. They want to have a paper trail, right?
In a public place where other people can see them and they can verify that they didn't do anything wrong.
Yep. Yeah, because Becca the Ass Wrecker tried to shame me for saying that, she said that this actually goes for Anna, ties into what she said. So Anna, we had our pegging guest, Becca the Ass Wrecker, come on. And
I heard I listened to the podcast.
Oh, Anna, big fan of the show.
To it.
First off, Anna, what did you think about all that?
It was so funny.
Actually, Anna, I got a super chat. I got a super chat to ask you.
Go ahead.
Well, someone informed me that I missed their super chat a while back, and I'm like, wait, this is appropriate, so I'll bring it in right now. So Pixie says, I want to know how you feel about the lady Toye. I want to watch my hubby's D and a chick while I sit in a corner and watch. Shameful? Anna, thoughts?
You broke up. There's a lady Toye.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, there's so Ron likes to sit in a corner and watch the bull prep Monica, right? So what about the opposite of that? Yeah, a woman watching someone else smash, or watching their husband smash another woman.
That's a thing.
A cuck queen. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's getting bad out here. Anna, these streets are real, man.
Well,
Drex, what do you think?
The reaction that we're hearing now, this is what most men should feel about cuckoldry, and yet so few do.
Yeah.
Just no, fuck no, and again, fuck off, no.
Bill, these guys are too far gone. And, Anna, I've talked about, I actually mention you more often in a lot of our shows. I mentioned you and like Miss Lex and Miss Lady Rackets because there are so few quality women left, right? And
Wasn't there was an emailer. I can't remember which show it was, but she was like me, right? She emailed Tim.
Ooh, Tim, do you remember that?
What?
She says Anna says there's an emailer who emailed that remind. Yeah, you remember that one?
Not exactly. I know I've emailed with Anna once before.
I would love to get to know her. We could start a little pity club.
Yeah.
And then maybe.
I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea, Drex. They really should meet.
Yeah, right. Well, one of the things
like it could take Anna down a dark path.
Yeah. I don't want to. As long as you don't end up near Koopa, okay? He's off limits. Koopa is off limits. And Goblin amputee porn, we're gonna shame him forever for that.
I didn't know what that was until you mentioned it.
Don't ever Google it. No, don't
Google it.
I didn't. I'm afraid to Google it. I'm afraid. So I only have so much of my innocence left. So.
At the risk of being a doomer, if you've got some girls who are actually worth serving, don't put them all in one place because then you can take them out really quickly. And there are feminists who will do that.
Oh,
there really are.
Phil bringing down the whole stream.
I also point out that the first time I saw Phil on stream is the first time I saw a real life doll.
Really?
And when I saw him, when I saw the background, I went, "Oh, who's his friend?"
That's penance, don't you know?
It was a doll.
They look.
They
look. Was there well, Anna, was there a part of you that was like this? Like, how come that girl's not moving?
Oh.
That's because Phil gave her the
why didn't
cut out again?
Why didn't you just think, well, that's obviously a WM doll with head Eddie 5. Everyone knows that.
I don't know. It took me like 5 seconds to realize, wait, that's not a person. Wait, that's a doll. That's Phil's doll. He makes those. I don't know.
I don't just make them, darling.
You're talking to someone who hesitates to go into Spencer's. So.
Well, Anna, do you see more and more guys going that route?
Yeah, definitely. And I don't
just
blame
being like,
there are women who go into my bridal shop and they're mad that we don't have their size, and that's why I don't blame them.
But like barn size.
I've had women go in and rant at me, someone who's a dress size 4, of wow, there are way too many dresses for skinny people. Am I right? And I have to nod and say yes.
What's the biggest girl you've had in there?
Oh goodness, I think someone asked for a size 26.
Oh,
before.
Damn! How big is 26? Is that about 350 for a woman?
Oh my goodness, I don't.
How
I
big
don't
is
really
26?
know. Like, think of 26. I think my dad could wear that dress, or if not. But
I think spherical, like like a planet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phil, how could
do you know Tess Holiday?
Yep.
We've heard
Those
of her.
are the
She's
kind
anorexic.
of women sometimes I see walking.
Yeah. Anna, do not shame her. She's anorexic. Remember. What you did hear about that, right? That Tess Holiday claims she's anorexic. Yeah.
I said next week she's going to be a meth addict.
I also started watching. Was it him? All right, I started watching 2 other channels. It's a Gundam and Clownfish TV. I've been starting to watch a lot of
Yeah, Clownfish
It's
is
a
great.
Gundam's a good guy. I like
Yeah,
his stuff.
It's a Gundam's good
Kevin
too.
Samuels.
Kevin Samuels.
Oh, he's great.
Anna, listen, Anna. I'm saying this. I'm praying.
Oh.
The reason why, Anna, I tell you to get away from these German shepherds, right? I told you to tell your brother to go to Minister Jap's channel, right, to find out the truth of the German
He just kind
shepherd.
of looked at me and said, "Okay," and that
Anna,
was it.
Understand this. I don't want you near these German shepherds. I don't want you to go down that path, because you know what happens if you go down that path? You will end up on Kevin Samuels 15 years from now, right?
Oh,
and we don't want you to have that fate. We don't want you to have that fate.
They are Borg, aren't they? And you will be assimilated.
Yeah, right. Like, well, you know what though? I bet you, Anna, if we were to ask you, what do all of your aunts and just the black women around you, what do they all want you to say and do?
Well, that's the thing. I don't have a lot of black women in my. Well, we're black, but they're very, very fair skinned.
Well, you told us the story once, didn't you? Didn't you email in with a story?
Well, she had a picture because Anna's very fair skinned.
My mother is also fair. When I ask my mom, what's our heritage? She'll just say black, and I'll look at her and say, "Are you sure?" And so she'll say yes. So I don't really have all the answers. But anyways, the story I sent you was long story short, I went to the store with my mom. She met up with an old friend who happened to be a judge, and she was with her husband, and she was very dark skinned. Her husband was white, and he was a simp, and you could just tell. And I again, like I've mentioned in the email, I've never seen an actual like grown man simp before that close in the wild. It was quite the experience.
That's very BBC.
In the wild. I love your terminology. In the wild.
All right, Anna. Thank you so much.
Jarring. Oh,
yeah, don't worry, Anna. We'll have you on for the one-on-one. We'll get you on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to get her and Miss Leximus on.
I'd love to speak with her. She needs to give me tips. My channel?
Yeah. Plug your channel. Let everyone know where to find you.
Oh, I don't have a channel. Not like I don't have anything.
Not yet is what you meant to say. Not yet.
Not yet. I would love to start one, but because I'm so inexperienced with relationships, I wouldn't know.
Trust me, it's a good thing.
Oh.
It's a good thing. If you were experienced, you'd be broken. Have you ever seen female channels? They're terrible.
They're funny.
Cynthia G.
I watch them to.
You watch them to laugh, right?
Yeah, because they're ridiculous.
Yeah, they're horrible. But yeah, thanks for coming. Like I said, Tim will reach out. We'll definitely get you on an episode and get you and Miss Leximus here in one place.
Sure, I would love that. Thanks for having me on today.
Thanks a bunch, Anna. Have a good one.
Take care.
You too. Bye.
Last of a dying breed.
Yep.
A black girl that's feminine with a sweet voice.
Hey, Trucker Rob, you want to go?
Trucker Rob's another one of mine.
Yeah, but he's also an artist.
He's popped up with us too. Yeah.
Yeah. But I know he didn't get a turn last time around when we started over in Drex's server.
Oh, of course, he's from Ricardo's. That's how he came to mind.
Yep. We did some cross-platform advertising there. Oh, he needs to grab his laptop. What about Bowser? Bowser, you haven't gone yet, have you? You ready to go?
Nope.
Give us. You can type in either voice text chat or up in general. Doesn't matter. Oh, look at that. No super chats to hang up to catch up on.
So, Drex, is it just me? I mean, it's my first exposure to Anna. And one of the things that struck me is it shouldn't make that much of a difference, but there's usually a timbre difference in the voice. She sounds very white.
Yeah, so Anna's fair skinned, and so I would say she's a mixed girl. She's not a black girl, as in like mom is black and defended to like You know, where okay, like there's levels to this, right? Like there are Caribbean folk who have much lighter skin, blah 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 blah, right? So Anna is black, right? That being said, though, and obviously fair skin, but like the fair skin part is not what matters. What matters is this: the reason Anna and Miss Leximus sound so feminine is because they aren't out there with the body count. You see what I'm saying?
Oh god, yeah. Because I mean, you could actually be like a sweet white girl, 6 weeks with the German shepherds, and then the raspiness of the voice actually kicks in.
Yeah, yeah.
And
You've seen it, right? Like
and
they all have it.
Then you don't you never speak. It's you vomit forth your venom every time when you say something, and it's like it just sounds like hate filled. Even though when you're saying like, "Oh, hello, girl, where have you been?" and it just sounds so hate filled, and there is a phraseology to it which I know as a man I dislike, but like I mean,
it turns off all men.
It'd be interesting to hear what women think of it though, because I mean they can't think that particularly appetizing.
Well, they want to be men so bad, right? They have such penis envy that they actually think that, approaching guys and being masculine is a turn on to guys. It's not, right? And women haven't figured out that. I've talked about this. Men and women represent yin and yang. That's the difference between masculine and feminine. So I always tell women this: tell me something that you value in a man, right? And a woman will say something. I say, okay. Now, if we represent yin and yang, is he into that too? And she'll kind of look and go, yeah, sure. I go, let me say it again. We are yin and yang. Does he value what you value? And then she stops. She goes, no. I go, exactly. I said, you can prove this by using anything that represents duality, right? So prime example, Phil. Dating market. Being a tall man, does that help you or hurt you on the dating market? Oh, Phil, you're muted.
Sorry, push to talk again, isn't it? Yeah, absolute help. As a guy.
As a guy, right? Now watch this. So Phil, if men and women represent yin and yang, what must also be true? If we represent yin and yang, if a woman is tall in the dating market, what does it do to her chances?
Well, that's going to make her more masculine, so therefore that's going to hurt her chances.
Well, even if she's feminine, even if she's just tall and, let's say she has a volleyball player bod, right? Let's say she's an even 6 foot. Very well built. She looks sexy, right? But she's 6 foot. So because women's hypergamy, right? We don't have that. They do, right? Because of that, she doesn't want a man shorter than her. Will she settle for one? She could when she's older, right? That's not what she wants. So let's reverse it. If as a man, if
she's
you're
going to
short,
need like a guy who's 7 foot to
correct.
actually appease.
Yeah, she wants that big top because of provision and protection, right? She can't overcome her biology, right? As a guy, it hurts you on the dating market to be short. But guess what? As a woman, if you're 5 foot tall, congratulations. Your dating pool is huge, right?
Yeah.
Because she only wants a man who's, bigger, taller, stronger, smarter than her, right? Well, when you're a 5 foot tall woman, virtually every dude you encounter is bigger and taller than you, right? There you go. It is the simplest shit. That's why when women talk about their career, I go, you do know that men don't care about your career. But I do this. I don't care. Well, Drax, what about this? And then they talk about their education. I don't care.
Well, this is the bit where Freud kind of got it wrong because he was describing penis envy. I know what he means, but he was being quite literal about it. And where a woman will emulate the masculine things that she desires in a man, thinking that she'll get the desire from a man for doing these things. It's like, well, no, I don't care.
Yep.
I just don't. And it's not restricted to the penis. It could be career, square jaw, like masculine shoulders, stuff like that. Because notice in the Eddies, we had these shoulder pads, which were going on with women, and it gave them very masculine shoulders. I remember guys were kind of looks a bit weird, don't mind. I'm not really into that. But women just thought, oh, it's fashionable, therefore I do it. And I think it's only until they lose everything that they realize, oh shit, maybe this was wrong. They can't lose half of the war or the battle and then realize, oh, maybe I was doing something wrong. They just don't see it.
No, it's why so one of the things that women lack is they lack the ability to compromise, right? So what ends up happening is a man can look at a situation and go, wait a minute, this is not going to be advantageous to me. I need to compromise, right? Women, you're right, Phil. They will literally burn everything down and then go, oh my God, I literally have. Only when there's nothing left do women say, uh-oh. Even as everything is burning, they don't stop to think, I need to stop burning this. No, they'll just keep going and going and going to the bitter end.
All right. Let's get our next guest in here.
Go ahead.
Charlie V, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Oh, there he is. What up, Charlie V?
I tried to chime in a while ago, but I'm sorry. It's probably rude of me. Well, I totally agree with you guys. I think you're right. I mean, what you mentioned before about the shoulder pads and all that, it's called projecting. Women, they're having a hard time understanding what guys like. I guess it goes both ways, but yeah, projecting. They think that if they have degrees, money, house, or whatever status, they think that guys like that. But no, we like shape, we like fertility, and yeah, I'm just gonna shut up now.
Well, Charlie, you know what's funny? Oh, go ahead, Phil.
I was going to say, it sounds cynical of me, but this is my own personal anecdotal evidence of like how women work in the world. We describe them as the empathic sex, but they can only empathize with other women. They can't empathize with men at all on any level. That's why they've never been able to understand what we want or what we need.
Correct. Well, you know, one of the things that when Charlie was saying about projection, Charlie, TFM has talked about this, and
yes,
it's something that I noticed also, which is men project also. The nice guy is a projection, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Think about
Yes.
it. Who is the nice guy at its core? Who is the nice guy? Think about it. I'm soft. I'm sweet. I'm listening. I'm understanding. I'm caring. And that's how that gets you in the friend zone forever,
Exactly.
right? He's projecting. Those are the qualities he wants in a woman. And that's what if you're raised by a single mom, that's what she's going to tell you. Women like a compassionate guy, Phil. Charlie, they want you to be nice. Give her flowers. Be a good little simp, right? That's how she won't respect you. Now, get raised by strong men, and this is what happens. Women don't go for that shit. See? And the guy goes, wait a minute. But that's what the women told me. No. Son, you don't ask a fish how to catch a fish. You ask the fisherman how to catch fish, right?
You don't even ask most fishermen. They suck.
Yep.
Yeah, right?
I mean,
So therein lies the thing.
Go on.
Oh, go ahead, Charlie.
Well, I'm just gonna say this. I think about this all the time. I have been around TFM server and all that stuff. It's like 5 years since I got quote unquote woken up, whatever, call it whatever. But it's hard to put it into words, into simple definitions. But something came up to my mind just now. I don't want to be religious, but actually in Bible, I don't know the verse or the number, whatever, but they say that women are incapable of loving. They only can receive
Respect. Yeah. They can only receive love. Yeah.
Yes.
Women are actually, like, I've told people this. I actually told Leximus this. I said, because, I told Leximus, I said, Lex, even Miss Leximus, I go, women don't actually have a soul. And he was like, wait a minute, whoa, Drex, hold on. And he talked about his girl, right? He goes, no, but listen, Miss Leximus is X, Y, and Z. And I said, hold on now. No, I go, no, Lex, I want you to think about this for a second. We get invaded, right, by the enemy. The enemy slaughters you, right? And they come into the door, kick in the door. You've been killed. What is Miss Leximus going to do? See? Because the French women did this when the Nazis came. You see what I'm saying? Women don't possess the ability to say, no. Men fight for love. And here's another example. My Dominican friend said, because I told her, I said, no, women don't actually possess empathy, which is what Phil said. And she said, that's not true, Drex. There are stories of women dying protecting kids. And I said, but watch this, though. They died protecting the kids that they know, right? Either their kids, their grandkids. They know those kids, right? Women will not put themselves on the line for just random kids. Only men will do that. See?
There definitely is that, but there's even times where if you take away any watching eyes from a woman, and she'll walk away from her own children.
She will. Yeah. Men and here's the thing. men will do these same things too, right? What separates men from women is that men always hold other men accountable, right? That's why deadbeat dads are not propped up by men. But yet you could be a mom just by existing on earth as a woman and having kids. You could be the worst mom ever. When women go into an all-female prison, Charlie, no matter what she does, there is no recourse. As a man, we all know there are certain crimes that even criminals won't allow you to do. When you get locked up, they're going to kill you, right?
Man, I have the best metaphor. You probably heard it. Men are no. Hold on. Women are human beings, and men are human doings.
Yep, absolutely. We men always have to do something. Like if I said, "Hey Tim, how long do you think you could go after retirement doing nothing?" Most guys can't even last a month. I'm so glad I'm finally done. I'm done. Tim, how long do you think you could last?
I think maybe 3 days. I think 3 days of doing literally nothing.
Literally nothing,
Just kind of
right?
sitting on a couch, lounging around. Like no cell phone, no TV, no console, right? Just
just sitting there, just literally doing nothing, right?
3 days.
You would go
max.
crazy.
Yeah, I would.
It's dangerous for men to because my mom used to tell me as a kid, she goes, "Idle time is the devil's workshop," right? So I came to realize that only applied to men. Women are perfectly content literally sitting at a beach doing nothing, right? Literally nothing. Men can't. Phil, Charlie, how long do you think you can sit at a beach right now? You're okay. So I sent you on a flight. You are over in let's say Lake Como, Italy, right? You're hanging out. How long can you just sit there doing nothing?
You're so right. Yeah, forget about it. A second, a day. Yeah, I mean,
A day is max, right? Maybe
I'll
two.
go nuts.
Cross, I can manage an hour. I've done this a number of times as I've flown to like a lot of places around the world, and I'm an hour on the beach, and I've got to start walking up and down the beach just for some sort of mental stimulation.
Yep.
It's the male
Hoping
ADHD.
that something happens.
Like we have to build, destroy, but we have to do something.
Yes.
Something has to be done. It doesn't matter what
Charlie.
that something is. Something.
Thank you so much for calling in, man.
Thanks, Charlie. We appreciate it.
Oh no, forget about it. I love this. I mean, I think we're on the same page, and we are.
All right.
Good man, Charlie.
Right
Take
on.
care, man.
Thank you. Bye bye.
There we go. For those curious too, every time I demote you, I have to move you into the lounge and then back here for the permission to take effect. So that's why you guys get kind of shunted around all the time. Let me promote Orlando. I think he's got his stuff fixed up. Let's try to get him in. Shunt him over. Bring him over here. Can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you.
Shout out to Dollhouse New Zealand and Hard Yakka for helping me troubleshoot. Thank you very much. I want to say, first off, congratulations on the 5,000 subs, Tim and
Much
Drek.
appreciated.
Want to say two things. The wall is real and the unicorn is dead.
Drex, do you want to argue those points?
Fuck no.
So, I've been in 3 engagements within the past 18 years that I've been dating. 2 of them are persona non grata to me. My baby mama just left me right after my birthday in the middle of this pandemic.
Ooh.
Barely will let me see my son. His birthday was 2 weeks ago. Wouldn't let me see him on his birthday. Wouldn't let me call to tell him happy birthday or that I love him. So she brings him by a few days later. Doesn't pay attention to him while she's here at the house. She's looking on her phone constantly. And before this happened, I decided I was going to be a little charitable and give her $100 for child support. So as soon as I hand her the $100 back in the bedroom, she gets snippy with me, tells me, "Oh, I found another guy, and he's a lot better than you." So what I did was some Patrice O'Neill logic. I go to her cold and calmly and say, "Good, not my problem." Has an instant deer in headlights look where she realizes I didn't respond the way she wanted me to respond.
Yep.
And she goes, "Well, he's treated me nicer than you ever have." And I said, "Okay, good. You found a simp and a beta male cuck who was willing to take my sloppy seconds off of my hands." And
Yep.
she turned, that smirk turned into pure horror. She started calling me asshole and douchebag and took my son and left the house.
Of course she did.
So
Yeah, put the kids
she's
in
been
the
on the
middle of it.
text message. She's been on the text message binges for the past, I don't know how many days now, because it's been a week. So my responses to her have been, you're $70,000 in debt. Find a guy who thinks that's sexy and then come back to me and tell me how that works out for you.
Oh, you know what you got to do though, Orlando? Let us know when she starts sending the nudes, because it's coming.
Without a doubt. All the debauchery that she's learned came from me because I've been engaged twice before. So yeah, I know all this shit. And it's reaffirmed to me that relationships are dead, especially with all this COVID stuff. It's dead. There's no point in it. And I tried to go out with 2 women that were my age. And you know what they both told me? Oh, I want kids before I'm 35. I'm not ready to settle down for that shit.
Oh, don't do it, man. Protect your
No.
seed. Protect your seed.
But yeah, but thank you guys. I'm sorry, Tim, for bugging you. Thank you very much, everybody. I might be starting a podcast soon, so we'll see how that all goes.
Well, as
Thank
soon
you
as
very
you
much.
know, we'll let you shill yourself on the show, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, will do. You all have a good night.
Have a
You
good
too,
night,
buddy.
You too.
I'll just pull them back in. Okay. A couple super chats to hit before we go on. I think someone is going to try and filter in late, so we'll just wait for them. Angry Baneling says, Drexel, if men and women represent yin and yang, does that mean Fudas are both, and as such, are they best of both worlds?
Nope,
Hashtag
because they can't
Fuda.
reproduce.
Hashtag no balls.
They can't reproduce, man. This is my issue with the trans community. When someone says trans women are real women, you don't have, okay, what separates women from men, Phil? Ultimately, it comes down to not just the sex organs, but it's the ability that women can reproduce and men can't.
There is that. I mean, if we get the technology where we can actually change someone at a chromosomal level, then I'm going to understand that there is something as a trans community. But at the minute, you're just masquerading as something that you're not.
Yeah, I masquerade as a masculine presenting transgender lesbian.
Yeah, man. Well, one of the things I find funny is that there are men that do that are women better than women, and that's sad. That's kind of disturbing because it doesn't work the other way around.
Yeah.
Alan Page.
All right. Oh God. Leximus has sent a chat in. I remember when you told me that, referring to Miss Leximus and your World War II reference.
Absolutely.
Sheepsidian has chatted. Thank you very much for the chat. I got fired from my job and started working on my YouTube channel immediately when I got home. I think we're in reference to that we can't sit still for a week.
Yeah.
Shadow, I'm going to say Goof? Yeah, Shadow Goof says, facts. When I was 21 and lost my first job, I tried to take a break. After a week, I couldn't stand and got another job.
Yep.
A week. Like, we just can't sit still.
I lasted 4 days after my appendix was removed. That was 2017. I had my appendix removed. I literally sat, Phil, for it was day 3. By day 3, I called work and said, I know I had surgery and I'm removed. However, you better find me something to do. I literally told them, just find anything.
No, you're going to have to think about this then, because my response to all of this would be you didn't have any hobbies that you could do. Because if this is the case, I've got like a friend of mine who is paid off his house.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably still got another 10 years worth of work left in him. And he still wants to go in 5 to 6 days a week. I understand that he likes the camaraderie with the guys, right? But he could work 3 days a week and he could spend 3-4 days fishing or whatever the hell it is that he wants to do. And so I understand that a lot of guys would just say, I can't do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of guys, their hobbies would be good enough. Now, if you can't find a hobby to spend your time with, what are you going to do when you retire?
Yep.
Because I see these guys, They don't know what they're going to do, so all they do is they sit in front of the TV and watch rerun after rerun after rerun, and they're dead within about 7 years.
Yep.
And you paid all that money into that pension scheme to die within 7 years. You're like, fuck right off. I want to live another 50 years after I retire.
Right. Yeah. The hobby still went though. I told them I just wanted to actually get up because so my issue was this, Phil. I love being physical, right? That's my thing. When I had the appendix removed, I was on a weight restriction. So anything I wanted to do, like, things that I enjoy, all require me to I have to be able to move something, right? Now I was on a 20 pound. I was on a 20-pound weight restriction, right? Well, everything that you're gonna lift basically, for a man is gonna be over 20 pounds, right? So there's only, I didn't want to just sit at home playing video games or watch movies because everything that I enjoy doing requires me to be physical. So I said, just find me something to do. So whereas if it was some other kind of a surgery where I was able to still lift, that would have been easy. I could have, take me off. I'll take a month off, get, doing my hobbies, still lifting. But I was literally just like almost like a wimp. I had to be a wimp because you don't want to build up one side of your body or whatever, because of course your appendix being in the abdominal area, it takes away a lot of what you want to do. Kind of getting back. You ever seen a guy with back surgery? It takes away like everything, like little things, right? Like if a guy had back surgery, like fusion surgery, and you told him to cook. Have you ever seen a guy who try to cook after back surgery, Phil?
Yeah.
You've seen it, haven't you?
Drex, you're gonna need back surgery if you keep slouching like that.
Yeah.
As the night goes on, you slump lower and lower in the camera frame.
No. Here's the funny. I'm actually leaning forward. So look, if I slump, I can't slump. I'm leaning. So look, if I lean back.
Yeah, now we can see your face.
Yeah. It's me leaning toward the mic because this stupid pillow behind me keeps sliding.
Well, I told you to get a scissor arm so that you could lean back properly.
Man, look.
You don't listen to me.
Scissor arms and shit.
Oh, I'll scissor you one.
Yeah.
On that note, let's move over to Trucker Rob. He said he's got his laptop and is ready to go. So.
All right.
Oh God, we're having way too much fun. Trucker Rob, can you hear us? Unmute yourself.
Hello there.
Hey.
Hurrah.
Hello to you.
Go on, everybody. Apologize. I just got home not too long ago, so I haven't been listening in as often as I should have been.
No, you're
Don't
all
worry.
good.
No one could have sat. We're 6 hours now. No one could have sat through all of that except us.
Well, I normally catch all of the Phil stuff on the replay when I'm driving my truck normally, but it's Saturday, so normal life stuff's kicking in.
Well, it was the first for me, I must admit, because it's the first time ever in, the secret place, the dollhouse, that we actually had a woman actually in here.
Oh, is it really?
I thought we had a woman.
We did have one more before, but she's pretty much into her male dolls. So she's more of a doll person than I tend to think of as a female, whereas this is the first genuinely feminine female to wander through the dollhouse.
You know what?
Oh, sorry, I mean the secret place. Sorry.
God damn it.
No, we got a raptor in there. She's pretty feminine.
Wait, who?
I see. I'm still not convinced. I don't know if that's a guy or a girl.
I would assume that it is both a guy and a girl to torture Andy, though.
Wow.
We've got this one person, dare I say, called Red Raptor, and kind of like a slightly feminine voice, but like some guys do. But then when he actually turned on, like, oh, I'm going to do a girly voice, and he does it, and it was like, holy shit, that is like 100% correct. And then she started to say, oh, well, maybe I am a girl. And you're like, what the fuck? Don't know what to believe now.
That's some creepy shit right there, man. Hey, you know what that is, Phil? That's how you wind up. From now on, you said it was Raptor, blue Raptor. From now on, that's blue light, man. That's blue light in Amsterdam, man. we don't know you're a blue light. You're a blue light special.
Oh man.
Well, Trucker Rob, here's something a question I have for you. My uncle, for all he's had all these big wig kind of jobs and stuff, and to this day he goes, the only thing I ever wanted to do was hop in a truck and to drive across. I've noticed a lot of guys who have gone their own way. Trucking is a job that a lot of them do. Like, shout out to my man Hammerhand, by the way. Subscribe to his channel if you guys don't know about Hammerhand, the Migtown monk. He's great.
Migtown
I
to me.
know Hammerhand.
Yeah, you post
Oh, you
links
know
to his
Hammerhand?
videos all the time.
Oh, dude, Hammerhand is fucking great, man. He's great. And I've noticed, Trucker Rob, that there's something about trucking that do you believe trucking gives you a natural red pill, not just by going your own way physically, but you kind of see the fuckery in society by being a trucker, right?
Well, I think you're on the road for, like I work 12 to 14-hour days, and 10 to 11 of those are spent driving. So a lot of times you're just either thinking about something or finding literally anything to listen to. So I think in a lot of ways, it's almost like meditation. I guess you kind of find your zen while you're trucking, and you either get extremely frustrated with everything or you become the happiest person in the world. And that's kind of the two extremes I've met. Some people are the most miserable people I've ever met, and others are, like I said, just the happiest people in the world. So I think it just gives you a lot of time to really put things into perspective. I mean, when you're gone, you don't have time to spend time with family, friends, things like that. I mean, as for me, I just, listen to, I started listening to Nick, and of course you started your show. So, and through you, I found Minister Jap, and Mr. Jap's the best fucking person in the world, if you ask me.
Hey man, Minister Jap, he represents a different level of savagery on these fucking German shepherds, man.
I gotta tell you, man, listening to him talk about German shepherds is really cathartic for me. I mean, I don't know if you could tell by my avatar, but I am white. But I mean, I grew up white trash. Kind of, my mom was a bit of an addict of sorts, so it just reminded me a lot of my own childhood growing up. And it's like for the first time, I really heard somebody who I could kind of relate to on the internet. It's a bit weird. So I thank you for that, introducing me to him.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Do you notice though, Trucker Rob, is that I mentioned this earlier. When I say German Shepherd is a mentality. It has nothing to do with your ethnic group. So like anyone can be a German Shepherd. Like in the white community, they call them white trash. In the black community, we now say German Shepherds or BT 1000s. Shout out to Tommy Sotomayor. And in the Asian culture, it's Dragon Lady. Like there's all these different terms, Chihuahuas, for the Latino brothers out there. There's terms that define and describe these kinds of women, right? And you've seen with your own eyes. As a general rule of thumb, women don't actually love their kids. They really don't.
No, especially not if they're a single mom. At least that was my experience growing up.
Oh, absolutely not. Well, let me ask you this, Trucker Rob. If you're a father, if you aren't already, isn't one of the defining aspects of love not only self-sacrifice, right? You're sacrificing for your kids. One of the big tenets of being a parent is you love someone so that you don't want them to fall victim to certain shit, right? Like you do everything you can to prevent them from going like you wouldn't say. That's why if you think about adults don't give their children drugs, right? There's a reason for that. You see what I'm saying? They don't say, "Hey, smoke this." Single mothers actually do this by doing what? By telling their kid, especially their boys, to be simps and their girls to be thoughts, right? Be gold diggers. You're ruining your children, right? That means that you don't actually love them. Plain and simple. You don't actually love your kids.
Yeah, I'm not a father, but I mean, I saw what my father went through. I mean, he was because of the family court. I mean, I'm sure, well, you know how that sort of thing is.
Yep.
I don't know how much visitation you get, but my father was every other weekend if he was lucky. And I mean, he's the kind of guy who would work 3 jobs, try to provide. I mean, he went above and beyond child support and things like that. And I mean, my mother, she taught us to, hate my father and things like that. So, I mean, I'm not a parent myself, but I just can't see. I've talked to other people. Like, I have my stepmother. My dad's been remarried for 15 years now, and my stepmom just does not understand. She's more old school, but it's the mentality of how can you just work so much to try and destroy your own offspring? And I feel bad because it seems like just listening to a lot of people, that's really a lot bigger of a problem than I expected. So,
Oh, it's the norm. Like I'm sure you've seen statistics. We've talked about it before, which is the worst thing you can do for a child, like the absolute worst scenario to put them in, is under the care of a single mom. It's worse than foster care, adoption, grandparents, the single father. There's no worse scenario you can put a kid under than single mother. And yet society pedestalizes that, right? We keep putting kids in the care of a single mom, and then we wonder why. Wow, these mass shooters, where do they usually come from? Oh, that's right, single moms. Gangbangers, single moms. Porn stars, single moms. You see what I'm saying? That's the real pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue.
Yeah. We're at 445 likes on the stream right now.
Nice.
It's one of our highest totals.
420.
So, if you can get us to 500, that'd be awesome.
I don't even
Look,
know
man,
if I
smash that like button like fucking Tess Holiday is smashing some food. Oh wait, she's not smashing food anymore because she's anorexic. All right, Lizzo's smashing. Fucking Tess
Lizzo probably
Holiday.
sits on the food first and then she eats it.
Yeah. Oh Jesus. Hey, Phil, did you find out about Tess Holiday's Instagram that Nick posted that made me look at that abomination?
Even if it was brought to my attention, I wouldn't even look at that because I just don't want to know.
Phil, trust me, you're a better man than me. Nick made me look at it, right? He goes, "Oh, we
he
got
didn't make
something
you
for
do
you."
Anything.
If you looked at that, you actually came together and actually made your Latin equivalent, who was named Vomitus Maximus, right?
All right. Well, thank you very much, Trucker Rob, for coming on. We appreciate it.
Thanks for coming on, man. We appreciate
Take care,
it.
everybody. Y'all have a good Memorial Day too.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. You guys have a holiday. The Canadian holiday was last weekend.
Yeah, ours is on Monday.
All right. Leximus is here.
Hey, there he is, our main man.
I sure hope he's alone. Leximus, can you hear us, man? Uh-oh. You're muted.
Uh-oh.
You should have the permission.
Oh, here we go. Hello, hello.
Yeah, we got you.
Lex, what up?
What up, everybody? Just got off of work.
Oh,
put
wait.
those 12 hours, put in that grind.
You are alone, right?
Yes, my brother's
Okay,
not
thank
here.
God. Woo.
I'm at my place.
Yeah. We won't be talking about him in the public one, okay?
Yeah, I got you. I know.
Okay. But yeah, anyways, I was afraid about inviting him into Phil's server, Drex. You know why? We're not gonna mention that stuff here, and because it's live and in public.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know why I was a little afraid to let Leximus into Phil's server.
Yeah, no, I've got you.
Well, once I smash Susan, there's all these problems solve themselves.
You've been saying that for like over 6 months now, Drex.
I know, man.
He's been saying that for as long as he's been saying he's gonna have ghetto gaggers on.
Right. Listen.
Lex, I gotta get back to
The
California.
universe will come before you get GG on.
Yeah.
I've already booked Duke for episode 100. I figure that's the earliest we'll get him.
No, what were you saying, Drex? Sorry about that.
Oh no, you know what? So Lex, there's so many things that you've witnessed in the service and everything, and obviously with Dollhouse Phil, on Nick's show, everything. What do you feel has been like the biggest change you've seen in guys? Let's say over the last, how about 10 years? So from 2011 till today, what's the biggest change you've seen?
Well, in 2011, I was in middle school, so if I see that, I was still pretty much like a kid. So I was much like how my brother is now. So I was his age. So as a 13-year, my bad. As a 13-year-old, I was still learning a lot of things, and I saw growing up, and I've seen how things have just gotten worse and worse, and just masculinity and men and everywhere have changed, where masculinity is no longer allowed. And even when I was in the military, I started under Obama technically, because it was 2016, during the end of his administration. And then when Trump came into office, it was starting to get a little bit more, things were starting to get better. It wasn't as political as PC and stuff. But now that I'm out and I still have friends who are still in the Army, they tell me all the things that are happening and all this woke garbage crap. I don't know if you saw that Army recruiting commercial where she had 2 lesbian moms and all this bullshit. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Do you really have to pander to this bullshit? Like, why don't you show them doing like actual shit that they're gonna be doing, being fucking soldiers that are gonna defend this fucking country? Like, oh, as a person who's fought their whole life for equality and rights, I'm proud to wear the uniform. Yeah, that's great and all, but that really makes us look fucking weak to other nations. I don't know if you saw that Russian army commercial.
The Russians are
We're going to
hardcore,
war.
man. Yeah, they're
Bro,
ready for war. I
we're
like
fucked.
that shit. Oh yeah,
We're
US is
fucked.
done.
We're done.
Well, and I'm glad. You remember, I strongly believe. Like, see, I don't have this whole like nationalistic view. Like, I love America. I go like this: to the victor comes the spoils, right?
Yeah.
So my thing is this: I believe strongly in fighting for supremacy, right? Dominance hierarchy. So my thing is this: you fight until we're extinct, right? This whole idea of this comfortable society, I feel, is unnecessary. If you want something, no one, you can't use diplomacy, right? Like, Phil, if someone comes to the UK right now and says, hey, Queen, would you mind if we take half of your land and use it for this purpose? No. So what do you have to do, Phil? Either take it, right, by force.
All you hear is just the sound of missiles being launched.
Because that's the masculine way to deal with something, right? Which is you fight for supremacy, right? I love that shit. I don't want people out here on Twitter arguing behind avatars. No, fight it out in the real world, right? And whoever wins, wins. And Lex being in the service, one of the things I love about Lex is that Lex got to see the world from two sides. In one side, he got to see the thought culture and the extortion and Me Too culture of the military. And then he gets to contrast that with Miss Leximus. Miss Leximus and Anna. Oh, by the way, Lex, now that you're here, tell Miss Leximus that Anna wants to do a show with her, a joint show.
Oh,
So we'll get
Miss
Miss Leximus and Anna on because they represent literally the last of a dying breed.
Yeah,
and
the last of a race.
Yeah, they're literally the last of a race. And Lex, let me ask you this: what makes you as a man more appreciative of Miss Leximus, knowing that she's it? Like we're in a culture now that how many Miss Leximuses have you found? You found one because she's your Miss Leximus, right?
And even the ones who I thought would have been Miss Leximuses have turned out to be fucking chameleons. So even if you do find the one that looks like they're like the good girl squared away, the unicorn, once you get to like peel the layers back a little bit, you find out they were a wolf in sheepskin. So very, very, very fucking few. And I love Miss Lex. She's the best. She's great. I'm gonna go to see her. We're gonna go to Busch Gardens tomorrow. We're gonna have fun. Enjoy. So I'm just happy to be with her. And like I see all like the thottery like at work, in public, when I go to like the stores or anything. Like where I'm at, it's not too bad. It's not as like ghetto or whatever. But if you go to Tampa, oh my God, German Shepherd HQ.
Yeah. Well, Lex, I remember I talked about it on the stream where when Nick and I went to the Dick Show, right? And we wound up in Tampa, in Ybor City. I will never forget this. It was one of the top 5 most surreal moments I had in my entire life. I was sitting there with one of Nick's subscribers, and because we had chatted before on Facebook, right? So then I finally met him face to face, and we saw right there in the open after we got kicked out of a bar after a guy got was it stabbed? Yeah, a guy was stabbed in the bar we were at, and we get kicked out, and the dude and I, KP, we're standing there witnessing the end of the empire right before our eyes, like literal, like rampant thottery, simpery, debauchery.
Sodom and Gomorrah?
It was Sodom. Yeah. Phil, imagine seeing Sodom and Gomorrah at the end, right? Like literally, like seeing it with your own eyes, like
or the end of the Roman Republic or the end of the Roman Empire.
It was. It was the end. It was like it was pure degeneracy. Like not. I don't mean like because here's the thing: strip clubs have always been around, right? And the reason why we have a certain level of respect for strip clubs, or we call them gentlemen's clubs, is because let's face it, even in Amsterdam, it's separate, right? Because Phil, think about it. If a guy says, "Hey, I want to go to a twerk house," okay, cool. You want to go shake dancers, cool. That's in this little section over here, right? This building, it's self-contained, right? That's why you kind of respect it.
The red light district used to be a thing, but now it's like just out in the open. The red light district is everywhere.
It's so imagine seeing the red light district, Phil, literally right in front of you. Like imagine walking out of a bar and someone goes, "Hey, what did you see?" and you go, I saw straight up degeneracy.
Do you know
I'm
what glass
nasty
houses are
bitches.
or glass alleys are, Drex?
What, you said glass alleys? I haven't heard that term.
Okay, so you know what a glass house is.
Mm-hmm.
Out in Korea, legitimately, just an alleyway, like a 3 or 4 square blocks full of women out in just like these glass houses where you could go up to them, you know, and pay for their company, and it was alleyways just of like what's it called? Like it's like a maze full of them. You could get lost in there, and they had like their own self-contained things. And technically speaking, prostitution was illegal in Korea, but it was like out in the open. Like
Yep.
you could go into the certain like zone and you could see it. You have women just lined up.
Well,
It's
Lex,
just
I'm
like
glad we have you on because I want you to say something to the people out there who are going to listen to this. Tell them about your experiences in Korea as a serviceman, because there are, especially white guys that I've noticed, that claim that they're going to go to Asia and get their fucking unicorn. What would you tell them about your experience as a soldier in Korea?
female nature is universal. Doesn't matter what race you are, doesn't matter what ethnicity you are, doesn't even matter what species you are. Even female animals tend to have the same tendencies as female women or female humans. It's all the same. No matter what you do, women are women no matter where you go. Yeah, now there's certain degrees and levels to it, and you might find that one rare unicorn. But again, women are women and hypergamy exists. These Asian women will use you and abuse you for the benefits if you're in the military. And just, we'll fuck you over. And even when you do get like the nice Asian wife or whatever, if you're a civilian, there's no guarantee that she won't turn into a monster.
That's the dragon lady that Phil talked about.
And RPM knows this as well.
Oh,
right?
poor RPM. He actually thought he Phil. That's why I love RPM, because RPM.
Well, he's still playing the game though, because he's not really divorced.
Yep. And, well, you know, though, I will say this though, Phil. RPM situation is kind of a gift and a curse, right? Because he didn't get divorce rate because he's still legally married. But it's like, imagine, like, and he said, imagine getting the red pill while you're married. What does that do to your psyche? You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh shit. Like, damn, I signed on the
I've
dotted
always
line.
kind of disagreed with this idea where, like, a lot of guys will say, like, you can't be married and be red pilled, or Migtown, to be more specific. And it's like, well, if Migtown's a mindset, you can realize you made a mistake and try to make the best of it, try to worm your way out.
Yep.
But I mean, it's not easy for any guy, because like you're in a losing situation. You've got to try and minimize the losses, if you like.
Absolutely. Man, what a sad thing, man. I love RPM. I love his HMTs because I think we're going to get more Hockey Mask time. Lex, did you hear any Hockey Mask time stories when you were in Korea?
I don't actually know what that is. I haven't really listened to a lot of RPM's content, so I'm not familiar with what that is.
Oh, well, Hockey
But
Mask time.
But guessing is probably like Jason, like Hockey Mask. He was a killer, so I'm guessing.
Yeah. So when guys get pushed to their limit, right? Usually with these women who use and abuse them, right? And at some point, where you've seen the show Snapped, right? Yeah, these guys go, know what? I found out she's got a side dude. She stole all my money and wrecked my car. It's time to put on the hockey mask.
Yep. I actually know a guy. I think I talked about it either in one of our live chats or in live chat. Yeah, guy. Me and Miss Lex knew. Went to Miss Lex's high school. He was getting divorced with his wife that he met. I think she was a civilian. Yeah, she was a civilian. So like they had been married for a couple years. They met while she was in the army. They were getting divorced out in Hawaii. Dude, I don't know what happened. He snapped straight up, yeeted her. They found her body in a fucking dumpster.
Ooh. Yep. What was the weapon of choice? Please, we want the
I don't remember exactly. I think he stabbed her or bludgeoned her to death.
Damn.
That sounds like a 10 out of 10.
Would you again?
Bill, like when you look at RPM's HMT videos, one of the things that always strikes me is when he goes, whoa, and he just says, when you get into the method, right? Some of these guys are so sad. Phil, you've seen it, right? One of the things I find most striking about HMT, red pill guys don't go HMT. They don't. They walk away. It's the blue pill guys are the scary ones. It's the blue pillar who his entire world is crushed.
because they feel they've got nothing left to live for.
Yep.
And the best part, this happened this year. The guy, he killed his wife this year.
Damn. During the pandemic?
Yeah, this was 3 months ago, I think.
Damn.
Yeah.
Ooh.
If I find the article, I'll post it in News for Show so you can see what happened.
We'll have to see, dude. Make sure we send it over to RPM because I know he'll love that because.
Oh yeah, yeah.
These guys are getting savage, man. There was RPM just did one. There was one in France, and Phil, he yeeted the chick and then had to go ahead and go full on douse the body in flammable liquid and then light the match. Like he went that far. It's like, damn. But
I think
it's coming to that.
I mean, he was probably just thinking emotion at the time, and this is just how I feel. But he was probably unaware of the fact, like, of all the other guys who will, thanks to RPM, get to know about this because it will get memory hold by the mainstream media. But when all the other guys seeing this, oh, it's not just me who feels I just want to kill everyone and everything because of this fucking situation that I'm in. And when it starts to just get like too numerous to memory hole, then I think they realize they can't plug the hole anymore. Because what all they're doing at the minute is putting their thumb into the dike.
Yep.
Phil.
Hey, Phil. Oh, sorry. I was going to ask Phil, do you know what a dependa is?
A depender?
Yeah.
It's not ringing a bell.
All right. So in the military, we have things called dependopotamuses. So in the military, when you
oh, that was a Gale video reaction right there.
I'm starting to glean a little bit of an idea what you might be talking about. Do carry on.
So when you're married, your spouse and your kids are your dependents. But a lot of these dependents become fat fucking monster behemoths that are unhappy, shit out all these kids, and she's cheating on her husband 99.99% of the time. So the dependopotamuses is the term you'll hear in the military. I don't know if other militaries use that term too, but yeah, here it's the dependopotamuses. And the guy was talking about I saw the picture of his wife. Textbook definition of dependa.
Ooh.
Yeah. Well, and I don't even really have to know much about the case, but just seeing how she was, he probably married her because I think they said they were married for about 3 years. He was like 26, and so 25, I think. And so he had been in the military since he was 18. So they had been married about 3 years. So they met when they were probably 22, 23. She was probably good looking, seduced him and everything. They got married. And she started to get fat. She started using all like his benefits and everything. And while he was out training, she was cheating on him, and probably him cheating on her too. Because I can't lie, a lot of dudes be doing that too. I give females a lot of shit, but the men were doing it too. They weren't innocent. And probably they were getting divorced, and he just got tired of her shit, and he probably just snapped and just killed her because she was cheating on him and he was cheating on her. Just a clusterfuck. That's how it happens in these situations when you hear in the military. Just infidelity is rampant, and I mean rampant in the military.
Oh man!
See, if that's the case, I mean, don't be a military man and then use like an AR-15 to blow away your significant other. Use pharmacology. It's much slower and much more difficult to prove.
Oh,
Phil, in Minecraft, right?
In Minecraft,
of course,
in Roblox,
of
yeah,
course,
in Roblox.
Always.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, Lex, thank you so much for calling in.
Oh yeah, of course. Just let me know when you want to do that one thing we talked about.
Yeah. We'll get to it. Also,
That sounded
he's in the
sexual.
live stream.
I don't know. Does Phil want to also partake in the thing?
I don't think I'm old enough to even know what that is.
Nothing bad. It's
We'll
nothing bad.
We'll tell you offline, Phil. Anyways, Lex, get out of here, man.
I bet. Peace.
Thanks for coming, Lex.
All right. Is there anyone else? Just gonna shunt Lex over. Is there anyone else who wants to have a turn on Phil?
Yeah, that sounds bad. Or on
Anyone
penance.
else? Anyone else? Let us know in voice text chat if you want to have a go around. Take Phil for a spin. Have your way with Phil. He can stop me anytime. He doesn't want me to stop.
Phil's like, don't stop.
Don't
stop.
Well, after the second or third time, maybe. But,
Oh,
hey
Squall's
Phil,
ready.
do you show the Gale videos to any of your mates, your blokes over in the UK?
Actually, a lot of the guys who I know from just like immediately around the streets, a lot of them will claim to be red pill, but they're all full of shit. They're all blue pill cucks, so it's just not worth it.
All right, Squall,
I mean-
unmute yourself. You are.
Oh.
Can you hear us? Oh. Might have a muted microphone.
It shows that his mic is unmuted.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Moving to and fro again.
Yeah. Oh, Turd wants in as well.
All right, who are you looking for right now?
Oops.
You said
I'm saying,
Squall?
look close enough. Yeah, Squall, we're trying to troubleshoot there. Get yourself figured out. Do I have any super? Oh, I have a super chat to read. Let's read the super chat. Red Mage 13 says, "Congrats on the 5K plus subs. Watched Minister Jap's episode with Donovan Sharp. Made a great point about why you never move first to make the girl your girl. Make her thirst for you, and
Facts.
she has to unlock her phone for you to look at."
Well, I mean, maybe, but like, are you in a losing battle trying to make her your girl?
Someone asked if this is a 24-hour stream.
Yeah. Well,
Just a matter of
I
time.
still have to do voicemails, guys. There's something like 20 voicemails in the.
Oh, damn. You know what I find funny about this, though, Phil, is that this is something you and I touched on earlier, which is the amount of guys, because, do you know who's actually talked about this? Coach Greg Adams has talked about this. Shout out to him, by the way. Subscribe to his channel if you guys don't know who Coach Greg Adams is. Great content. He talks about the fact that you hear these guys trying to rationalize a way to get back on the plantation. It's basically all it boils down to, right? Hey, Phil, if I just work this angle, this game, then she's my girl, right? It's like, dude, it's just your turn. Like these chicks, they're not loyal. Like, Bill, they don't understand. They don't see what we see. They're like, they truly believe all this
But
game shit.
it's like a gambling addict, though, isn't it? If they can phrase it in such a way that it doesn't sound quite so bad, they'll go back to gambling.
I get it. I just wish that these guys would understand. Like, Phil, you know what's really great? Go
Isn't
ahead.
it like I always said, though, like you can't sell Migtown to somebody who's not red-pilled. They've got to want the red pill. You can't sell it ever. You can make it sound the best deal in the world or like the least shittiest deal in the world, and people still will refuse it because they believe that they can get something better.
Yep.
And it just doesn't exist.
Which is funny, Phil, because it's easy to sell women feminism, right? A woman can be in a and you've seen this, right, Phil? She's in a great, arguably a perfect situation, right? And she will swallow the feminist Kool-Aid. You've seen it, right? A woman, she's married, kids, her life is good. And all of a sudden...
There was a very good example of this, actually, in the UK, I suppose, high society. Typically what happens, she was a pop star, doing very well for herself. She married a top quality footballer in the UK, doing very well for themselves, had children, stuff like that, had perfect lifestyle. And then she ended up, both of their careers had kind of died down a bit, but still very happy, like white picket fence, like multi-million-pound house, all the rest of it.
Beckham?
And then she ended up, no, not Beckham, but like of that ilk, yeah. And she ended up on one of these, I don't know, it was like Dancing on Ice or something like that, one of these kind of shows where you do stuff. And all of the other women around her convinced her that she could do better than the top quality footballer that she already had. So she ended up divorcing him, splitting up the family. Kids stayed with him. It was that bad. And then about like 8 years later, oh yeah, I think I might have made a mistake.
Oh.
It's like, oh no shit.
Yeah.
Right?
Squall, the kid, are you there?
Oops.
Yeah, we can
Hey,
hear
we
you.
can hear you.
All right.
Hey, Squall.
Yeah. Some background. I was red pilled all the way back in the early 2000s. By a site that goes by the name Nice Guys, and I saw this behavior by women treat the way they treated other men, and I was like, you know what? I won't deal with that. I will not tolerate that. Not at all.
I like it. Because
was
at the
that
end of the day,
simple?
it's emotional bullying is basically what it boils down to. And that's where I disagree strongly with Ken Jennings. Like I told him on the air, I said, Ken, the only people in life who get bullied are people who allow themselves to get bullied. The only people who get used by women are the guys who allow themselves to be used by women.
Yeah, well, I can't be used by women anyway because I'm kind of poor.
Oh, they'll find some other way to use you.
Yeah. Attention is the only thing they can get from you. So they'll use you for attention, not your resources.
Yeah, no, I won't give any attention to an attention whore. No way.
That's red pill shit.
But on the other hand, that means I'm not necessarily missing out on sex, but have no way to pretty much get it. And I'm also going through legal issues, which Nick knows about.
Oof.
So it's like, and I'm also in a state where prostitution is not legal.
Oof. This sounds like a triple whammy.
As
Yeah,
Phil
so
just
it's like-
bonks her in the head. You
I
had too
would
much.
have to do
too
that
much
if
wine
that
there, Phil?
wasn't considered assault.
That is literally like the triple whammy you just described. Like, damn.
Yep. So it's like, what can I do?
Well, Phil can answer that question.
Well, okay. I know I know to buy a doll, which I'm already planning on to. I'm just gonna talk to Phil later to let him know what my specifications are. But no, I want to actually engage with a real woman and trade goods for services, as they say. So that's what I'm looking for.
Well, that's all relationships with women is it just matters. Like the only difference between the top tier guys and the guys who are beneath that is that they're just not exchanging the resources. Like, so I can smash chicks. I don't have to take them out for dinner, drinks, whatever, right? I don't have to do that. However, you're still giving them time and attention. However, if you were going to do that anyway, and I'm sure Phil will even admit this, even with a doll, you're still giving the doll attention and time. Like that part never changes. If as long as you're having some kind of sex or whatever, you're always giving up whatever attention and time. The question is it valuable that what you're getting back? What is your return on investment? So Squall, I would tell you, there are places you can go to get what you're looking for, and the hookup culture is such that honestly, you can and you're going to see this as the economy gets worse, Mr. Squall. The chicks are going to be more desperate. Trust me.
Yep, I'm looking forward to that. I am very looking forward to that.
The price of pussy will crash fairly soon.
Crash.
Yep. So I did have a question for Tim. In one of the earlier episodes, you talked about when a browser accesses a website, it uses your internet provider to create a handshake from your computer to the website. Is there any way that we can obfuscate that to where your internet provider doesn't know what you're doing?
Right, so this is the episode where I bitched on VPNs, which are all the rage. Like, Phil, you know the VPNs are bullshit because they're on every advertisement, right? This reminds me of the time they started advertising CBD oil. It was insane. Um, so I believe, I believe a Tor browser does obscure your destination from the ISP, but not the fact that you are using it. Your ISP still knows you're using it, and then now I don't know how good ISP packet sniffing technology is. They probably could just read the packets and then tell where you have been, right?
Yeah, no, I know about Tor already.
So, yeah, that's.
But since I'm poor, I'm still living with my parents, and I don't think my parents would approve me of putting Tor on their router.
Here we go. Tim's casual tech rants. Look, I'm not gonna bore everyone with it, but do know that your ISP does know most of what you do. Anyone who thinks incognito mode means anything, it doesn't. Okay. These like NordVPN and what's the other one? The one you see like every podcast gets sponsored by NordVPN. It's really funny.
Well, the one that Noel uses is private internet access, so I've been looking into that one.
And Noel probably knows a little bit more about that stuff than I do. I only have a cursory understanding of that stuff because I specialize more in I specialize more in data analytics.
Okay.
But because I have a CS degree, I do know this stuff at the cursory level. Like I had to take a few server admin courses, some security courses.
Oh, I put it in chat, Brave browser. No, fuck Brave browser. Sorry.
Okay. You know what? Look, I can't let you speak too bad about Brave browser because someone introduced me to Brave browser in order for me to go on porntrex.com to not get all those damn pop-ups. Let me tell you something, Mr. Squall. Porntrex on Brave browser is fucking great. I got all of my videos that I need to see without the pop-ups. That shit's great.
I know about Porntrex.
Yeah. We're not going to ask how, though. But anyway, Squall, thank you so much for calling in, man.
I heard from a friend.
Yeah, but congrats on the 5K. I was one of the first to subscribe to you guys.
Oh, much appreciated, man.
I really love hearing you on Ricada, Drex.
Oh man, it's always fun to go and hang out with Nick and shoot the shit because I don't know if you've noticed Squall, but like there's not that and Phil, you've talked about this. Where are the male spaces? This is literally it, the internet.
Yeah, well, see, I know you're talking about smashing Susan and whatnot, but I'm in the process of making a YouTube killer.
I mean, she's gonna get smashed regardless because just in case your shit doesn't work, at least YouTube can ease up on these restrictions. Listen, I have an end goal. My end goal is to get TFM back on YouTube. Yeah. All of everything I'm doing, like when I brown bag Susan and Smash, and I call Phil immediately afterward, and I send Phil a selfie of the one teardrop from my eye. you see the teardrop streaming from my eye because I died on the inside. Phil's gonna, but I'm gonna be smiling with a thumbs up. That means I just did all of this for TFM. Everything I did was for TFM, man.
Well, not just TFM, but everybody who's been yeeted off of YouTube.
Yeah,
Doug
Kim Del
Tenable.
Rican.
Like he got back on. Doug Tenable's back on, but he lost all his subscribers.
I heard, man. Nick told me. Yeah, oof.
Yeah,
dude.
I wonder
Susan
if
has to
Doug
get smashed.
Tenable would come on as a guest. I know he'd have something to say about Migtown stuff, but I wonder if he would come on.
Yeah,
probably have to ask
worth a
Nick
shot.
about that. I don't trust Doug though because he's a snake because of what he did to Comicsgate.
Oh, what did he do something? I have no clue what happened with all that shit. I just heard of Comicsgate.
Well, he basically he joined the Comicsgate just to sell his Earthworm Jim comic, and then he backstabbed Ethan Van Sciver, and pretty much quit the not necessarily quit, but went off and did his own thing.
Yeah, that's not the first time I've heard that. I don't know though. I haven't actually paid enough attention.
No, I'm aware of all this stuff. I watch all you guys. I know the deepest lore.
All right. Well, anyways, Squall, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Take care. All right, last call. Anyone else want to go? Papa, you want to go? Otherwise, we'll do voicemails next. This should be Phil. You hanging in there, man?
Hey, I'm good.
Okay. Quick super chat. Wolfgang Deo says, "Why have we not nuked Canada yet?" You know what? Aim for Toronto. That's the important part.
Is that where Trudeau is?
No, he's in Ottawa.
Oh.
Or Montreal. He's in one of those two places at any given day.
You guys put Trudeau in office, man. That's a bigger dick slap than fucking Biden and Harris.
Drex, you know something? You have unironically Gretchen Whitmer as a governor. I don't think you should be talking too much.
No, she's in Michigan. I'm in Minnesota.
No,
Not
I'm
much
saying
better,
like
though.
you as Americans. You as in
Oh,
Americans
yeah.
have-
Gretchen
you
Whitmer is a complete
unironically
embarrassment.
voted for Whitmer.
Well, the Michigan idiots did.
Well, the question now is, did any of the votes count after the Biden
Right.
debacle?
Yeah, it was a shit show, man. Oh, wait, Tim. Can we hear Tim? Oh, there he is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Megamax is back in. But he's already had a go around, man.
Yeah, I
already
see
he already
a.
had a go around.
Who's that anime face that popped up out of nowhere?
Definitely not.
Kuros.
It must be one of Phil's peeps.
Indeed.
Yeah, I see Doll, and I see definitely not Kuros Kalax. Yeah, I just love the avatar. The avatars are always funny to me because I'm the most no avatar dude because I'm basic. Everything on my computer, Phil, is default. My phone default.
Well, I use the comic version of me now, which everyone kind of appreciates.
You have a comic version? What's the comic version?
Yeah.
Have I not seen this? Shit.
Oh yeah, so
check my avatar.
Megamax was not.
Oh,
he
that
thought-
version. Yeah. Okay. I was thinking like you made like an actual like comic book like superhero Phil. I'm like, huh?
You can't get any more superhero than Doll has, Phil. Come on.
I know, right? You just come in with the doll army, right?
Terminator waifus.
Yeah.
But big super chat from Rob says, "Take my money, with pleasure." Wolfgang Deo says, "I voted twice for Trudeau to ruin Canada further." No comment. I'm not gonna get angry. I'm not gonna get angry. Yeah, we can let Kuros talk. Hey, Phil, no problem with that. I'm not gonna regret it.
Absolutely not.
All right, get in here, man. We can get you to talk. All right, Kuros, can you hear us? You might have to unmute your mic. Nope, nothing.
I think we got him. Nothing.
Nothing. Typing, no. What if Dick Masterson suddenly crashed our stream?
Well, you did invite him like a long time ago to speak to me. I've not heard anything yet.
Okay. Yeah, I've got Drex lined up to go on there. Drex, make sure you shill Phil.
Oh, of course.
Kuros, are you trying to talk?
Oh, all we're getting is noise. Yeah, with no voice there. I'm so sorry.
So with what we were talking about previously then, Drex.
Oh, sorry, but someone said
Where
that
do you
did-
see it going?
So one of the things that I can see coming forward, Phil, is that there's going to be so many with the rent moratorium drying up, right? Check. With Biden just announced that he's not going to. Someone sent it. I think it was Koopa sent. He just said on record they're not gonna take away the student loan debt, right?
I should hope not.
I hope not, right? So check. Okay, so think about all this. All these chicks who went and voted this bullshit in and thought they were going to get a bunch of handouts, right? They're not. Okay, so X amount of businesses have dried up during the pandemic, right? Gone. Those jobs are gone. Those places are gone, right? So, Phil, let's start adding all this up. Economy gets pinched. Check. Hyperinflation. Check. No government handouts like you thought you were going to get. Check. You add all this up, and women's debt has only gone up. It didn't go down. It went up. Okay, Phil, let's add it all up. What you're going to have is this. There's only going to be two types of guys going forward. And if you simp going forward, Phil, that means you're not going to be a simp. You're going to be an actual cuckold. Because she's going to be smashing other dudes right then and there, right? Like, she's going to wait till she moves in. I say most dudes, maybe they last 3 to 6 months max before she starts smashing other dudes and cucks him. That's my prediction. 3 to 6 months. Because, Phil, think about it. What have they been doing this whole time? Getting smashed, right? Okay, so if they've been getting smashed, all of a sudden, the freebies are out. She's out on the street, so she hops into your place as your so-called roommate because she needs a place to stay. She's going to pay bills for like a month or two on credit, right? And then she's going to start giving you excuses and give you some sloppy toppy here and there to make you forget about it. And then you, as the guy who's a simp, going, well, I mean, I might as well pay for everything then. I was paying for everything before, not making it a partnership. And you've seen this happen, right, Phil? They start off saying that they're going to pay half, right, or X amount. And eventually it just whittles down to they don't pay anything, right? You've seen it happen, I'm sure.
I mean, even in that situation, to reduce something of the simpery would be case, right, if you're not paying shit, I'm not doing shit around this house.
Yeah.
I can actually walk around. I can walk through the middle of the living room, take a dump on the middle of the carpet, and you are going to clean that up.
Yep.
That's your responsibility, and not one of those guys will do that.
Well, of course not. But Phil, that's why I say you're going to see an end to a lot of this, because the simp train is about to crash, because the thought train is about to crash. Thotting it up. Phil, did you hear the report? The average girl on OnlyFans only makes $280 per month, right? $280. That's the average, Phil. So now think about this for a second. You're a chick. You busted that thing wide open on OnlyFans, right? You thought you were going to get paid like whoever the top OnlyFans models are, right? Or IG models, right? So you thought you were going to go ahead and get paid. Well, that can ruin what? Your relationships, your relationship probability, right? Like the odds of you getting a guy. Okay, your job. What does that do to your job? Well, that kind of drew that got all sewn up, right? What are you left with, Phil? If you're these kind of chicks, think about it. Have you been hearing about these young guys saying that the girls are going on seeking arrangement now, like at 18, 19, right?
Yeah.
Phil, this is not going to last very much longer, trust me, because the price is going to plummet. It's almost like pump and dump stocks, right? If you're on the stock floor and if you're sitting there trading, Phil, you've seen this happen, right? Where whether it be GameStop, Dogecoin, Bitcoin, you see prices, boom, they shoot up, right? You get those huge gains, and then what happens? Boom, floor, right?
Yeah, there's a crunch.
Crunch.
There was a ex-work colleague of mine back when I was in IT. He was in the sales department. So he would set up the sales and I would end up implementing them. So it made sense that we would talk. So we would meet up from time to time after like I left the company and stuff like that. And he would hear all of the times I've been out like in the Far East in various places, like smashing for England and stuff like that.
Of course.
And he's like, oh, yeah, I'll go out to the Philippines sometime, Phil. You'll be able to tell me where to go. So yeah, I can tell you exactly where to go, what to do and whatnot. And, you know, you'll be able to get your underwear. And what did he end up doing? He didn't go to the Philippines, but he got himself a sugar baby while he was in London. And he's surprised as shit that she doesn't love him and she's just taking him for the money. It's like, what did you think you were paying for? See, like, I mean, that's the reaction I'm kind of expecting. It's like, you know, you try hard, you show people the way, and they still manage to fuck it up.
You know what, Phil, here's what bothers me so much, you know, and this goes hand in hand with your story. Women adapt instantaneously, immediately, right? As chameleons, like instant. I've always said this, Phil, if you change the laws in the family court, women would adapt overnight. The laws have only gotten worse and worse for men, and yet they keep on having the hope strategy, right? No, Phil, but she's different. the women would just feel, that women would change, right? Overnight, they would just like this. Okay, we're gonna flip. That quick, hard pivot. Phil, what does it take for these dudes? I'm telling you, Phil, I listen to these guys. Every time I hear someone talk about traditionalism, I view you as the biggest simp in the world. Don't mention traditionalism. Let it die. Phil, I did a show recently, and I said everything that came before 1982 is dead to me. It's irrelevant. Feminism came before 1982. Traditionalism came before 1982. Everything that's every religion, right? All of it. Everything is bullshit, Phil. Everything that came before my birth. Because what I realized now that I'm 38 is that everything was a lie. All of it. Phil, let me ask you something. Is there anything from your past that you can think of that you can go, yep, that was a truth? Anything?
Don't put the slugs in your mouth.
No, that only kills rugby players. I'm not a rugby player.
Of course.
Yeah.
But it's a struggle, right? It's a struggle to find something. Think about it. The lessons that people taught you, it was all an illusion. It was one big lie, right? It was lie after lie after lie. And you start looking at people like, so you people were supposed to have my best interest at heart, and all you did was lie to me. Because you wanted to drag me down to the same hellhole that you live in. Phil, that's really all it's about. You and I admit, Phil, most married guys are miserable, right? The vast majority. Yet they'll tell other guys they need to get married. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, God, yeah. I even get this from one or two of the Masons. And we're supposed to be a brethren. This guy was like, he was telling me, because I was bitching on about like the price of houses in London and whatnot. And he was saying how he can remember with his now wife, they were having to eat cans of beans and stuff rather than actually having a proper meal. At one point, they got through it. And his argument was, well, we went through like a very harsh time, so therefore you should have to as well. And I'm saying, well, no, it's even worse now. Do you want your children to have to go through that because you had to go through it? And I could see him like doing a mental double take there because that's not where he was intending to go.
Yep.
And I just said, well, go on.
Sorry, Phil. I thought you were done.
No, I was basically just going to say, well, if that's what you want, maybe is that the same for everyone, or is it just for the people that you don't particularly like? But that's where I thought his mental process broke down a bit.
Yeah. Okay, so the guy, that nobody guy who sent a super chat in, I don't think Drexby actually answered his super chat. We kind of reacted and laughed at it, but we didn't actually react to it. He's the guy who said, I smashed and loved a chick for a year and unknowingly cucked a dude. Now he's raising my kid. Drex right about military chicks, worst women I've ever seen, riddled with German shepherds. Because he says like he bared his soul out here, man.
Oh, well, I mean, it's nothing we haven't already said, right? Like, here's the thing. Peace leave is at an all-time low, right? It's easy to get. It's one of the easiest commodities a man can obtain. So he cucked a dude, right? Whether knowingly, he said unknowingly, right? It doesn't matter if it's knowing or unknowingly. Like, they're all out here to be thoughts. Don't think that some girl is any different. If I were to ask Phil, how many girls have you seen go the straight and narrow, the righteous path versus the thought path? I mean, what do you think that number is, Phil? What, 1,000,000 to 1, literally?
Something like that. Because it's a case of they will get away with anything they think they can get away with.
Yeah.
They'll try that on.
So this guy shouldn't really care about if he cucked a dude, because I've always said there needs to be more cucking going on. And that's why I push pro-feminism. I want feminists to go further.
He wasn't knowingly doing it, though, was he?
He was unknowingly. But Phil, my thing is this: it doesn't even matter anymore, right? There are no rules anymore, right? There's no rules. There's no guidance. There's no structure. There's no nothing. All of it's gone. So if all of it's gone, listen. You should applaud a guy for being a cuck. Good for you. You can be the guy who is the cleanup man, right? Phil, simps aren't people. I don't want people to think that simps are actually human beings. They look like humans. They're not. Just like German shepherds are not actually women. They're not humans. They're demons in human form. Okay? That's why Tommy Sotomayor calls them BT-1000s. Phil, we have to get to a point where, Leximus talked about this, right? Where he said the kids have gotten to a point in school where they're using simp to denigrate other kids, right? There has to be a point now where, we talked about earlier how the women's social circle was, right? They shamed each other, right? To fall in line. There has to be a point, Phil, where simping and being a cuck and stuff, it literally gets you exiled from like manhood in general. Like so once you are deemed that, just like being a pedophile, you're done. And you don't get to come back in. You don't get to say like, no, I learned my lesson, guys. I'm not a cuck anymore. I was raising another man's kid that I knew wasn't mine, but I learned my no, you're done. You're done. See? Phil, there needs to be harsh consequences. Because Phil, if you always know that you can get back into the good graces of other men, you know how men think. Men won't change something until they what you said about the red pill, right? They don't go Migtown basically damn near until like they're basically forced, right? For the most part. You can't sell it, right? You can't sell them Migtown. You can't sell them the red pill. They have to be wanting to take. You have to get to a point where you offer it and you say, look, man, I'm giving you all the information. Take it or leave it. And if he goes, I'm going to leave it because I have got my unicorn, and he goes and gets his life ruined, he's not allowed to come back to you. You see what I'm saying? He's not allowed to come back to you saying, Phil, teach me the way. No, we're done. We're done. This guy should be happy to cuck this guy. Fuck this. Look, Phil, I don't want cucks to get any sympathy. Just view them as dead men walking, right? Have no feelings. If they yeet themselves, applaud it. Next time you hear a feminist pegging a dude, applaud it. Because do you know what they did, Phil? They just marked up another one that is not on your side, right? Every time you hear a guy getting pegged or cucked or whatever, that means he was not a real man to begin with. Therefore, don't care about what happens to him. Fucking cuck. Dude, man. Phil, I can't stand simps and cucks.
Okay.
On a base human level.
I hope that answered his question.
He shouldn't feel nothing, man. I can't believe a guy like dude, why does this guy feel something for a simp? A cuck? Why? Like, why? Look, but he's raising my kid. Good. It means you don't have to.
Preach, Pastor Drexel.
Get out of these fucking simps and cucks, man.
Okay, I did miss a super chat from earlier. Dat Silencer says, great show so far. Well, obviously that was before the technical issues.
Before technical difficulties.
Question for Phil, if possible. What are the biggest challenges in managing the dollhouse as a business? For example, supply chain management, affiliate distributors, privacy. Thanks.
Fucking couriers. They are the bane of this industry. They will fuck your shit up in a heartbeat. If there's a way to get it wrong, UPS, FedEx, TNT, DHL, any of them will manage to fuck it up. Like my last delivery, I had one deliver. It was an in-stock doll, so it was coming from the dollhouse in London to somewhere in the UK, so not far at all. Saturday delivery. So you organised the collection on a Friday. Last week Friday, they just didn't bother to turn up, so that didn't get delivered. So it was rebooked for this Friday. I booked it on Thursday, so they had all like Thursday through to Friday to process it and then collect it. They collected it, didn't scan it, and Lord knows where the doll is at the moment, but this is just one of a normal day for a doll vendor. You have to deal with this every day. Then you might get irate customers who are saying, like, where's my order? And they're getting really nervous because they think they're going to lose out, which, of course, you are responsible for their order. So if it goes missing, you're going to have to pay for it. So you get straight on to the couriers. And the couriers don't know shit. They put you through to somebody in the Philippines who doesn't know anything, doesn't care about anything. And they'll tell you, oh, it's with customs. It's not with customs. It hasn't left the country, you twat. Tell me where it is. And and then they just start looking for any old excuse. But this, again, just a day in the life. That's the worst thing. There are other things, but that's by far the worst.
Good. Now, you know where the dolls actually are, right?
I don't even want to think.
You know what happened. Whoever is supposed to be, so you have your courier, right? They're supposed to move this doll from point A to point B. They saw what it was somehow, some way. And what do you think they did with the doll?
If they're doing what I think you're suggesting, I'm going to get the crossbow out and I'm going to go and visit these people. In Minecraft, of course.
In Minecraft, of course.
Of course. I don't know if I said this one yet. Wolfgang Deo says, leave it to Tim to mess up the whole show, Canada. Even if I did say it before, it deserved to be said again. Yeah, that's trial by fire. Like, Drex, I've never had to do anything of this scale before. And I thought there would be problems, but
It's actually gone pretty smooth overall.
Not this many problems.
I just think that it only the last couple things. Like, I think overall it was actually pretty smooth, other than just a couple little hiccups right now.
Yeah, like even the Google chat is my fault because I should have known that you can't, number one, block people. Number two, people come in defaulted to mute, and you the host would have to unmute them. Because again, people are like, oh, you should have used Zoom, but then half the chat was like, oh, fuck Zoom. So, there is. I do want to share some news because now, Drexel, now that you have a proper video compressing, now that you have a strong enough processor to do live stream video, do you remember that experimental video recorder that we were using? The one that almost made you want to punch the tablet through a window?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right. That's what you do. Yeah. So we can go back to that platform, which has all the capabilities that I talked about. It's like Zoom,
nice.
but it's specifically tailored for recording shows remotely.
Oh, that ain't bad.
So we're going to get a chance to try that out, and maybe we can do this again, make it up to the chat. Why the hell not, right?
Right.
We could do it again. I mean, next month, well, there's no holidays next month, but there is... you guys have what is July 4th? Is that Independence Day?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's a month away. That's another month because June comes up this coming week.
Yeah.
So then July.
We can do something in the middle of June. And then we'll be ready to go again for Independence Day. Up here it's called Canada Day, but it's on the 1st of July. So again, a week away.
Oh. You guys trying to beat us to the punch.
But
that doesn't have the same ring to it. The 1st of July, Canada Day. 4th of July has a ring to it.
Father's Day, Ken says.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, we can do Drex, we have to do a Father's Day stream. How could we not?
I know, right?
Maybe we'll get
I mean, men are told that they're trash every day, right?
Oh, they're trying to cancel.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. They're trying to, I don't know if you heard about this, Phil. They're trying to cancel Father's Day. They want 2 Mother's Days.
Oh, yeah, they've been trying this for years.
Yeah.
Like they'll openly scoff about the whole idea of such a thing as a Father's Day on British TV. This is one of the reasons why I just kind of turned the TV off and go, right, never using it again. It's now just a glorified laptop monitor for me now, albeit a 42-inch one, but
right,
that's all I use it for.
Well, but here's my thing though. The other side to that would be this: for anyone out there, this is for the specifically for the nationalist, right? So what is it that you're fighting for, right? All the the Save the West guys. Think about it. You're openly being mocked and hated, right, and denigrated. So what is it that you're fighting for, right? What are you fighting for? The media, everyone hates you. Why are you still saying no? We need to what? If you aren't saying walk away, I can't trust you as a man. I can't trust you because Phil, if men are supposed to be the ultimate embodiment and purveyors of logic and reason, how come so many guys haven't figured it out yet? Right? How come? You're hated.
Dick thinking.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. Like, dude, Phil, there shouldn't be a single man out there who's going, I don't know what you guys are talking about. It should be impossible. The indoctrination from the grade school level, the TV, the music, everything you see is anti-male. And yet you're still saying, we need to. Why? What does it take for you to finally just go, okay, yeah, Drex, we're done. We're going to walk away. We're finally done. Guys, man, it's sad, man. It really is. It's sad.
It really is. Sad state of affairs. And you talked about this in the State of the Union, right? The state of manhood. Like, you can't count on anyone anymore.
No, there was a time that you could. Like, there was a time when you could rely on your fellow man to have your best interest. There was a time that you could rely on your neighbor to look out for your kids, because if your kids were acting up, the neighbor told your parents and you got it twice as bad. It kept order. There was order. All of that is gone. There's no shame anymore. People get to just say and do whatever they want. They get to try to cancel everybody because they're triggered. Because wrong think, which is what Phil was talking about, where you didn't break a law, right? You didn't break a law. So Phil, the law that you broke was wrong think, right? Wrong speak, which isn't actually a law. So people want to be bullied. They want to be cucks.
Yep, I've been scoffed at many times for using that phrase. It's like, I'm not trying to be highbrow or quote Orwell or anything like that, but it's because it is actually happening. But people might call it cancel culture and stuff like that, but it's for like wrong speak or wrong think.
Yeah.
That's what results from that.
Well, if you think about it, Phil, the canceling, quote unquote, canceling is just the actual byproduct, right? Wrong think is so the whole authoritarianism is what it is, right? They're saying you have free speech. Go ahead and say whatever you want to do on our platform. So a guy says, "Hey, I don't like this." Oh, no, you're not allowed to say that. It's like, wait a minute. And then you like Phil, how can someone not see that at this point there's only one side getting yeeted, right? It's like you can't be this stupid, right? Like, even Phil, let me ask you something. Do you think that somewhere out there there's a leftist? Like, I'm talking an extreme leftist, who even they're going to be going like, wait a minute now, right? Like even though they're far left and they're saying like, I hate Trump, or I hate this, I hate that, blah blah blah, I hate Republicans. It doesn't matter. Do you believe, Phil, there's that leftist out there that's going, wait a minute now? I mean, this guy didn't break a law. He didn't incite violence. All he said was, I don't like blank. And he's taken off a platform? Like, Phil, the fact that they haven't looked at that and gone like this, what happens when they come for me, right? Because they're going to come for them eventually.
I would generally say that takes some adult level of thinking, and I don't think these people have been infantilized so much that they actually want to think like children. I deserve to be looked after.
Yeah, that entitlement, Phil, is actually a very dangerous mode of thinking, right? You've got people out here who are saying, my bill should be covered for this reason, and a lot of that stuff. Oh, I see Ken Jennings is going to be talking about that. He's going to be discussing that on his show. And Phil, it's very disturbing, right? Because if you and I have a difference of opinion, we grew up in a time when someone said, hey, Phil, if you don't like what Drex is saying, or I don't like what you're saying, we just turned it off. Or maybe we had a debate, right? We either had a debate, we aired out our differences, and then we moved on, right? And then we went on. Neither side tried to cancel the other side. It didn't happen.
We somehow got to 500 likes. Even after all the tech stuff, we still managed to get 517 likes on this. What am I doing so correctly? Because honestly, I don't know. I got some super chats here. Yellow Flash is also in the chat.
Oh, Sam, my man.
We need to burn it all down, says Wolfgang Deo, not just walk away. Also, he says I'm not acknowledging the soul in his chats. Well, I mean, I look at the number on that chat, and it's just, it's not an impressive number, Hey, look who just... Oh, look who just chatted. Let's get him in here, boys. Yeah, we'll have to get Rakeda into Phil's server. That nobody guy says, yo, sorry for hounding, man. It's the only way to break through the chat barrier. Love your shit, guys.
Much appreciated, man.
Yeah. Yeah, appreciated it. Go back and get his chat. Yellow Flash 2 says, good morning. For Phil, it's pretty late in the morning.
Yeah, poor Phil.
And Ricada Law says 5,000 pennies for 5,000 subs. Keep growing, chum. Yeah, let's see if we can get Nick in here. And hey, Yellow Flash, if you want to call in, man, let me know. We'll get you in.
I just invited Nick, so he's got the invite.
Cool.
Tell you what, I can't wait to go get my neck fixed by a chiropractor. My neck is Phil. I slept wrong like 2 weeks ago, and then slept wrong again earlier this past week. You ever done that, Phil, where it feels like your neck is never going to get right? It's just stiff
all the time.
Oh, like anything but the neck, man. It's like not my neck. Jesus.
Oh my God. I think we're coming up to the end of the stream here. We have been going for 8 hours now. Like we've done a full work shift.
So someone out there, Phil, started this stream, right? They were at work and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna listen to this while I'm working, and I'll find something to watch after work. And here they are, like, these guys are still going. And Phil, I remember when I did a show with you and Nick, right? I'll never forget someone actually put that. They're like you could see the chat scrolling, and the guy like woke up later. You could tell because he went to sleep. He was like, he sends the "All right, guys, I'm out. I'm going to bed" chat in the chat, and everyone's like, "Peace out, dude." And then later on, he's like, "Hey, you guys are still going." Like, he thought it was a new stream. Like,
well, that's our trademark now, isn't it?
Right. I just
we start on one day and then we finish on the next day.
Right.
My God. Hang on a second. I want to double check something really quick. So that 8 hours of work, do you know what that earned us, ladies and gentlemen? Especially you penance. That earned us $329.
Nice.
There we go.
That's not bad for an 8-hour day of work. And some people, like, there's someone listening to us right now at McDonald's flipping a burger going like, the fuck is my life about?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing that you can always you can always change whatever. Earlier when we first kicked things off, right? We had Kick Frog on, and he talked about he and his wife, following their passion, just doing something different. Like even the guy sitting at McDonald's flipping burgers, you can always flip the script and change something up, right? Like I still do my day job thing. I come on YouTube and stuff. I always wanted to reach out to guys and let them know, like, dude, it's never too late to just do something different. Just change it up. Because Phil, you said that, right? You were an IT guy, and at some point, you said you took that time off, right? And it was during that time off where you said, do I really want to go back to that, right? You're just kind of like, do I really want to, or do I want to do something different, right? You have to pivot.
It was kind of at that moment when I realized that money wasn't the thing that I was chasing. I mean, it was nice once I'd had money. Then when you realize once you've had it, it's relatively unfulfilling. You still start chasing other things, which are actually more valuable than money.
Yep.
And so the freedom to kind of do my own thing means so much more to me.
Absolutely. Well, he said that too, right? He and his wife were talking about that, because I think that there comes a point, Phil, and it's something that has crossed my mind numerous times where I was like, throughout my life, I was like, we talked about this earlier. The things that people say are what is a measure of success, I believe all that is an illusion. Because do you guys notice a lot of people who are, very rich, very wealthy, they're some of the worst and most miserable people. They're doing drugs, they commit suicide, and you're thinking, and how many times have you heard this, Phil? Why did he do that? That guy had everything, right? You've heard that before, right? He had it all. No, he didn't. Same with a lot of these women too. Women get to a certain point, everyone's like, "Oh, she had it all," and then she talks about, I feel so alone. I feel so miserable." Like, why? But you have everything. You look good. You're famous. You're blah blah. And she's like, "It doesn't even mean anything." It's like, damn. Because Phil, a lot of these people, they don't have real friends, right? Not one real friend, and a lot of that stuff sucks. It sucks.
Well, that was the one thing I realized actually after going around the world. That because I was going to see all these different cultures, different things, different ways of doing stuff, and I realized, I'll find my path. And I realized it was just to have like a few friends to have a few beers with, i.e. just get together and shoot the shit with a couple of times a week. And I'd be happy as any man on the planet. And that's when I stopped like chasing the money, because if you chase the money, it's never enough. You can be Bill Gates and you're still trying to make more money. Then what was the point? Like, how much is enough? And a lot of guys like will never say, if I reach this amount, then I'll stop working and then I'll just enjoy the money. You never see the guy do that.
Never. And Phil, on that point, what do you think, what would be your advice to the guys out there who are currently chasing the money or thinking about chasing the money? Like give them an idea of what's going to happen as they reach a certain point.
Well, if you just carry on chasing the money, you'll realize you get to a point where you've gotten somewhat beyond midlife. You've got less to look forward to, less scope in life to do all those things like jump out of a plane and stuff like that, because now you've got responsibilities and stuff like that. So all of these things are then taken away from you. And then you're left with almost like a shell of a life that you have to live out because of the responsibilities. Whereas if you ask yourself as a young man, what is it that I actually want out of life to be happy? It takes a while to answer that question. But if you can do that, then you're already on the path to that ambition of success, whatever that happens to be. Like when you get like these guys who were like commodities traders, and they're like millionaires, and they give up everything to just do still life paintings, and they're happy as you like. That's worth more than money. You can't buy happiness.
Nope.
That's why I tend to say to these people, they always look at me blankly when I say, let's just figure out what it is that you want out of life. If you've done that, that's the biggest question in your life that you'll ever answer. And if you can figure it out, you're going to be happier than like 99.9% of all of the men. And that's for the women. They're never happy. It doesn't matter what you give them. So,
well, Phil, do you know what one of the things I find funny is that, have you ever asked somebody why they want something? Right? Like they say, hey, I want this. And you go like this. Hey, is that your own idea? Did someone tell you that? Right? Because I've noticed, Phil, with a lot of these guys who say, I want this, I want that. And you start asking like, is that really what you want? Right? Which is kind of going to what you just said, right? Is that really what you want? Or were you just told that's what's going to make you happy? Because that's where I think the midlife crisis comes from, Phil. I truly believe that's what it is.
I've asked people this kind of question. Right. You've got all the money, more money than Bill Gates can even dream of. So you've got all the cars, you've got all the yachts, you've got houses everywhere, right? Anything you want, you're already on it, and you've still got more money than you can ever hope to spend in a lifetime. Right, it's Tuesday, what are you going to do? And they start describing all these things that they've never done before. I'm going to go like cliff jumping or whatever. Yeah, you've done all that. Every activity you can think of, you've done, right? Yep. Now it's Tuesday, what are you going to do? Now, you would then look back and think, all the things that you've ever done, what was it that made you happy? So again, it comes back to the same question, what makes you happy?
Yep.
Because if you take the money question away, because a lot of people hide behind this, I need money to do this, I need money to pay for that. It's yeah. But if the money question's taken away, what is it that will make you happy? And they've got no answer. So how are they ever going to be happy if they never ask themselves the question?
I just believe these people are drones, to be honest with you, Phil. I started really thinking about it, and I actually get this a lot where I pressure people about why they say they want a family. Because I've had guys say, well, Drex, I want kids, I want a family. I said, why? And they go, and they don't really have a reason, right? Other than like, well, I mean, that's just kind of what you do in my legacy. What legacy? No one's going to know who you are 100 years from now. They won't know who you are 30 years from now, right? So let's skip the legacy. Phil, before the pandemic, of course, and the lockdowns, most guys left the home to work, right? Like most people weren't working in the home, right? So let's look at the day of your average person, your average man. If he has a family, the average guy has to wake up, get ready for work, drive into work, or take the bus or something, right? Get to work, commute back home. Phil, how much time do you think that, and he still has to go to sleep, right, and eat. How much time do you think that man spends with his kids?
30 minutes.
30 minutes to 2 hours is the absolute max, depending on what time your kids go to bed and wake up, blah, 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 right? So you're saying what you really want is to pay for a house, 2 cars, you got to pay for the missus car, right? So a house, 2 cars, all the bills, blah, blah, to spend 30 minutes to 2 hours with your children. That's success to you, right? That doesn't sound very successful. That doesn't sound like happiness.
These are the same guys as well. When they get retired, they don't know what to do. So they just sit in front of the TV again, not with children or family or anything like that. And they waste away and die. So that's why I would like saying to my my friend who paid off his mortgage, said, "Do you want to go part-time and then start doing more of the things that you want to do out of life?" And he doesn't know what he likes doing. He spends more time at work. He'll actually do a 6-day working week. And he only needs to do 2 to 3. Well, what's the point? He's got no life outside of work because he has to be told what to do.
Yep.
That's the thing. And most people are like that, like the automaton kind of idea, like you were saying.
Yeah, it's Phil, if you know, I always tell people, right, like when my daughter coming up with you know, I'm looking at her age, and you know, once I'm completely free to the family court fuckery, right? And that day is actually fast approaching. It's you know, a matter of years, right? And before you know it, you know, your kid is driving age and then they're out of high school. Once that day hits, Phil, I look at my life and it's like, when I'm finally free to truly do what I want without having to always have that be an issue. Because, you know, once your kids are grown up, Phil, did you ever talk to your parents about that? When you grew up, how much more free time they had, right? Like they were able to do certain stuff they couldn't do when they've got to look after kids. That's just the way it is. You know, it's a huge bulk of your time.
Oh man. Well, do we got time for more super chats?
Oh, go ahead.
Of course.
Always got time for super chats. Geothermal Walker says, congrats from the non-existent Australia. No, we don't do that here. Australia is a proud member of the Commonwealth, right, Phil?
Well, until they kick Her Majesty out as the head of state, but that's just a matter of time.
Well, then they won't exist as a country then. No. You know, Australia is great, Drex. You know, places like Melbourne, Canberra, Sydney. Silver Coins Go Clink Clink says, legit, this stream started a bit after my work did, and then it's still going while I just get home.
Yeah. I don't know how Phil and I do this. I actually just had Mama Vic text me. Yeah, I'm like, she's still up. You know.
Oh, please tell me Mama Vic is gonna. Mama Vic must disapprove so much of my tech issues, boomering.
Well, you know, I sent her an article that she said she's so grateful she doesn't have grandchildren. I don't know if you heard about this, Phil. I was shown an article. Dalton parents enraged over masturbation, quote unquote, videos for first graders. You can't make this up, man. Yeah. You believe that?
I'd be the type, if I was a parent, I'd be marching down to school and people would be getting like punched out.
Yeah, dude, this is how bad it's gotten, man. Is that these parents are like, well, I mean, I don't agree, but stop. Like that school should be done. Phil, there's no consequence to anything.
If that's the case, then you've really abdicated any responsibility to those children.
Yeah.
Like if you feel like no responsibility to be able to govern the teachings of your children, or are you just giving it to the government and say, do as you will?
Yep. Most of these parents here in the States, Phil, and you got to remember, there are so many single moms. Remember, the single moms are always going to side with the state, right?
Oh, God, yeah, they couldn't give 1/2 of a quarter of a shit.
No. So all the dads, remember, the only people who are usually, you know, trying to put a stop to all this, it's the dads, right? Like, it's like the I Stand with Sophie case. It's the dads going, whoa, what is this? Like, and it's the women, whatever they are told. I mean, it's painful to see in real life. And you just like look at it like, dude, they don't possess a soul. Phil, whatever is the most powerful influence in their life, they will follow without any question. There's no morality. None.
Well, that does lend some credence to the argument that perhaps they shouldn't be voting, though.
Oh, because you know what they're going to vote for. They're going to vote for just bigger government. Remember, you can't be mad at them for that, right? They're going to vote for what? Provision and protection. That means a welfare state in a police state. That's the physical manifestation.
Daddy substitute.
It's a dad substitute. That's all. Phil, you know that's how they're going to vote, right? Before any amendment or any law that gives women voting power, you know how women are designed. So you're like, okay, what are they going to do with the vote? What do you think they were going to do? You can't be mad at the women. They vote exactly the way you expected them to vote. In Phil, the more leftist and progressive and open border, where does open borders come from? Women. Where does free the word free? Do you know the only people that use that word, Phil, are women? Free. Yeah. Free healthcare. And a guy goes, nothing's free. Nothing in this world is free. It is for, because Phil, think about it. There are certain women who never had to pay for anything, right? They're 23, never pay for a thing. Guys bought dinner,
these
drinks.
are usually the ones which will say, "Oh, this should be free." Yeah, so it's like healthcare.
Yep.
Now,
yeah.
I'm British. We technically have free healthcare, but that shit has to be paid for, and it's a fucking black hole for money.
Oh, I bet.
Doesn't matter how much money you throw at it, it's never enough.
Never. Ever.
Never enough. Oh, Canada's got the same thing. We've got the public healthcare system too. And we're actually worse than NHS when it comes to wait times for major operations.
How long is that in Canada?
Man, it can take up to 6 months to get an MRI done.
Are you serious?
I'm not kidding.
What happens if what happens if something bad happened? You got hurt.
Like emergency. Yeah, emergencies go first, right? A lot of people will get their MRI appointment canceled because there was some, like, a bus rolled that morning and they're like, oh, we got a ton of people with internal bleeding that we got to fix up.
Damn.
Well,
the big one in the UK tends to be if you've got a heart bypass operation, you can be waiting for 2 years to get that done because there's that many guys who just like eat so badly. There's just a queue of people, and you're not going to die this month if you don't get it. So they just put you in a queue.
Tisk go Canada. Velvet Nightmare says, I wanted to top Nikki, but I just paid off my credit cards. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it, no matter what the amount. Except for Wolfgang Deo. No, I'm joking, man. Don't take it personally. Wolfgang Deo says, well, looks like I may as well sell all my stocks and fly to Japan for a month of school that will teach me drawing. Why the fuck stay in Arizona for the summer?
One of the things I find funny, Phil, is I'm sure you're fully aware of the anime scene has just completely exploded, right? Meanwhile, comics are done.
The only thing I can put to it, because I've not watched enough to actually get a real grasp on it, but the only thing I can think of is that the anime character personifies perhaps a hyper femininity that you just don't see today, because all you get is these masculine twerking beasts.
The anime girls are still women. Like there's nothing about them that makes you say, oh no, this is really just a dude that they just did a gender swap. Every time you see an anime chick, she's a chick. Always. She's always a chick. And with Terminator, Woke, Fate, and all this stuff, Phil, they're always trying, Ghostbusters, they're trying to basically say they're interchangeable. And of course, we all know that they're not interchangeable, right? And you see the consequence.
If men and women were truly interchangeable, we would just be having sex with men, because at least you could have a decent conversation with them afterwards and maybe have a beer.
Right? Not happening, because we know how it is. And Phil, that's one of the things with the dolls, right? A guy gets a doll, he's like, man, I get to get my sexual needs fulfilled without, it's the extra. Phil, we all know if men weren't designed the way they were, we as a species would have gone extinct probably 100,000 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. If the male thirst was not okay, let's just say you took away, let's say guys had half thirst, right? So take the male sex drive, cut it in half. We would have been extinct as a species. A guy would be like, yeah, I tried it. Well, it wasn't for me. And he's like, I'm just going to go back to working. It's going to be like, we don't have enough people to replace us. Yeah. Right? Like that would be the reaction, right, Phil?
Well, I suppose that's me, really.
Yeah,
I mean, my parents kind of said to me, "Oh, you're not going to get married, and we'll see what you feel like when you're 25." And I was like, 25? No, I'm still not going to get married. We'll see what you're like when you're 30, 35. Yep. When I got to 40, they're like, "You're not getting married, are you?"
Nope. Yeah, my parents long ago they realized at a certain age, it might have been those pictures my mom saw of me. That might have been like her horrible moment of like, oh my God, oh no, and then a few years later it was like, yeah, it's over, it's over. There's just no chance, Phil. Like the laws are so bad. Like, Phil, I have legitimate concerns of your mental health. Like, I would suggest anyone who's going to get married go see Ken Jennings because I believe they're actually insane. Honestly,
make an appointment through the Migtown podcast.
Yeah, dude, I'm being serious because Phil, you can't come up with. Here's the thing: every time that a guy, remember, a guy, not a woman, every time a guy tries to come up with a reason as to why you should get married, it's always what marriage should be or could be, right? Never what it is. The Bible says this. It should be this. It could be that.
A red flag that you tend to see with these guys is they start rationalizing like women. Because if they can't come up with a good reason, oh, you just hate women. That's the problem. Yeah, okay, that's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I hate women so much. I've had sex with more of them than you have. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Well, Phil, there aren't that many guys. In all honesty, there's not that many guys that legitimately hate women. Even a guy like, let's say, Elliot Rodger, right? Even some of these incel killers, their issue was not hatred for women, right? Their issue was they simped so hard and they still didn't get the result, right? Which was the golden V. So it's not even hate, right? It's really frustration. Because let's think about this, Phil. Right before Elliot Rodger went on his rampage, what if he would have met his Aryan queen, right? Right before, like, let's say 2 days before, right? He writes his manifesto. He's got his guns. He's ready to go. And right before then, he goes to get a coffee, and some girl strikes up a conversation, and he's like, "Well, I was thinking about doing this in 2 days, but," and she pulls him away, right? Because that's what he pedestalized. So if what he pedestalizes would have shown him attention and given him the golden V, Elliot Rodger doesn't go on the rampage. Simple as that. It's just frustration.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't think anyone's under any illusion for that one.
Yeah. These guys don't hate women. The media always tries to say that, right? Like, oh, he hates women. I go, here's what hatred of women would look like, Phil. He wouldn't try to date. He would actively try to hurt women from day one, right? Like, actively try to do it.
Yeah, every day would be a hockey mask time.
Every day would be with HMT unless you stopped him. That's hatred. And that's what feminists do every day, right? And Phil, that's a key difference. Feminists legitimately hate men. Like, legitimately. They actually hate them. Well, actually, they hate women more than men. Phil, that was one of the hardest truths I had to understand. Feminists hate women more than men.
Does it come across that they hate men? It's like, I tend to think they're envious of men more than anything else.
They envy them, but here's the thing, though. Okay, hate is confused admiration, right? That's why, if you notice, feminists try to emulate men, right? They cut their hair like men. They wear clothes like men. So I shouldn't even say hate. They envy men so much. And so it kind of comes to the same thing with, I said about Elliot Rodger. It's frustration, right? Phil, I have always said, I love feminists. Feminists love to be put in their place, Phil. The way that feminists get off on getting put in their place, it's like a marvel to behold. You're like, look at this. And Phil, I'm talking about, I've had girls that talk about, I'm an asshole, I'm toxic, they call me every name in the book, right? Everything about me is so bad. And I don't know if you heard about this. There was the Reddit of these women who had fantasies of Donald Trump smashing them, right? Far leftists. And there was an article published called I don't know why, but I keep having sex with far right Republicans, right? And as you can imagine, who were the girls, Phil? Far leftists, right? Far leftist communists, right? And they go, I don't understand why. And she goes, it starts the same way. There's an argument at the bar, and we're arguing about it. She goes, the next thing I know, Phil, they never take accountability. Next thing I know, I'm in his bed. Wait a minute.
But if you Ken Jennings the moment out, it would be like you'd managed to get back to the actual root part of her problem, which is she just wants a guy like Daddy, and Daddy didn't take any of her shit ever.
Well, Drex, it's just like all the fantasies that women had about Trump coming in and graping them.
Oh, dude, it was a huge thing. It wasn't like oh, Phil, Phil, this is just like one or two women. No. It was, I'm talking a legitimate thing. Like there were tons of women out there, far left women, who were turned on by Donald Trump.
Oh, all right. Oh wow. Wolfgang Deo says, "Why would you want a godly wife, a house, a good-paying job, all the toys, if you have no hobbies and your life is spent under tyrannical dictates? You have nothing that sparks real joy in life."
Well said, that man.
Yeah, I felt the soul of that chat. I really did. I felt the soul in that chat.
You see it the older you get, you guys, you're going to see that more and more. You're going to see more of your guys get married and tell you how you're not doing it the right way, and then a few years later, after, what do you think, Phil? It's normally kid number 2, right? You always seem to see after kid number 2 where a lot of these guys are looking sad and like, yeah, this is my life.
I mean, I've kind of seen this because from any point from your very late 20s throughout your 30s, you see a lot of your male friends, they start getting married off, and they're too busy to come out, or they might even ostracize you because, like me, if you're not married, you're not part of the married club anymore, so you can't hang around with them anymore. And it's after you, as you said, like after about the second kid, and then they start to realize, and you see them looking yearningly towards you, like, I wish I had that freedom to just do what I want to do for a change.
Yep.
Because the men take all this responsibility on, and then and it's though like, oh, everything is my fault, so therefore I have to be unhappy all the time. And I don't know why they think this, but they do, and so like they end up living miserable lives. And you'd think they would get then through to like retirement, and then they don't know what to do because they've forgotten how to enjoy life, and it's just such a waste.
Yeah, it's sad to see, but you know what though? I'm happy to see them suffer because that's the choice they made. Like when you watch Star Wars and you see Anakin make the choices he makes and gets chopped in half and burnt to a crisp and put into the Vader suit, it's like, dude, that's what you chose. That you didn't have to choose it. That wasn't by accident. You chose to go down that path. Phil, these guys that go this simp cuck route, they chose it, right? It's not like, remember, they got on one knee, right? Did they not? Did they bought the ring? They got on one knee.
And then once again, they'll argue like a woman, say, "Oh, but I was sold a lie. It was everyone else's fault. I didn't listen to it." The one say, "I didn't listen and I didn't understand." So, "Oh, somebody sold me a lie. Therefore, it's not my fault." It's like, no, take some responsibility.
Yep,
change it then.
Fault.
They never do.
Candace Bushnell.
Well, we'll do a last call for super chats. It doesn't look like Rackets is going to be able to make it in, unfortunately, but he did send a shout out, so thank you, Nick, for that. But
nice. He sent me a message a little earlier saying that was 20 minutes ago. He said his guests are about to leave and he can join in if you're still going. But if the guests are,
I'll stall for him.
If the guests are still sitting there, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Poor Nikki.
I mean, I know what I can stall you guys with. Look, I've boomered a lot of things tonight, but I can properly execute a proper Gale video.
Ugh.
The reactions. Come on, chat.
Phil's heart can't handle it.
Press 1 in the chat if you want to see these guys go through another Gale video. You lashed one. Sorry if I butchered your name. So when's the Goblin amputee doll? Just kidding. Please God, don't.
Everything's possible. With enough money and inclination, it can be done.
Wolfgang Dale says, burn down Canada. There's no soul left for them. A very true statement. Oh, I'm getting a lot of ones in the chat here. Oh, so many ones. Oh, shower me with all your ones.
Oh, dear God.
Hey, that's a proper way to prep yourself for a Gale video. All right, chat. Why don't you guys start suggesting some Gale videos. Find me some good ones there, because we already did the chimp out at Popeyes, but we literally have not done any other video. I know there's one where she talks about Brett Spiner getting graped in Minecraft, of course. Needs to be a... Oh yeah, it needs to be definitely a solo Gale vid. Because I haven't listened to her, like, the people who enable her, but I assume it's terrible.
OMG.
Yeah,
I was
sorry,
trying to think of something nice to say to the chat, but
Yeah.
fuck you guys.
Oh, Phil, my goodness. You last
Phil
one
getting
says...
so spicy.
Well, because we've kept them up, it's literally the sun is rising in Britain right now.
It's
It's
4:30
4:30 over there, right?
5:40.
Or 5:40.
It's 5:40, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he's 6 hours ahead of me. Damn.
Hey, just make them suffer, a Lily Singh video, says Ulash1.
Oh, Phil. You want to talk about a spectacularly unfunny woman? Although that's basically
That's all of them, right?
they're all, look, man, it's redundant. There's no such thing as a funny woman. There's a woman that can have a sense of humor, right? I've met women with a sense of humor, right? Like they're legitimately, they'll make you chuckle. But funny? No. A woman cannot be a great stand-up comedian. None of them can. None. And Lily Singh is so unfunny, man.
I can remember Christopher Hitchens back in the day talking about it. He said, just like women have never had to evolve to be funny. They can just be, and men will find them attractive. Whereas a man had to find something of a sense of humor to be attractive to women. I mean, unless, Chad or Tyrone, but,
He said that, and I understand where he's getting from. I remember seeing that clip. I know the exact clip you're referring to. And here's the thing. On a base level, I get what he's saying, but here's my only retort to that, though, Phil. He's saying women didn't need to evolve to be funny because they could just exist and that was enough. But let me ask you something. Think about it. A boy is born just like a girl is born, and funny is fun. Either you're funny. I mean, you've met people who are funny. You've met people who are unfunny. When it comes to women, they don't possess abstract thought. Humor comes from the abstract, right?
Yeah.
So have you noticed, Phil? A bunch of guys can sit around. We can crack jokes with each other. We don't need to explain the joke, right? Guys just get it, right? Have you ever been around women? You get to explain every joke every time.
Yeah.
And it kills the mood.
Guys,
You're like,
I think I found it.
Get it? Uh-oh.
I think I found it.
No. Oh, God.
Nuclear bomb hits Canada. Jesuit bukkake style. I think this is the video we're gonna do. Come on, chat. Do you want to see the nuclear bomb hit Canada?
I don't know how people get this crazy. Have you ever wondered that, Phil? Like what happens in someone's life to get Gale level crazy? Like an actual kook?
Oh my god. Audio renderer error. Please restart your computer.
Oh.
Hey, do you want to know why the voicemails didn't work properly?
Uh-oh.
Now I
that
can't play
might be
YouTube
it.
videos. Well, Phil, so you can play it. You'll have to go live. You know how to do that, right? Share your screen on Discord. Do you think you could figure it out?
Yeah, once you click the screen button, right?
Yeah, and it'll ask you. So just open this up in an extra window. Here, I'll shoot it to you by DM. I'm not restarting my computer because that will kill the stream.
Every time I have a very sad video to make today. The Canadian nation has been hit with this new cocky bomb. I'm going to read a letter that I got from Brent Spiner, dated December the 21st, 2011, 1:10 a.m. My dear wife, I am writing to you from the Canadian International Hospital where I sit in quarantine zipped inside a dreadfully squeaky white hazmat suit. These suits actually look like the space suits we used on the set of Star Trek. So at the very least, I know I look cute in them. What I am writing you is a first-hand account of the horrible bombing that took place today. All of Canada has been bukkakied. I cannot describe to you the smell. The sensations are so vivid in my mind, I have had trouble sleeping. Every time I close my eyes, the scene comes pouring back into my eyes, my ears, my nostrils, my mouth, like a horrific rape scene stuck on repeat. Minutes from hour zero, I sat in the hospital room next to Terrance Jenkins. My heart was pounding. My palms were sweating as I flattened them on the cold window, dilated pupils fixated on the brightening horizon in the distance. I prayed. I saw the Nukaki bomb as it came over the sky, silent, unglamorous, like an idle daydream whisking across the imagination and disappearing among the clouds. The room seemed to stand silent, still, swelling with the melody of I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas, playing over the hospital intercom, uninterrupted by the horror dawning outside with the cold glow of the winter sun. The bomb dropped. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. The powerful blast ejaculated through the streets so fast there was no time to react. Innocent civilians had drowned in the milky depths before they could even scream. Buildings burst. The entire hospital shook under the tremendous quakes of the earth as doctors and nurses flooded into the rooms to gather everyone down into the basement. They made sure to round up all of the celebrities first. The next thing I know, I was being dragged out of the room while Terrance Jenkins still lay on the hospital bed. Leave him, they said. He will never survive the trip without his left testicle, but I wouldn't allow it. Not this man, not my friend. I whirled out of the arms of the nurses and flung myself to his bedside. I politely asked permission to touch his body, to which he responded with a reluctant, drugged-out groan, then cupped his injured testicles in my own hands and hoisted his body out of the bed. I then began the arduous journey down 27 flights of stairs en route to the safety of the basement. Grasping the body of Terrance Jenkins, heaving and sweating, my legs pumped as hard and fast as they could. In no short time, the windows on the stairs exploded, and like an ocean tidal wave, the taste of salt violated my mouth and burned the back of my throat. We were being blasted with semen. I tried to run faster, but my timing couldn't have been more terrible. Just as I neared each landing, the windows at head level would burst, shouting blast after blast of semen directly into my face. I wanted to collapse, to lose my mind in the terrible nuclear bukkake storm. Had it not been for my desire to save poor Terrance Jenkins and my desire to again see your sweet face, I might have died right then and there, sobbing in a pool of sperm and AIDS. Those Jesuits, I would not give it to them. I was the last to arrive at the doors to the basement. I set Terrance Jenkins down on the floor while Vladimir and the doctors immediately bolted the heavy doors shut behind us. Mere seconds later came the shaking blast of ejaculate hitting the steel doors. We had made it. We were safe. I knelt to check on Terrance. To my horror, he was no longer breathing. I cried out in horror and protest and immediately began CPR. I put my mouth to his over and over, trying so desperately to infuse air into his heavily inseminated lungs, pausing to pump my palms against his manly chest. The doctors, nurses, and all the men circled the two of us. My eyes welled up with tears as I saw the doctor shake his head. Gerard Butler removed his hat silently, praying in Irish. I strained and I pumped, unwilling to give in. With one final thrust, I saw a gurgle of semen burst past his big lips. His eyes rolled open, and he began to grunt. He could barely speak, his words still spraying with remnants of inhaled semen as he tried to force them out. He asked where he was, and proudly I replied that other than being covered in semen of mostly unknown origins, he was safe. It was then I finally collapsed onto the floor beside him, exhausted, and slept. Hours later, we returned to the surface to inspect the aftermath of the attack. I almost gagged upon re-entering the hospital building. The odors permeated my nostrils, and I immediately brought my hand to my face to cover my mouth. The only way to describe it is like the cheapest mushroom Alfredo you have ever had, left to rot in the fridge for several months. Shuddering, I turned my eyes to the nearest window. My mouth fell open in a slow, seeping shock, as did the protection of my hand. The streets, which I would have presumed to be flowing with the milky remnants of Jesuit semen, had hardened over in the afternoon sun, freezing the entire city mid-wash in a noxious yellow crust. Rescue teams were sent to chisel through the wreckage looking for survivors. The rest of us were brought back to quarantine to be dealt with. According to Fox News, every Canadian woman has fallen pregnant. This has become a national crisis. I'm sure they are censoring this from the United States. Brianna, too. Brianna is Terrance Jenkins' baby that was rescued from the Vatican, and who has my genes and Terrance's genes. The Jesuits created her using our stolen eggs and semen. Brianna, too, has become pregnant, but she has chosen to have an abortion, so she should come out of this okay. All of the men are okay. Our doctors are able to obtain enough spermicide to sanitize our bodies. We had to stand naked in quarantine and be blasted with a spermicide hose to fully eradicate all of the sperm. I am feeling itchy, but at least I am well. Terrance Jenkins is making a recovery as well. He is doing better than I could have hoped, and miraculously, he still has his right testicle, although it is hanging on by a thread, so he has to hold it. I am glad you are safe and far, far away from here. I wish I could be with you, your husband, Brent Spiner. I also had about a 45-minute conversation with Terrance Jenkins.
I think Phil's internet just blew up.
Oh, that's what it is.
It seems fine on my side, but obviously the upload obviously isn't.
I mean,
it could be the video itself, right?
Susan could be throttling us right now because you play too much Gale stuff.
Might be.
Anyway, yeah, you can turn it off now, Phil. I mean, she was just, she finished.
Well, you got through a new cocky for a chimp out.
Yeah, I will tell my kids about the new cocky experience I had.
Oh, God.
By the way, while that was happening, a spam bot hit the chat, so I had to turn on slow mode. Just everything today. Everything.
I don't know what to say about that. Gail, here's the thing. Phil, is there a part of you that's like this? She's got to be trolling, right? She's got to be trolling.
I mean, it's like Monty Python-esque levels of fiction.
You know what's funny? You wish you had a time machine to take Gail and give her the script that she's written for Monty Python, right? Because like the quest for the Holy Grail and the meaning of life and all these things that they created, they still made a bit of sense, right? Like they're made to be silly, but they were still they were cohesive. All of Gail's stories are so far removed from any form of reality. I'm almost jealous. Oh shit. Ricada Law?
Wait, is Nick here?
Yeah,
yes,
Nick
he is here. Let me promote him. Hey, Nick, you're on.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh my God, you came in so loud.
Oh, sorry.
Hang on, let me fix that. Oh God. Yeah, I just bumped you down a little bit.
Hey, thanks, man. I've been in the server already. I'm just kind of quiet.
Okay.
Yeah, one of your mods invited me a long time ago, so get wrecked.
Oh, woo.
It had to be a woo.
Oh, here. Hey, look, I'm okay.
Yeah, hey,
Oh,
Nick's
damn.
on.
I still like the other camera better, Nick.
Good.
It was better.
Good.
Yeah, post
I
one in
hope
the
you
chat
do.
if you think Nick's old camera was better.
Dude, it looks like you're in front of a damn green screen.
I know. I love it.
I can't stand it. It's like, God, all the books are blurry. Everything's blurry. And
Yeah. Check it
Nick's
out.
just
I'm
all
blurry.
clear. Look, it is blurry. That's so creepy.
So, Nick, have you met my wife?
No, I've not. What's her name?
Penance.
Penance.
It's good for a man's soul to do a little penance from time to time.
That's the most adequate wife name I've ever heard.
Absolutely.
Better than many rackets.
Ooh.
Ouch. Cutting me deep. How I'm leaving. I'm leaving now.
Did somebody say deep? And so, Nick, you had company. You got to hang back today, and I'm sure you finally put the damn kids to bed.
Yeah.
Nick, I was telling Phil, man. Do you remember some of the things that happened to us in childhood about just trading games and all that, like all the stuff that the modern kids will never experience?
Yeah. You never have a friend come over and then like mysteriously lose your Nintendo cartridge anymore? Because like that's done. That's
yeah,
done.
it's over.
What are they gonna do? Steal your Steam key?
Yeah. Well, I was telling these guys, because Phil got out of gaming, so he has this gap, and Nick, he missed some of the greatest moments within that gap, which is I was telling Phil about what Mario Party did to the world, right? Like, because a lot of the kids now and some of these older guys, they're playing games online and they think this stuff is so great and they got all the high tech and blah blah blah, but like, Nick, do you remember just being able to be in the same room on the same couch playing Mario Party? You can't emulate that.
No, and you didn't even have to. I mean, one great example, right? We used to have Halo parties, and like half of like you never really played Halo. Your brother didn't play Halo that much, but we would have them anyway, and it didn't matter. It was still fun.
Yep.
Because you're in the room and you get to kill somebody and you get to say, "Ha ha, you died, you son of a bitch," and you get to revel in their miserable failures. And same thing with Mario Party, Smash Brothers, etc. There's something about that sitting on the couch with the person and making them feel like an utter loser for just screwing up at some little part, and then they're going to do the same thing right back to you in 10 minutes.
Yep. Well, that's what Phil said. Phil was like, that was the big moment, right? It's I got that comeuppance, right? Like in Mario Kart, when someone launches a blue shell at you, you get hit right before you go off a jump, so you died twice, and you just went from first to like sixth, and you're like, wait, what? Like, what just happened on the last turn? And you nothing can simulate that, Phil. Like nothing can simulate being in the same room trolling your buddies, like
falling around a 200-pound CRT screen back then, like trying to you actually buckle it in the front seat of the car. You're like, oh, hey man, we got to drive over to this place, but you got to get in back because the goddamn TV's got to run.
The TVs. But Nick, there's going to be like you look at our kids, right? There's this whole generation, they're never going to experience that. Arcades are gone. And so I think the online world has kind of killed off some of that very needed, human to human social interaction, right? Like there's just something about that you can't simulate, you can't fake it, you can't go online. Like it can never fulfill that need that like, if we got the whole gang back together, Nick, and I said, yo, Nick, we're going to just pop in Mario Party 9, let's go play. And you're right back. Phil, 20 years later, you're right back.
I mean, I'm thinking the nearest thing that I played was sort of like Doom multiplayer things where you would network about sort of like 4 to 6 PCs together. And there'd be a point where one of your friends, he's got like the higher ground to go all Jedi on you.
Yeah.
And he's going to win the game. So you start throwing pencils at him because he's only a few feet away and he can't concentrate because you're throwing things at him. And like kids these days, they won't experience that.
No, it's so needed.
our man M's house, right? We're
Yeah.
there and we were playing Armored Core on PlayStation 2, Armored Core 2, and we had the consoles linked up and we had the TVs facing opposites. So the people playing on the one TV were facing this way and the others were sitting behind them facing the other way. And if you turned around to cheat like a dirty asshole, his brother would come up and he was bigger than all of us. He would put his hand over your eyes and give you like a 10-second penalty and he just holds you there. Because if you turned around, you could see where they were, right? Like that was the whole gimmick. And he's like, nope, 10-second penalty, boom. You can't do that online. You can't do that.
Well, you know what though? You think about it though, Nick. That's why cheating has gotten big, right?
Mhm.
Like all these people cheating. Like there are people out there trying to play competitive games, Phil, and they're using like mods and shit to cheat. And it's like, what do you gain from that? Like,
There's an old video of a guy who was cheating at Counter-Strike at a tournament. He's at a tournament. They caught him cheating. And that was when everybody brought in their PCs. They take him and they throw his ass on the street. And then a guy follows up, tower in hand, just goes, take your piece of shit computer with you, and just hooks it into, just launches it. And it hits the ground, just shatters everywhere. It's like, good. Get rid of him.
But Nick, you need that because nowadays we don't really have that. Like you can get yeeted off of someone's platform, but at the end of the day, that doesn't happen too much now because a lot of people just remain anonymous or create a new account and stuff. But like if you had your tower get thrown into the street and destroyed, that hurt. That hurt your soul. You know? It hurt your soul the way that like Twitch and down on these hot tub streamers has hurt their soul and their bank accounts. Phil, have you been keeping up with that? The hot tub streams?
I hear of it, but it's all just part of the e-thottery, though, isn't it?
It's
it's like energy. You cannot be created nor destroyed. It just changes from one form to another.
It really does, man.
Drex,
It's great.
would you watch a Gale hot tub stream for 4 hours to get rid of the family court forever?
Absolutely. Now
Her hot tub stream would be infinitely more entertaining than the average hot tub stream. Like she wouldn't just be sitting there writing simps' names down on a pickle with a Sharpie. She'd probably be ranting and railing about the Jesuits, and that'd be way fucking funnier.
Did you hear the video we just played before you got here?
No, I've had literally the moment before I came down was when our company left. They're friends from out of town, and so I've been entertaining all day. So I haven't heard anything. I popped in earlier on my phone to drop the super chat just in case I wasn't able to make it on.
Well, we appreciate that. 9 hours we've been going now. Nick, we are almost halfway to a 24-hour stream. I mean,
well, I don't know if the e-thoughts are the only ones with problems then. No, just kidding. I'm kidding. But God, that's actually my problem with it. Because look, if a thought's gonna thought, but if they'll thought intelligently and entertainingly, like I'm all for it. I don't care what they do, but like I'm so tired of the simp rewarding the zero effort content of this chick is just going to wear Victoria's Secret underwear. She's going to be in a hot tub and claim it's a bikini, riding on an inflatable pickle or duck or whatever, and just read the subscriptions that come in and write the names down on it over and over and over. And it's literally, that is the extent of the show. And I'm like, guys, up your game. Make her talk. Make her at least do something funny.
Do something.
And of course, you'll find out how unfunny women can be, but at least make her try. Like, do anything at all. And
electroshock therapy if she doesn't do anything funny.
yeah, let's put some electrical leads in the water, and then every time she does something unfunny, we turn the battery on. That's the new hot tub stream. God.
24 hours of electroshock therapy.
Yeah.
Unbroken.
To end e-thottery. Well, you know what though? One of the funny things that is that Nick, when you and I were on Flash's stream and we checked in on the hot tubs, there was a dude who was not very shapely who was trolling hard. This dude was in there, and I mean, he had the water squirting him in the face when he got new subscribers.
And see, that guy's creative. He set up a literal mechanical device because it happened automatically. His hands were occupied. So every time a subscriber came on, this thing would shoot a jet of water into his face for 5 seconds. And he'd keep going, talking and like working around it. And then apparently like he sets up other clever things. Like that's the kind of creativity. Women can do this with dottery too, right? Like have a thing shoot soap suds at your tits. Do whatever you're going to do. Like do that and be creative with it. Give them a reason. But it's literally, I have a Sharpie. Phil, let me tell you about the level of disrespect that's going on here. And simps, look, simps deserve all the disrespect you can give them, right?
They are people.
But this is beyond the pale even for me. So Amaranth is the like one of the top streamers on Twitch. She makes at a minimum $50,000 a month doing this. And her advertising is apparently up to it's around $1,000 a day. So we're talking another 30 grand a month. So she's making almost 6 figures a year, probably exceeds it overall, or over 6 figures a month, I should say, doing literally sitting on an inflatable pickle Rick from Rick and Morty and writing the simps names on it as they subscribe. And then you think, okay, well, when she fills up the pickle Rick, she just grabs another one, right? You'd be wrong. The disrespect she shows to the simps, she will sit there on stream and use an iodine wipe or whatever and wipe their names off of the same one. She doesn't even do them the courtesy of pretending to keep their names and like just inflating another $10 inflatable thing. She will wipe it off and it takes like an hour because it's a big like 6-foot inflatable, and she just sit there scrubbing away the evidence of their simpery. And it's like your whole thing was to be remembered by the thought, and she's forgetting you in front of you. Leave this stream immediately. Why are you like this? All these guys would have her in 6-inch stilettos stomping their nuts into the ground if they could. It's embarrassing.
Jesus, Nick comes in spicy. Jeez. Well, of course he.
But as long as he's not bitter, that's the important thing.
Yeah.
This man is never bitter.
Oh,
I'm
now that we got your new computer, we can stream Cuckold Simulator. We could go play the game. Amaranth is the default on the in-game Twitch browser.
Well, you know what's funny is that Nick has talked about these simps wanting to get stomped. Phil, I don't know if you've heard about Resident Evil 8 got released. Lady D, right? Phil, she's become a phenomenon.
Oh, is this the like 8-foot zombie woman?
Yeah, that's her. Yep, the vampire lady. Yeah. Phil, it's gotten out of hand. The simpery over Lady D. Phil, I kid you not, unironically, a dude gave the game a 0 out of 10 because Lady D doesn't stomp on you. A 0. This is an actual review, like a detailed review, like actual critical review. He goes, final score 0 out of 10.
The mind boggles. I mean, it's like how much is too much?
Phil, these guys don't have a soul.
They don't have it too much. They only have a not enough, and the not enough is not enough of a woman standing on them.
Fly swatter mod. The fly swatter mod.
Oh yeah, Phil, no, you might want to check that out though. There is a fly swatter mod where they're literally walking around as Lady D tries to stalk you. You hide out in the save room. Once she turns around, right, and starts walking away. You walk because it's first person, right? Fly swatter in hand and go whoosh, and slap her ass. It just I don't know how this thing just turned into like a life of its own.
There's so much pre-porn on the internet, and then you want to get cheapies from that.
Yeah, but Lady Dimitrescu, let me tell you, it does that there is nothing on Pornhub that compares to Lady Dimitrescu.
Well, the cosplay is coming, Nick. You know it's coming, don't you?
I've already seen some of it.
Yep.
The cosplay happened before release even. But no, I think it's I don't think it's a porn thing for her as much. I mean, for some guys, I'm guessing. I'm guessing they're waxing the pole or
It's
whatever a
already
little
there.
bit.
Thick Lady
But
D mods.
but I think it's the meme that makes it, right? Like that's what they're really doing here. You can't meme Adriana Chechik. She's a meme unto her own whole. But Lady Dimitrescu is still innocent, and the internet has taken her and has molded her into what they want her to be, and that's the funny thing. Because like getting psychological, I'm sure we could find problems with the fact that she has no agency as a video game and blah 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 blah. But I think there's something to that. Like
Typical
she is the
lawyer.
blank. She's the blank canvas for the funny like fantasy, right? It's an 8-foot tall vampire woman, and with mods you can do anything to her you want.
Agreed.
Anything.
Yeah, and guys are doing lots of anything to it apparently.
Oh my good God.
Lady D dolls when? How much would a Lady D doll weigh? 8 or 9 feet tall?
Oh yeah, Phil. It's
Well,
coming.
Fortunately, we've got this weight reduction technology which is kicking off in the doll world, so we might be able to bring it down to what, about 60 kilograms, so like 100.
That's not.
pounds.
That's not so bad. She's also, I mean, she's not thick, but she's thick in the right places too. So it might have a little extra weight on there from that.
Well, Tim mentioned Cuck Simulator, and Nick, we were talking earlier, Phil and I, about some of the places the sad places that relationships are going in the near future. What do you think is going to be the future with when it comes to, like, I think you call them like a meme game, where guys are now going to start making games like for fun, right? They're going to go like this. You know what? I don't want to work for the big tech companies. I want to make something fun. And then the consumer then, because they're tired of being preached to, they want to get in on the fun. How long do you think before they start cracking down on the fun? Because you said yourself, it's when guys start having too much fun that all the censorship comes, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're going to start seeing the way they've tried to do it so far through the Steam store. It didn't take till now. They've tried it before with a game called Hunipop. Hunipop is like a match 3, right? Like Candy Crush, but at the end you get a naked hentai girl or whatever as a reward. That it's a little bit more than that, but it's this fun game that a lot of guys like, and it's this simple thing, and at the end it's a naked anime girl. Great, cool. They took down Hunipop. Steam had a big crackdown on adult content because there was a big uproar over the game. They took it down. They took down a bunch of other stuff. And then after about a week, they're like, we're putting it back on the platform because it made them so much money. I mean, absolute tons. And now there's a ton of adult content on Steam if you want it. But they filter it out really well based on the age of the user, and they allow people to, I think you have to opt in to seeing the adult content in your like feeds or whatever. So it's not like any kid is going to accidentally pop onto a computer and just mistakenly pull up a bunch of nude games. But they try, and I think we have some holdouts across a couple industries from this sort of woke parade and the censorship parade, but you gotta support the holdouts. You gotta stick with it, and you gotta buy the stuff that you like. Otherwise, it's gonna get gone. Because once AAA game studios get in line with the Washington Post, that's what it takes. You need a major player in an industry. You need a journalistic operation with enough social credibility to write the hit piece, and then the censorship group comes and they try and take them down. And the only thing that's going to stop it is enough money being injected into it.
Yep.
So I have the problem. I can't, like, people have even, I got gifted a Futa game, for example, by the devs. And I'm like, I can't put this on my computer. I can't. My kids use my computer from time to time. Sometimes my Steam account will load up on their machine or whatever. Like, I can't do it. Which is frustrating because on some of these things, like Subverse, I would buy on principle, even if I would never play it, because I believe so fondly that people should have the right to make this content that it's completely outside of any genre. They're not reliant on any big labels. It's independent work. Subverse actually, by all accounts, looks like it's really good independent work, and they're putting out something that people like. That is everything I want about America put into one place. And it's up to us to really gatekeep it. So maybe I'll start buying people Subverse keys or something to people who can have that type of stuff on their machine. I legitimately I can't have that on a Steam account. But yeah, I think people need to support these things and show places like Steam that it is enough money for them to do it, because that's what worked last time. But that was definitely a warning shot. And all it takes is it's AAA game studios running out of money.
Yeah.
But
I don't support him. I'm still, Nick, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm shocked people are still supporting the EAs of the world and shit, right? I'm like, still? Like, they're literally giving you garbage and saying, hey, Phil, I got your $80 for this game. Cuck Simulator, what is it, Nick? $2, right?
$2, and it's an extra $1 if you want the
mask.
COVID mask DLC.
Phil, the dude, Team Sneed is a complete troll. And what are the kids' names, Nick? It's Deshaun.
Yeah, Deshaun and Tyrone Jr.
Tyrone Jr. Phil, did you ever see the trailer for the Cuck Simulator? Oh, God damn it, Tim. Where's all the... where's the
don't make me pull up another video.
Where's the Cuck Simulator video? I got shown this. Here's the thing. The person who told me to watch it was actually Ty Beard. So Ty tells me, he goes, Drex, you got to see this. And I'm like, Ty, he goes, this is hilarious. Phil, it wouldn't be so funny if it weren't true. You know what I'm saying? If I say, hey, Phil, what is the, like, it's kind of like with jokes, right? When you have a great comedian and he's, on his riff, it's funny, but what makes it really funny is that deep down, what he's saying is facts, right? You're like, man, that's kind of uncomfortable how funny that was. And Cuck Simulator represents that. Nick described the game and Cuck Souls and the fact that your guy is useless. And he's like, this guy can't reload. He can't do anything. And what does he get?
His stamina run. You get 2 dodges and your stamina runs out, and you have to you have to stand still so you can get it back. And yeah, his reloads are clunky. And he did a patch update. The creator did a patch update, and he said, I made the control scheme worse. Yes, you read that right. Worse. This guy is so gangly and unathletic, he would not be this good at anything. So it made your guy suck even more.
Phil, Nick showed me the dude. And so I had an image in my mind of what year. So I told Nick, I go, the first thing I thought Cuck Simulator was the equivalent of The Sims. So I thought you got to play a role, like a day in the life of a cuck, or a month or a year in the life, right? Then I see the game and I'm like, oh, they went in this direction. Phil, you got to take one look at this guy's face. You take one look at his face, and that was it, Nick, the selfie. You can do the selfie. It's so bad, man. The
developer put the selfie mode in an hour before the game went live on Steam. And all it does is it flips the camera around looking directly at the guy's face, and he looks like this. And that's it. You can't move, you can't do anything else. It's just a soy face selfie at any time you want.
It's dude, it's terrible.
We'll get Tim Sneed in for an interview on our podcast. I was just waiting because we had this stream coming up, and it's already made me a lot balder. Oh, super chats. Nick. Someone said, Nick, shot time. What are you drinking tonight, Nick?
I am stone sober tonight. My guest, I bought a ton of liquor at the liquor store for my guests, and me to indulge in, and then Lady Rackets wasn't feeling well, so she laid down. So then I was the sole entertainer. Plus we had 10 kids over here, eventually 11 kids, and I was like, man, I can't be drinking. So I have held off tonight. I'm not drinking, so I probably just won't, because there's no reason to start at midnight.
I have some Oshintoshin. Have you heard of that before?
Yeah, I had. That was actually the first whiskey I bought was Auchentoshan American Oak, I believe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got an 18-year.
No, and the one I got was garbage. But I've heard they actually have really good whiskey when you get up to the one I got was like $30. It was not a good bottle.
Oh, this was $200. Well, Canadian dollars,
Yeah.
so it was 5 cents US. But no, it's got a citrus smell to it. It kind of smells like an orange peel.
Yeah, I've heard they put together really good flavors. My local liquor store has never had like a quality bottle of it, so I'm just waiting. I'll get one eventually.
Okay, let me hit a couple quick super chats. Phil, fuck you too, says Wolfgang Deo. Lovingly like one of the dolls. Wolfgang Dale also says Tim only has 5 rounds in his chamber. That's a Canada gun joke.
Oh,
actually, revolvers are illegal here, so it'd have to be a revolving rifle.
Are you serious?
Yeah, revolvers. God. You need a restricted permit to carry a revolver, and you can't even carry.
God, your country sucks.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Hey, Nick, it just got nuked by Gale. Gale was talking about a bukkake nuke hitting Canada.
Yeah, a nukaki. A nukaki.
I didn't want to tell you, but I helped with that.
Yeah,
I just pointed north.
Wolfgang Dale also says, I used to want Japanese-style arcades to come to America. Now I realize that it won't work. Lefties will steal everything and burn it down.
They'll find a way to ruin it.
Always.
Phil, have you seen anything that they've touched that hasn't gotten completely ruined? Anything?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, can you think of anything, Nick, where you're like the lefties got a hold of it and it didn't just go completely to shit? I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Yeah, Black Lives Matter is getting a lot funnier by the day. So they that one's going great. She's
Black Lives Matter.
Patrice, she resigned, because she got enough money, and she's like, oh well, I guess the problems are fixed now. Fuck
yeah, racism is over, guys. I got 3 houses.
Oh man, she stole millions, bro. She had properties and stuff. People like, she's a grifter. People, why haven't you figured this out? They're grifters.
She's great at it. God, I'm taking notes. I'm like, this is brilliant. She got 4 houses out of the deal. Now she's quitting to work on a book deal and a bunch of other stuff, and people are praising her. I'm like, she's leaving the organization at arguably its most important point, except that when you look at how Google interest in, like if you look at Google Trends and you type in Black Lives Matter, you see it spiked in 2016, it spiked in 2020, and then it disappears for 3.5 years.
Yeah,
it's amazing. So. And she knows. She's like, we're on a down cycle because it's not a major election year. I'm going to pull out now, get my money on this book. And you got to get those contracts signed and inked right away. And then now she doesn't have to sit there when the organization becomes irrelevant because they're going to just let Daddy Biden run the show for a while.
Yep.
And we learned from Dick Masterson that when you sign a book deal, they will front money for you to write the book because they assume it'll sell. Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes.
Well, especially
with her,
that they can. Go ahead.
With her, with wokeism, with her profile as a co-founder of Black Lives Matter, definitely she's gotten a great advance, I'm sure, on that book.
Or
but
Seth Rogen.
Yeah.
He looks terrible, man.
Yeah,
He's looking worse and worse. He's one of the only guys I've ever seen who's cut weight and looked worse.
Right?
Like he looks bad.
Almond John 1 says, Nick, you got to tell Drexel about Savage Streets.
Savage Streets, 1984, Linda Blair. It is one of the greatest movies I've ever watched in my life. You'd hate it.
That's on Prime?
You'd hate it. It's perfect.
We can do that now,
it was actually
with your computer.
It was actually really good. I enjoyed the shit out of it. But yeah, it's on Prime, and it's got like the 80s soundtrack going. It's got like pointless gangsters doing stuff. It's got Linda Blair tries to be a tough woman and ends up just Drex. She gets my man in a trap, like with a chain, and he's hanging upside down, right? He overpowers her.
Of course.
Like,
Wait,
no,
what's the movie
that's
called?
It's Savage Streets. She couldn't defeat a man while he's hanging upside down after having both of his thighs pierced with crossbow bolts. He easily overpowers her while hanging upside down.
I'm looking at this cover, and this already looks atrocious.
Dude, that movie was
Hot Wax
great.
Zombies.
That movie was great. I'm telling you.
The
It was
gang
good.
war of the sexes. Phil, you can't make this up.
I-
I'm looking at the tagline, right? This is actually what it shows on the cover. It says, they graped her sister and killed her best friend, in my graph. An eye for an eye. And it says Savage Streets. It shows a bunch of wannabe tough dudes. And then it shows a bunch of wannabe tough chicks. It says the gang war of the sexes. How is this even a thing?
Drexel, you would not believe how uncomfortable the rape scene is and how funny the killing scene is, because it was a fucking riot when he kills that chick. You're like, oh my God.
Well, Nick, do you know what the 80s had? That it kind of carried over into the 90s, but not much. The 80s had movies where people just made movies that they'd be like this. I find this funny or entertaining. Maybe you will too. And that was as far as it went.
But this isn't quite like that. Like it's not as schlocky as it sounds. It's actually like it's a teen movie with a bunch of nudity in it. There's two chicks fighting in a shower at the high school. Everything about this movie is premium tier 80s. It is max 80s all the way through. I 100% recommend it. It's a 10 out of 10 movie, unironically. It's great.
Well, Nick, nudity is missing from movies now. Phil, do you remember going to the movies and that was like one of the things, right? You expected nudity.
Well, I can remember the VCR times, and it was given back in those days. There was always some female nudity.
Always.
In when you go back to the
movie.
great action movies, there like Die Hard, there's one scene where like they first take over Nakatomi Plaza and they're going, room by room during the Christmas party, and they open one room and this dude's banging a chick and she runs out, and she hasn't had time to put her top on. And that's it. Like just this random nudity scene. Same thing in Terminator, same thing in RoboCop, just random nudity, because in the situations that are going on, there's going to be some fuckery happening.
Yep.
And so nowadays it's like everything is censored. It's like, but like you're raiding an office party with a bunch of drunk people at New Year's who all just made $1 billion. Someone is banging someone on the conference table. Probably more than one someone.
Angry Baneling says, here's a height comparison from tallest to short. Lady D, Drexel, Angry Baneling, Nick, 100% accurate.
Oh, his imagination is great. His imagination is great.
Leximus says, I got the package with me. Little package with me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wrap up soon. Nick, I know you're fresh and full of stamina and everything, but we've been going for 9.5 hours.
Oh, man, I've had 10 kids in my house the entire time you guys have been going. I am not fresh and full of stamina. I'm wiped the fuck out.
And
Nick,
like
do you
the
notice
sun
how
is
much
rising.
They take out of you.
Yes. Yes.
So I explained it to somebody once, right? Because Nick, do you remember when my daughter was doing like the distance learning garbage, and I'd be over at Racket's house for like 5 and 6 days, right? And I would get back and people thought I was gone. Like, oh, you actually had a break. I go, I'm exhausted. Kids literally siphon energy away from you, even if they're not even if they're not doing anything. Like just their presence siphons your energy. You're like, I'm so tired. I need a nap. And so I was like, what do you need a nap for, man? It's like, dude, kids, because you know what it is, Nick? You're reacting to their actions, right? You're always reacting. Whereas as an adult, Phil, if you feel like getting up and taking a quick leak, you just get up and take a leak. If you feel like going to eat something, you get up and eat something. But kids, I've actually seen this. Nick talks about eating room temperature food, right? I'm like, dude, I can't do it. Nick goes, I don't even anymore. And I'll never forget this, Phil. Nick, we waited till I went and got food for the kids. We wait till all the kids have their food. And Nick and I go to sit down in the room, and we go to, I think we're getting ready to watch a movie or something, right, Nick? And we're like,
Yeah.
let's just finally sit down. I kid you not, Phil. These kids were supposed to be content. Nick goes, sits down, unwraps the burrito, goes like this. Daddy. Nick just goes, Phil, literally like on cue, the moment he was about to eat the burrito, like he didn't even get the bite in. It was literally like,
nope.
Burrito's going toward the mouth. And Dad, like, are you serious?
Like, I just sat down. I got all of you food. We've given everybody drinks. You all are sitting down eating. What the fuck could you possibly need?
What was it anyway? It was something, right? Like, you don't even know what it was. It was just something.
Yep.
Like, I need this.
A straw.
A straw. Just something. Just nothing. You're like,
these damn kids. And see, Phil's sitting there. He's like, I can't relate to this whatsoever. All I have is penance beside me.
Well, the nearest I could think of is like these would be the sorts of moments that I would remember had I had kids. When my dad has routinely said to me every 5 years or so, Phil, did you not think of like settling down and having a family? I said, nope, not really. Not at all. He said, oh, but kids are great. Okay, would you do it again, Dad? No. That's all I need to hear.
Nick, the no comes real quick. No.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh my god. Well, that's it for the super chats for now. Nick, thank you so much for calling in, joining us. This was a huge milestone for us.
Yeah, and you blew past the 5,000. You're 5,760 something.
Yeah,
it doesn't tell me fully.
We'll be at 10,000 in no time, unless we get Susaned.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I might have gotten my Streamlabs nuked. I don't know yet.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I called some people some gamer words the other day.
I saw the fallout in your Discord server. I was like, no way.
I don't actually know though. They haven't told me. They haven't told me if I lost it or if it's just a glitch. So, because my account is still there, and I'm just waiting on a response. But it was weird. I have a backup one already, so I'm not really worried about it. But it was just, I was laughing. It felt good though. It was cathartic. It was cathartic to remember the '90s and just talk like it was the '90s again. And
I think everybody misses the '90s, man.
We do.
What I find to be so refreshing about today is that there are people who do all sorts of terrible shit in the world. You can do anything to anybody. You can walk around like you can steal their stuff. You can sabotage their life or do whatever. You call someone a fig, right? You call them a fig, and that is the worst crime on earth. And I'm like, They're not even gay. Like, I'm not even using the slur at them in a way to hurt their identity or something. It's just the usage of that word alone is the worst thing you've ever done. And it's like that with any slur. It's like, it's just a word, y'all. Like, why is this so much more powerful than anything else you can do? But
we actually had someone drop a gamer word, soft R though. Well, actually no R. But we had someone drop it by accident.
YouTube actually allows them, but they won't monetize. They won't monetize the video if there is a gamer word. That's an automatic demonetization. But they are technically allowed. Streamlabs may not be as flexible.
Nick, we talked about a Bukake nuke. There was no way this stream was getting monetized.
Yeah, I've been surprised. A couple of the direct streams are still monetized on my archive channel, and I'm like, how in God's name?
Yeah, we got
did that even happen?
Your episode with the taser is still fully monetized on our channel.
Oh, good. Yeah, they got a little bit. They did get a little bit more lenient on covering violence and stuff like that. So hopefully that'll hold up.
I got that notification. Last super chat. I think we'll call it. Because I think, Phil, how high is the sun right now? Like, it's right daytime there, isn't it?
It's actually 6:35.
Yeah, I can see the sun trying to come through those curtains.
Yeah, we gotta get Phil. We gotta get Phil to bed, man. All right, Last Right Zero says, "Well, I can't let this turncoat, big nose, fake lawman ruin the night. Here's on the success. Salud."
Oh, Nick, guess what someone asked Phil?
What's that?
They want a doll of you, but a black you. So a black
Oh, that
face
was Neo.
Nick doll. You know what I'm
That
saying?
was Neo.
Nick,
they
you know
should
it's
do it.
coming. You know it's going to be all kinds of wrong.
Yeah, they should. You should definitely do it, Phil.
I can do a fair likeness. I mean, there's some body types out there of male dolls.
If you need nose measurements, I'll get them to you.
Yeah, the problem is the thing will be so top heavy. It'll balance on its nose.
Oh, Nick, a woo now.
You just
got to
give it
has your nose.
You just got to give it a comparably big booty to counterbalance the nose.
We saw that hot tub stream, man. You're a regular Brie Larson.
I just think that the thottery, everything, Nick, as the culture degenerates more and more guys go to dolls, they go to more, deeper down the Pornhub rabbit hole and wind up in goblin amputee porn. I just think that Nick, the hot tub streams. Nick, let me ask you this: how long do you think that's going to go on? All the hot tub stream stuff.
I don't know. I can't see it lasting, actually. I think they're going to have to find a way to up the thottery and to change it up, because it's at the end of the day, the content is stale underneath.
Yep.
And so all it's going to take is one chick to get slightly less lazy and innovate. And as soon as she does, she wins. I mean, who knows what it's going to be? Like, will it be a jiggle stream where she gets one of those 50s weight loss things, right? You remember those where you just stick in there and shake, and she just puts her tits out and just all day, like 2 hours of that, just making unlimited money.
If guys will sim for like just floating around on a inflatable pickle Rick, then why not? I think that's probably more entertaining.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what they're gonna have to do is, I think the hot tub streams. First of all, Twitch did these thoughts dirty. They think that they did them a favor, but Twitch made a separate category for beaches, pools, and hot tubs.
Oops.
And so now, instead of going through your just chatting screen and finding a random gem, which is a big pair of breasts in a hot tub, now people will have to go over to this site, the section, and as more chicks start funneling in there, it's going to be filled up, and you're going to see the same thing, just pictures of the same shit over and over and over again. And some girl is going to break free of it. She's going to innovate, and then that'll be the start of the next meme. That'll be the next one.
Isn't that sad that that's what it's come to? Is that so, Nick? One of the things I always say is that female nature is universal. When times get tough, women are going to do what they always resort to, right? And there's women that try to argue with me, and I said, "Show me a time in history that this hasn't happened." And Phil said, Phil didn't even know. He goes, "Let me guess, thottery." Phil already knew what the hot tub stream was without even knowing, because Phil, what else would they be doing, right? What else? They're not going to go work.
Do they do?
What else? Nick, it's lowest common denominator. Like you said, Nick, they don't try to be funny. They don't try to be innovative. It's literally just like this. Let me just get on this pickle and do what I do. Like, that's it. And they get paid. Good for them.
And of course, like, if most of us, if we could float around in a pool or a hot tub all day doing nothing and making $100,000 a year or a month, $100,000 a month, of course we would. Of course we would. The thing is that guys, and I have a whole theory on why this is, but guys, their provider biology kicks in. It's overridden by the screen. And so the logical disconnect between I will never actually provide for this woman, right? Like, because Amaranth doesn't ever know who you are, never will, doesn't care. But Our provider biology says this is how I find a mate, by being a provider and by flaunting my ability to provide. I'm in a competition of these simps, and I have to be the king simp, and the best simp will be the best provider, and that will get the mate. I think the screen is literally overriding our logic and tapping into core biology on this. And as long as that happens, women just have to put themselves on display, and the guys will go to the traditional characteristics that guys are after, and they'll say, I must be the provider for this person. And until you can override that, until you can override the short circuit that's going on, guys are going to keep doing it. They'll do it forever.
Well, Nick, do you think that's like, how many of these girls openly say they have a boyfriend? Because isn't that one of the main things? If you say you have a boyfriend, the guy stops simping, right?
The hit they take is rather temporary, because the fact that they have a boyfriend is undone by the next 12 streams.
Yeah,
right?
Like most men would be like, "Oh, I'm better than that boyfriend, and if I keep simping, she'll give up that boyfriend for me."
Oh, and there's a tweet today. Hold on, let me read this shit to you. This won't take long.
I know it's gonna be awful.
Okay, so sweet Anita is she's a Twitch girl, and she's actually kind of interesting because she has Tourette's, and so
I know who that is. Actually, I've actually heard of her.
She tweets out, "I don't get men who wouldn't date a girl with an OnlyFans. Can someone explain? I honestly wouldn't care." That's because you're a woman. "Women are like cake. No matter how many people look at them, they still taste just as good." And then this Review Tech USA guy says, "I will never understand that. I wouldn't care at all. As a matter of fact, I'd be proud that I get what other people go to the OnlyFans website to pay for."
Have you seen Rich from Review Tech?
Yeah.
I actually like a lot of their content. I've actually watched quite a few Review Tech
Wait,
videos.
let me check. This might not actually be him.
Oh, just like
let me
them,
see.
like they're.
Oh no,
they're-
it's him. Yeah, it's him. 4,000 Twitter followers. I'm guessing that's him.
Yeah.
Apparently, the
Well,
quarter
yeah,
simps for her too.
But like, these guys are like, "Oh man, if my girl's hot enough to be on OnlyFans, then I'm just going to be proud." Have you ever looked at any of these OnlyFans chicks? They're not bangers. Like
Nope.
there's a numerous amount of threes on OnlyFans. Like you don't have to be proud that some woman decided to show her unimpressive body on OnlyFans. That's nothing helpful. Like no guy is jealous. The chick at the bus stop may have an OnlyFans for all you know. It's like this weird thing. I cannot believe that these guys are like this. That they're like, I would be happy to have a girl with OnlyFans. Sounds like you'd just be happy to have a woman in general.
Yeah.
Like,
Phil, what's
because
the cure for that? Oh, I think I woke him up.
Nah.
I'm here.
What's the cure? What is the cure for these guys? They need to get a doll, Phil. They have to get a doll.
Well, there is that, but like these incel types, they all want to be told that they're loved. That's the problem. That's why they won't go to like a whore or anything like that.
Yeah, well, I've said that numerous times. I said that there can't be a such thing as an incel, because as long as you've got money in your pocket, you can go hire a working girl. And of course, as you know, Phil, incels don't want. It's not sex that they pedestalize. It's the relationship, right? It's I want to be loved and she loves me for me, and it's like, that's not how that works, bro. It really isn't. What do you provide her? Like, that's why if you go, so Nick, we were talking about this in the live Q&A yesterday. If you go into a girl's phone, she has guys, their names based on what they provide. So it'll actually say like Weed Boy, right? Like Weed Boy Rob, Mandingo Joe. Like she has names for these people, right? The Doctor, the this, like what is this that you? She literally views you as just, what do you give her? What is the function that you have in her life, right? That's it. So if your name is Nick, you may be storing her phone as literally King Dingaling. So she may actually forget your name. She can literally
Look, I mean, I'm in a lot of phones that way.
King Dingaling. Where the hell did that come from, Drex?
No, but I've seen these names, and like I said, I'll never forget when I got asked what was a girl's name in my phone, and it kind of hit me out of left field. I was like, what the hell, like, and I said her name, and she's like, really? And I screenshot it and sent it to her. Like, what did you think it was? And then as soon as I said that, I went, oh, well, I got it.
Yeah.
Yep. The moment
And she also
What's that?
not realized that you could have changed her name right
Yeah,
before
right?
you screenshotted it.
Right, like within even that 2 minutes, a minute, I could have changed it. Right, it's just like,
Oh my.
Nah, girl, your name's your name in my phone, girl.
What's that? Never mind.
the Nick hotline.
There
You gotta
you go.
change from fat ass hoe to Clarice.
Skyheim says, we got to get this guy to bed. ... 6 hours later.
Oh, poor Phil. Phil gets abused on every stream because so Nick, here's what happens. Normally it's closer to our time, right? So I'm like, okay, Phil, we got him. This time it's like, Phil, what time works for you? Okay, 3 p.m. my time is 9 p.m. his time. All right, Phil, we're gonna get in, we're gonna knock it out of the park, and then we're gonna bounce. 9 hours later. I'm like, how are we still here?
We're almost at 10 hours. We're 14 minutes away from 10 hours.
Hopefully you get enough super chats to buy a doll. Damn.
we did okay. We did okay. Oh my God, Phil, man, you've been patient with us. Thank you so much, man. If you need to get out of here, we're okay.
Look, I need to get out here and eat something.
Yeah.
I'm dying of starvation.
We're gonna wrap this. Nick, plug your stuff. Where can people find you?
Oh, you can find me on Ricada Law at Ricada Law on YouTube, Ricada Law on Twitch, or you can find me at ricadalaw.locals.com for spicy pictures of my feet.
Really?
That's what I subscribe for. Top tier.
I don't think he's joking.
There is a foot pic on there. There's at least one.
Phil, you got anything to shill?
I suppose you could go to www.the-doll-house.com, or you could go to a very special secret Discord server here. Still not allowed to say anything about that.
That's good now. Thanks for hosting us, Phil.
Not a problem.
Yeah. Oh, from the tech side, Nick, this was a shit show.
Oh, streaming is never a shit show. It's always easy, and people who have problems with it are just stupid boomers. Right, Tim?
Someone clip that moment. Oh man, everything that went wrong, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. And you know what? I fought through it. I owe the fans a couple of things. One guy ruined the Google chat just by being a a-hole. But...
Oh, Nick, there's always the one guy, right? Always.
Yep.
Anyways. Drex, let's get out of here, man.
Yes,
chat,
indeed.
Thank you for joining us. 5,000. Here's to 10,000 in, 3 to 4 months at this rate.
Do it.
I'm just gonna let the 20-second delay because we don't have a proper outro.
Oh yeah, that's right. We're on the thing. Yeah. Good night to everybody then. And Nick, thanks for coming in. I'll end up seeing you in a couple of weeks once school's out. And don't forget, Nick, to check with Lady Rackets on your July plans. We'll get all these munchkins to Breezy Point.
Yeah, buddy. Will do.
Oh man, that place. Phil, you got to go there someday. Breezy Point Resort in northern Minnesota. You literally just sit there and wait to die, but you're happy about it.
Drex, don't go anywhere once we sign off with Nick and Phil. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it'll be worth it. I promise. Welcome everyone. This is going to be a makeup for the missed voicemails from our 5,000 subscriber call-in show. So Drex and I are going to listen to these voicemails. We'll react to them. We'll make fun of you and all that fun stuff. Thank you for participating in the 5,000 subscriber call-in stream. We'll do another one with slightly better technology. Also, this message is for Nick Ricada, who had his own boomer tech issues last night. It ain't so easy, is it, Nick? We also have more than Drexel's eyebrows showing for you this morning.
There it is. I'm propped up. I'm propped up and ready to get
He's
to
propped up like the
nails.
American economy.
Yeah. Just keep printing money. That's what I'm sitting on. I'm sitting on all those Biden bucks.
All right, let's get started.
Well, that's just magic. This is a good phone line.
Also, stop going. There we go.
Hey guys, just want to call in and let you know I love the show. Thanks.
Much appreciated.
Well, that's just magic. This is a good phone line.
And whatever he's
Good
smoking
stuff. Have a
is
good
pretty
day.
good too.
Hi, my name is Michael Smith. I'm a very big fan of your podcast, and I was wondering what your opinion is on cock and ball torture. Thank you. Bye.
Cock and ball torture, Drex. What's your opinion?
Wait, CBT?
CBT.
Look, man. Here's what I'm going to say about that. The only I don't kink shame unless you're a dude getting pegged. I'm going to kink shame you, and unless you're into goblin amputee porn, I'll kink shame you. Anything else is fair game. CBT? I mean, if that's your thing, I mean, I don't get what guys get out of it. I mean,
Cock baldo therapy.
Yeah, so your balls are in a contraption or device, and I guess you're getting stomped on or getting hit or whatever. Like, if you get pleasure from that, sure. I mean, go for it.
All right.
I mean, if Lady D stomps on you, Tim, it is.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say it is what it is, man. If Lady D is stomping on your balls and you get off on that, I told you about that, right? There was a reviewer who gave Resident Evil 8 a 0 out of 10 because Lady D doesn't stomp on you.
Yeah, you said that in the stream with Phil.
Shit's hilarious, man.
Don't ask me for a timestamp though. That night, I was able to cut the 9 hour and 45-minute shit show into a 7-hour and 55-minute shit show.
Oh man.
Oh, God damn it, Koopa.
Hey Phil, hook me up with one of your dolls, eh?
So that
You
guy
gotta get
wants
hooked up
one
with a
of-
doll?
Yeah, he wants a doll. Well, the-doll-house.com.
Yep.
You can get yourself hooked up with a doll for the right price.
Hi, this is Jane in Kentucky. My message is just wondering what the term unicorn means. I know what simps and cucks are, but what is your definition of a unicorn? And also, what category does Nick Rekieta fall under? Obviously, he doesn't fall into the simps and cucks category. So I was wondering if Trex could explain what Nick would fall under. Thanks for the stream. Have a good night. Bye.
So, what's a unicorn?
So we use unicorns to describe the women. So let's just make it the simplest term, right? Because I think this ties right into my main man, Nick Rekieta. A unicorn, by today's standard, right? Today's definition, just represents a traditional woman, right, Tim?
A marriageable woman.
A marriageable. Okay, youth, beauty, fertility.
Not crazy.
Body count 0. Not crazy. There it is. There's your unicorn.
Does she have to be a virgin?
Okay, to be marriage material, in this thought culture, I would say yes. So
if you know the body count, now like Mr. and Miss Leximus have known each other since middle school, so mister Leximus knows her body count.
Yeah,
right?
0. Well, now 1.
Yeah, but if
so that's a unicorn.
If you do know the body count and you know the previous partners, and you say those guys aren't a threat to me.
Well, it's not always about being a threat.
It's got to be under 2, though, right?
I get
1 or 0.
My issue with women wearing white on their wedding day is that that's supposed to speak to purity and virginity, right?
What if she took it in the ass and is a Mormon?
Oh no, she's not a virgin. She's not a virgin.
She is in God's eyes, but not yours.
Yeah. In God's eyes, maybe. Yeah. She's been ran through. So, and then as for Nick Rekieta, what would I define Nick as? Nick just represents the traditional man. Now, the traditional man in the modern culture can get used and abused by these modern day Jezebels, right? So when we say Nick got lucky, that's when I say Nick got lucky, that's what I'm referring to. Nick getting with Lady Rackets is luck, because Nick and I went to the same college together. He'll tell you it's just a shred of luck. That's all it was. It was just, it can happen. It's no different than someone winning the lottery ticket, right? Hey Tim, how many people play the lottery when the jackpot is $200 million, right? How many people play the Powerball?
Well, there's 34 million people in Canada, so about 65 million.
And how many people actually usually win it, right? Somewhere between like
0.
1 and like three winners, right?
0.
That's
why the jackpot keeps growing.
That's why it keeps growing, right? Like,
So
yeah,
actually,
can it happen?
We don't have Powerball up here. We have
Oh.
Lotto 649 is our big national one. They actually have a cool thing called Max Millions. So when the jackpot has a maximum limit, and when it hits that limit, they instead take the rest. So I mean, lottery jackpots are a pretty simple concept, right? If no one wins, all the people who bought tickets last time gets added to the jackpot.
Yep.
Right? Simple concept. Cool.
Yep.
So when they max out the jackpot, everyone who bought tickets last draw, if nobody won, they just divide up all those tickets into $1 million prizes, and they're guaranteed to give those prizes away the next draw.
Okay.
So that's called the Max Millions. It's not bad. I mean, $1 million is $1 million. I would be perfectly happy with $1 million.
You're right.
The 30 years I have left to live, I'm sure I could figure it out.
Right.
So, anyways, that was a tangent. But yeah, so Nick, we don't use unicorns, Jane, to refer to men. We use them to refer to women. Now, if women want to use the term unicorn to refer to men, it's just any guy who doesn't leave as soon as you're knocked up. That's about it.
Or Christian Grey.
There you go.
Because Christian Grey represents the female unicorn. The only difference is like the male unicorn. This is the reason why it's so important to understand
the non-committal, like
yeah,
use
like,
and abuse me.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Antifa abuse me.
Well, one of the things that's so funny about this is that, okay, when men say unicorn, do you know what we're referring to, Phil? It's all things that she can control, right? A woman controls if she's submissive. A woman controls if she can cook and clean. A woman controls if she keeps her weight acceptable and a nice, great figure. These are all things that she can control, right? But women, when they view a unicorn, it's something that the guy has no control over. He has to be 6'8". Well, I mean, how many guys on earth are 6'8"? Less than 1%. You see what I'm saying? Like, women always are saying things that are not really within the guy's control. He has to be a multi-billionaire. That's why Christian Grey represents their unicorn. It's fiction. It's pure fiction, right? So that's one of the, I mean, they live in a delusional world, but that's really what it is. Nick represents the traditional man. Unicorn just represents in modern culture the traditional woman from that idealized 1950s era. Even though that was not, it wasn't perfect back then, but people kind of know what they're talking about, right? They're like, hey, a woman who can cook, clean, keep a house, virgin when you marry her, blah blah blah, right? Cool.
Yeah.
That's a unicorn.
Racket
and she's not crazy.
Represents the greatest outcome that any woman should want. But most of them are like they're self-destructive, right? So they want some other idealized fantasy. But the perfect outcome for them, Nick Rekieta brings home a substantial income, and he gives Lady Rackets the attention that she deserves, being his wife.
Sadly, that's not enough for most modern women, though, Tim.
Exactly.
You hear about all the guys getting divorce raped, right? And that's one of the big problems, right? Is that that's not the norm. I mean, Bill Gates just got divorced, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bezos got divorced. Money, yeah. So being money and being faithful, that doesn't mean nothing now. So, yeah. Let's add a loyalty to that.
That's what we can offer, because I can go to India and get my knees done. That'll make me an even 6 feet. I ain't getting much taller than that. Drex, on heels, I think you're 6'8".
Yeah.
You start wearing heels in a dress.
Right.
Like that, Nick last night was talking about Madonna's 15-year-old son.
Oh, yeah. I posted a
dress.
picture about that.
We'll have to address that in the main show proper, but
yeah, well, let me make a mark of that right now, actually, so I don't forget, because that's just no.
Anyway, thanks, Jane, for that voicemail.
Yo, guys. Love your channel. Love everything going on. I just wanted to say this. Fuck commies. Fuck those who have messed with the U.S. Fuck election riggers. But most importantly, fuck Jannies. They do everything for free.
Okay, Susan, he said election riggers.
Yeah.
All right,
riggers.
Susan.
He should have said riggers.
Calm down.
They were riggers.
Yeah. Also, I think he said Jannies at the end. I think that was Jannies, which is a slang term for Discord moderators, or any moderator, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know what that term meant. I never heard that.
Yeah, any moderator, not just Discord. Reddit. Josh or Null from Kiwi Farms, the guy who runs the site. He's called the Janny over there. Janny Jersh.
Oh, it's like janitor, just another term. The moderators. Okay, yeah, I got it.
But then he said fuck them for doing it for free, I think. Actually, I pay Ricada $20 for the privilege of being his moderator. I don't even do anything over there. The story of how I became a moderator in Ricada's server is actually kind of silly, but I'm sure no one cares. So, moving on.
Hey guys, I'm a fan of your guys' show. I'll make this kind of quick. I'm 22, 2023. I'm black. I live in Virginia Woodbridge, and I still got my V card. A little more background story about me. My mom's black, but she's like completely white. My dad's African Maroon. Family of 10, same parents, 6 boys, 2 girls. I know I told you guys all that, but basically, my question is, what should I do? Like, I have no games, I don't talk to girls, not approach, don't text, anything. Like, I do want a relationship. I've been, listening to a lot of Red Pill shit recently. You got me into it, Drex, but like, what should I do? I kind of have no hope. All right. Thanks.
Well, that was a long-winded way to
say he wants to get laid.
Pretty much.
And maybe have a girlfriend relationship. Relationship is going to be tough. One of the things I would say to him, we can just start with like the easiest thing, right? I'm not gonna get into relationships, all that stuff. I'll just get into the how can you get the social awkwardness out while talking to women. Just talk to women like you would talk to dudes. Either view them as dudes or hang around women that you are not attracted to, right? Hang around women you aren't attracted to and just start talking to them. Like the social anxiety that a lot of guys have is quite troubling, right? Because women are just people. Like, and if you ask women,
well, that's that's being quite generous.
It's being generous, but if you talk to women, they themselves are terrified of cold approach. That's why women don't do it. Women don't cold approach guys. There's a reason for that because they're scared of rejection, right?
Yeah.
So just by you talking to them, and like I said, just talk to them as just a regular person. Just like if you view them as just a dude, one of the bros, and you talk to them, you'll get rid of that social anxiety, and then from there, you go ahead and make sure you dictate the terms, whether or not you are seeing like relationship or sexual attention or not. Because if she tries to put you in the friend zone, just bounce. That's my critique on that.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest problems is that you took what was that? That was a 1.5-minute voicemail to explain I'm uncomfortable talking around women. That's one of the problems right there. Is especially when you don't know what to say next, guys will ramble. We all do that, Drex. We'll just keep talking and talking because we're thinking if we keep spitting out verbal diarrhea, eventually we'll say something that makes her laugh.
Yeah, a lot of guys do that. Yeah,
like verbal lottery, pretty much.
Yeah.
So learn when to shut up.
Yeah.
I know that's ironic.
You know what's funny?
It's not lost on me.
You know what's funny? All the women who've come on our show have talked about that, right? They all mentioned like, yo, just be cool, just chill.
Yeah.
Because by being all extra, that's usually when things go sour.
And then when you start Instagram stalking women and saying, "Oh, she likes this and likes that, so I'm gonna pretend to like that too." Women have the greatest fraud detector in the world.
They do. Absolutely.
Not like insurance scams or when someone calls them a phone scam, but they have the greatest, like, this guy's faking it bullshit detector in the world.
Yeah, that's why they don't smash male feminists ever. That's why.
So they'll see right through you. Just
be
yourself. Talk about
be cool.
Things that interest you. Who was it? Was it Miss J Love or Miss Gemini that said Min never? She has to do all the talking because Min never say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Miss J Love that said that?
Is one of them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or Miss Gemini, one or the other. Anyways, like, I get that women will talk your ear off. That's the normal course of things. But she's not. She's gonna get bored of you if all you're doing is, yeah.
Correct.
Cool. So,
yeah, you have to challenge her views. Say something interesting. Say something that you did that's interesting. Ask her if she wants to partake in that, like something that's going to stimulate her. Otherwise, yeah, it's going to be one-sided. You don't want that.
Well, the trick I learned from Dick Masterson is ask her what her favorite dinosaur is, because men have male autism, and she'll say something like, "Oh, a brontosaurus," and you'll get into this weird thing. It's like, well, that's not actually a dinosaur. That's a class of dinosaurs. Anyways, we've said this a few times too when talking to Phil. Phil was the one who first said, talk to the girl that you have no interest in dating.
Yep.
Because then you'll be able to humanize them. Your mistake. But at least you can talk to someone as a person as opposed to this, I guess, fish you're trying to catch.
Indeed.
And that terminology was totally on purpose.
Hey, Drex, it's Pete from the city. Just want to give you a call, say congratulations on your 5K. Good to see that you are doing well. So you gotta, for your camera, you gotta like angle it down, raise it up and angle it down, because you can only see like the top of your head and a picture in the background. So anyway, once again, congrats on that, and hope to see more from you. Thank you.
Problem fixed.
Moving on to the next one.
Drex, is it possible to have a healthy long-term relationship without getting married? Like, is it even worth it to invest in a long-term relationship in 2021? Even after getting bent over in family court? That's all I want to know.
My reply, absolutely. And with the current laws, if you're going to have to be in a long-term relationship, that would be the way to go. Because I think Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn have been together like forever, right? I think it was those two. And there's been other relationships that have gone on. I think like Tim Robbins with Susan Sarandon for like 30 years or whatever. But it's like, obviously, I'm not just talking about celebrities. Those are people that everyone knows, so I can say that. But once you sign that contract, there's no obligation for her to step up. It's called relation. So basically, it's competition anxiety is the term. When you are dating, people are like, oh, I got to stay in shape. I got to stay on edge. I got to go to the gym. I got to be making money. Both sides need to up their game, right? And you've seen this, Tim. People get in relationships, and what happens? They get lazy. They get complacent, right? Like,
Yep. Whereas
if you think it's bad just being in a long-term committed relationship, it's even worse after you sign on the dotted line. Because most marriages, like I said, not all, but most, both sides start getting lazy, right? Both sides. So if it works for you right now, then keep it at that. Just let her know, no, we don't do marriage. And always make sure that you dictate the terms. Because if she starts saying things about, well, this is why we should get married, the answer is always no to that. And here's why. How can you want marriage if what you have right now already works, right? Tim, imagine your male friends acting like that. Like, what if you and your best male buddy where everything is perfectly cool, right? And they were like, hey, Tim, we need to, and they started saying something like, we need to move in together. But you're like, but dude, I already have my own place. Yeah, I know, but we can move in together. It can be all of us bros living together. It's like, yeah, dude, but that's not what I wanted. This is fine the way it is, so we all have our space. Whatever is currently working, stick to that. Stick to the status quo.
Well, your relationship with Miss J Love is probably the best example of a long-term relationship with no strings attached, because the terms of the contract were clear and obvious up front.
Well, J Love is a platonic friend, but I know what you're saying. If I were going to have so J Love is a platonic friend, but if it came to chicks that I am going to have like relations with, those are never going to last long term in terms of like long term friend with men's. It doesn't work. She's going to always demand more. Always. At some point, she's going to.
Because I'm sure the question he was asking was, is it possible to have a female as a long-term friend as opposed to having a girlfriend for long-term?
Oh, see, I thought he was saying like a relationship, like a long-term.
I should play that back.
It sounded like he said long-term relationship.
Drex, is it possible to have a healthy long-term relationship without getting married? Like, is it even worth?
Okay. Yeah, he did say
Yeah, relationship. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yes, it is entirely possible to have a long-term relationship without marriage. Absolutely. Long-term friendships, absolutely. Just that marriage thing, man, the risk, and that's my question, is that, so Tim, if you were going to talk to a guy and you asked to risk assess, right? We're going to do risk mitigants, risk versus reward. Okay, if he's currently in a long-term relationship, right? Let's say they even cohabitate in a state that doesn't have common law marriage, right? So if they break up, she can't take him to court, right? So let's start there. What does marriage do that he's not currently getting right now? You see what I'm saying? He doesn't gain some extra benefit. Don't say tax breaks, because you should see that divorce break when your back gets broke.
Yeah. Now here's the biggest problem, Drex, is if you are with one woman long enough, the court might just decide, you're common law, you're a couple.
No, that's why I said considering you're not in a common law state, because that's based on state. Yeah. Considering that's not the case, if you're in a state without common law marriage and you are in that situation, stick to that. Don't try to progress further.
Learn from the mistakes of others, because you won't live long enough to make them all yourself.
It's the best long-term relationship in.
Hey Drex, hey Tim. This is Eugene, and I got a story to tell you. It was around 2010 how I ended up from North Carolina to Winona, Minnesota. And I will admit to this, I was an ex. I was a simp. I didn't know the term from it, but looking back on it now, yeah, I was a simp back then. So if you ever want me to chime in or whatever, just let me know. You're doing a good job. Peace.
So, unfortunately, that was the person who got cut off by our Google chat spammer.
Yeah. We'll have him on. Obviously, we'll get him in because I think that one of the things that a lot of guys in the manosphere can learn is to learn from others, right? Simp tales is just as important as thought tales. Because if someone says, "Hey Tim, what if you have guys telling real stories? Like, we're not just reading an article. We're gonna actually listen to guys going like this. Yeah, man, this is how she played me, right?" Then other guys can listen to that and go, "Hey man, let's make sure that we don't make that same mistake." Because, dude, most every dude has a simp tale. Like don't get me wrong. I'm trying to think if I have
simp tales.
Yeah, we gotta edit that in.
Oh, hey Drex, guess what?
What up?
There's no recorders going.
What?
Don't worry, I'm screen recording anyways. The guys in the chat were like, "Oh shit, there's no record." No, I'm screen recording with OBS because we're picking up the sound that you guys can't. See, this was the big problem I had during the live stream, Drex. I can get the sound to play for you easy enough. It was getting it to loop back through into Discord so that Phil could hear it, and so that the live stream could hear it too.
Yep.
It's getting it to loop 3 ways. So that was what was giving me problems. Like, I know how to do this stuff if it's just one off. It was combining all 3 systems together.
I feel you. Yeah, I think that we're gonna definitely, Tim, because we got Thought Girl Summer coming up as the next series, and
Thought
these
Girl
stories
Summer.
about,
Oh my god.
these
Who gave us
stories
that
about to get
idea?
out
We
of
got to
control.
give that guy credit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And one of the things is this: when it comes to this guy, we need to have simp tales. Like here's the thing: don't be ashamed of your simp tale, right? Like when you sit there and go like this, like man, I was simping, man. Because Tim, most every dude has a simp tale.
Hi, my name is producer Tim, and I am a simp addict.
I have simped.
Forgive me, Father Drexel, for I have simped.
I have simped.
Oh my god, that's got to be an intro.
We got to have an intro for ATM, and we got to have like and you get baptized in the red pill, right? There's literally there's a
well,
there's
you
a
gave me the artist gave me a red. You giving me communion with the red pill.
Yeah, I saw
and then everyone commented. It's like Tim's look on his face makes me think that's a suppository. And I'm like, no, don't make it weird. I'm gonna put that in T-shirt ideas though.
Oh man. When you get baptized in that red pill, man.
Drex, for I have simped. Yeah. By the way, T-shirts will be in the month of June. I'm gonna do a first run. Oh, and Awu lost his Teespring store apparently. I heard
how's
that on
that?
the grapevine.
Oh
I don't
no.
know, probably just got banned for being too funny.
Isn't that sad?
Or someone
that's what it's come down
the
to.
Awu character.
Yeah, I guess that could be.
Anyways, we'll just. But yeah, T-shirts will be running this month, June. I set aside some money in the budget. I'll do a run. Maybe I'll just do $100 and spend it. I'll be putting up a poll in the Patreon and Subscribestar to get your guys' take on the first design that's going to come out. Number one is just going to be a generic Migtown logo. Number two, I like the "Forgive me, Father Drex, for I have simped." And then the third option would be "Don't simp."
Yeah, well, I had an idea that I'm gonna come up with the actual like the illustration.
Give it to one of the artists.
Well, it's either going to be because you obviously we have SOS, right, when you need to be rescued, right?
Yeah, save our souls.
Yep. So we have a save our souls, right? So I was thinking like I'm gonna have a thing it's gonna be one or the other. I'm either gonna have simp on self, right, SOS, or simp for self, right? So either or. I want dudes to simp on themselves, man. Like we don't. Oh, I want to spend money on this OnlyFans stock. No. Simp on self. Get yourself that new pair of shoes. Get yourself that that carburetor fix. Get yourself whatever it is that you get yourself the new Switch, a new graphics card. Simp on self.
I spent $500 at a scrapyard on Sunday. I bought the entire rear axle of a Chevy 1500, a transmission, and a front differential, and a transfer case. All for $500.
Yep. Yeah, we have a
salvage
yard not far from
but
here.
I just needed something off it anyways, and it was attached to the transfer case.
Nice.
Hopefully, transfer case is still good. Oh yeah, what do you know? The computer guy actually knows a thing or two about trucks, because again, that's that male autism, right? We have to know this stuff, Drex. It was that's what kept us out of the trees.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, guys fucking evolved, man.
Hey, Drex. I'm just wondering your thoughts on the whole Tommy Sotomayor and Kevin Samuels thing going on, and basically a bunch of Kevin Samuels simps trying to cancel Tommy like a bunch of German shepherds. So, yeah, I'm just curious about your thoughts about that, if you've heard anything about it, if you've seen any Tommy's new shows, and next time you have a live show, I'll mention you and Rakita in this chat and just see if you guys can get something together and hopefully do a show together, and maybe that'll lead to something really cool. All right. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I addressed that one.
Yeah. We addressed
Hey, I sent you guys an email.
Maybe it bears repeating just for this voicemailer.
Oh yeah, so yeah, the whole beef is senseless, and all those guys need to do is just reach out behind closed doors, and then he can go ahead, and Kevin Samuels can tell subscribers not to be going after Tommy. If Tommy feels that Kevin did take something from him, like whether it's some of his sayings, whatever. Everyone in the Manosphere borrows terms from everyone else. But always give the guy props and give him a shout out when you use it. Just like if I say monkey double backflips, everyone knows that's Coach Greg Adams, right? Like there's just certain things that guys say that it's kind of like their little catchphrase, whatever. Always give them props. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, this got blown over because this got blown up far beyond what it should have. So yeah, I mean, just do that and it should be all right.
What's your one-liner?
I don't think I have one.
You have to make one.
Yeah, I don't think I have a catchphrase yet.
Because a lot of the terminology you use was taken from somewhere else, right?
A lot of stuff
getting ran through. Is that your original?
No, that's just a term that everybody uses. Everybody when
I never heard of it before until you said it.
Oh really? Oh yeah. That's like common. That's just common slang. It's like she's been ran through. Like
German Shepherds is Minister Jap.
Minister Jap. Yeah. So original. It's like because remember everyone has different slang. Like I said to Phil, I said German Shepherd is what we are going to use to describe black chicks, right? Like the bad black women, right? Tommy Sotomayor was called. I
don't know if I can put that on a shirt, but I think that might be yours.
Well, yeah, I'll have a hashtag Me Too with a big cross through it because it's not happening.
The censor sign,
Yeah, right. The censor sign. It ain't happening. Ain't nobody raping these hoes, man. But yeah, it's you always give props to somebody if you use like whatever, like I said, their catchphrase, or whatever. But it's like to have something like an actual like beef start over, especially with their fans. That like imagine like Knicks fans coming at me or vice versa. How stupid that would look. Or like Dollhouse Phil's fan. Like it would look ridiculous. It's like, wait a minute. Like I know this dude. Like why are we shouldn't be fighting. Like yeah. Just go ahead and squash the beef before it really gets out of hand. And they should be all right.
Man. Because I know mine is Stay Frosty. That was, and that actually, for those who don't know, that's in reference to the episode of Thought Miss where I confessed to liking my coffee like I like my women, white and full of cream. That's the Peter North special.
Oh, ooh.
Right? Because I mean, someone said this in the chat, and I was thinking the exact same thing. The Bukake nuke was that was just Peter North with a lot of Gatorade.
Yeah. Peter North. Is he from Canada?
Yeah, he's Canadian.
Oh, is he really? Oh, I didn't know that. I kind of figured he was. I don't know what something about him just screams Canada.
Someone saying they like their coffee hot and black. No such thing. If you want a German Shepherd, hit up Dirty Dan. He's the expert on them.
Oh man, yeah. That's not. Yeah, we're gonna kink shame you for smashing German Shepherds, Dirty Dan.
There it is. He says we can't go one episode without saying it.
Well, that's the best part. Like you gotta troll your peeps, and then like you gotta troll yourself. Obviously, I know the Cynthia jokes will never cease. And they shouldn't. Like you should always be able to poke fun at your buddies. And when you watch degenerate forms of porn, you got to get trolled for the rest of your life. When you almost smash a trap, you got to get trolled the rest of your life. Like it is like it comes to the territory. You're like, but dudes don't like go to the YouTube censors and be like, oh, cancel them because our feelings are hurt that day, right? Like no, it's just part of the course.
If Dirty Dan thinks that we should stop bringing up the German Shepherd he banged every single episode, maybe he should stop bringing up Cynthia.
Yeah. It's all good fun, man. It's all good.
Anyways.
Recently, but, this might be quicker. A friend of mine had a son recently, and, he's really concerned about raising him in the current, culture and climate. So, we were looking into men's groups, right, or men's retreats, somewhere that could, help out with, guidance or support, or advice. And, neither of us are terribly familiar with, Migtown stuff. So I was wondering if there was any kind of, Migtown-centric, men's retreat, or, perhaps there's something you could recommend, or, there's something in the works, right? Thank you very much. We look forward to the show.
So that was a little, let me pause. That was a little hard to hear, but
it was a little hard to hear, but I got the gist of what he was saying. He's saying, like, obviously, he's dealing with a topic that's very important, and when dealing with youth, it's not like he was dealing with someone's son or something. And when you're dealing with the youth, how do you get to a place where you have men's retreat? Basically, Boy Scouts, right? It's what Boy Scouts used to be, a place for boys to learn certain skills. Right? Like, I remember the first time I went out with the troop, oxygen, heat, and fuel, right? And I was there with my dad and some other parents and stuff, fathers, I should say, not parents. And so you're out there and learn how to do a fire, blah blah blah. And there isn't really one out there that you can do in the physical. Because did you hear about that, Tim? I can't remember when it was. Men try to have like a march or something, the feminists shut it down, because of course they did, right? Women can march all day, they can do slut walks, all that's okay. But when men say, no, we're going to do this, no, feminists shut it down. So there will come a time when that will be a thing. It needs to come sooner or later. But as for right now, I think the exchanging of ideas and philosophies and codes of conduct in the online space are important, because this whole thing is a philosophy. It's not a movement, it's a philosophy. So once you have that philosophy down, a lot of the other stuff in your life starts to make more sense and it becomes easier. So the more men raise awareness about that and assimilate more guys into the fold, and of course weed out the simps, and that's when you're going to start seeing a lot more change, because you're already hearing it, Tim. These governments are starting to panic, right? Because dudes aren't getting married anymore.
Yep.
So clearly the message is getting out.
So Boy Scouts isn't, obviously, it is not the place it used to be. You can't use it as a refuge anymore. Donovan Sharp was trying to put together like a Manosphere convention, wasn't he?
Yeah, so he has a thing that came, I think it's coming up really soon, maybe even this weekend, CME, which is the Conference for Masculine Excellence. The problem is, when you start hearing about some of these prices and stuff, you're like, wait a minute now. And this is where a lot of people start they raise eyebrows, right? Because some people, I think Undead Chronic did like the biggest roast of it, but it started looking and sounding a lot like kind of like some 21 Studios TED Talks kind of basically like a simp coalition. Like, we're gonna get guys who are thirsty and we're gonna sap their money. Now, I'm not gonna say that's exactly what it is, but that's what it was sounding more like. Because Tim, do you know what a premium ticket to this conference of masculine excellence costs?
Wasn't it like $1,000?
$2,000.
2,000.
1997. And someone's like, wait a minute. For the information,
you would better spend that money on is tickets to a NHL playoff game. I guarantee what is on the ice is a lot more manly than whatever is at that convention, and you'll enjoy it a hell of a lot more.
Yep. Here's the thing. I look at it like this. I've never been an e-beggar. It's just not how I am. And nor has guys like Nick, who obviously put me on. We're just like this. Hey, man, this is the message. This is the content we're putting out. If you like the content that you're getting, hey, feel free to donate, subscribe. It's kind of like when you go to a store, your favorite restaurant, Tim. Why do we tend to tip good food, right? Good service.
Well, that's a bad example. Tipping now is so the tipping market is completely destroyed.
Oh yeah, well here you
and
can
if
still
you don't
still
tip because you got bad service, they're gonna spit in your food.
Yeah, well.
So,
well, here I take tipping very seriously, because I think that if someone did a great job, they should be rewarded, right? Because anyone can just do their job, but there's when you do that little extra, I wasn't waiting to get my drink refilled. I wasn't waiting. I wasn't, the food came out hot. I asked who was the cook, stuff like that. Like, that stuff matters to me. Even when I go to like a taqueria, right? I'll go to a Mexican taqueria. I like tipping big, because like, yo, man, you guys make great food. I want you to keep putting out this stuff and stay in business. So that's how that works. Whereas coming in saying $2,000, even $1,000, it's like, I don't know about all that.
Yeah, there's a lot better. You can secure your PS5 for that much money.
There's other ways to do that too at the home, senior citizens home.
All right, a couple more voicemails.
Hey, Drex, this is Pacheco. I go by the screen name of Juan on YouTube. Quick question. So, in this COVID pandemic, how has that affected the men that are starting to come to their senses, so to speak? Are more men starting to realize the error of their ways, so to speak, or do you think that more of the men have become simps because of the COVID pandemic? Thank you. Have a nice day. Stay blessed.
It's funny he said this voicemail, because I think that we're going to end up in a situation that's actually getting brought up tonight. Part of my notes here for the show when I record tonight addresses this. Tim, there's only two groups of guys out there, if you haven't noticed, right? And you're starting to hear this from women. They're either bitch-made simps, right? Or they're dudes who are awakened, right? Like there is no real middle ground per se. You hear it from Anna, you heard it from Miss Leximus, you heard it from J Love. Like you're hearing it from more and more women. Like either they're dudes that they can just use, or guys are like, yeah, I just want something casual. That's it. No relationship, no nothing. Nope, I'm good. Because you know what the pandemic really did, Tim, especially the lockdowns? It started exposing a lot, right? Okay, what did I really need? You know the first thing I got rid of, Tim, when we locked down, the very first thing was DirecTV. I wasn't watching TV to begin with, right? So the first thing you do anytime your finances are even remotely threatened is that you tighten up your finances, right? That's the first thing you tighten up, finances. So you're like, wait a minute, I'm paying these people $161 a month? Cancel, done, right? And then you start tightening up, you tighten things up. Like, where can I cut corners? Well, one of the things that like this caller realized with this whole lockdown pandemic stuff, Tim, a lot of women started sending you that text, right? All the guys out there. Hey, stranger.
Hey, stranger.
Wait, I haven't talked to you since 2013. How do you have my number? I mean, I know it hasn't changed, but how do you have my number, right? Tim, you know it's true. These chicks are, because remember, and I'm going to address this tonight, a lot of these chicks are walking homosexuals. They are looking for a place to stay and resources to drain from men. And the pandemic proved that when all of a sudden chicks started sending them nudes all the time. The guy's like, wait a minute. I wasn't getting these nude pictures getting sent before the pandemic. Wait a minute. Oh, she wants attention.
It became impossible to buy a webcam for
impossible
for kids.
Oh, you heard about OnlyFans. OnlyFans within that first month of the lockdowns last year, 40 million new subscribers, right? 30 to 40 million. Let that sink in. 30 to 40 million. The average OnlyFans thought only makes $280 a month on OnlyFans.
Well, that's
See?
I mean, that's half the rent. And then you can get, then you can go out to the four corners to get the other half.
Look, man, prostitution is about to be fully legalized on a federal level. It's coming. It's coming.
Is that the
Get
last?
a doll.
Is that the last pillar to fall? Because
Yep.
it is legal here in Canada.
No, but see, here's the thing. You need full prostitution. Now, when I say full prostitution, what I mean by that is there can't be any legal ramifications, right? Like, so if a guy goes like this, I'm just going to go to, like a guy should be able to go to a whorehouse the way he would go to a bar, right? Like, Tim, it was a long week of work. I need to go ahead and get my socks blown. And he just goes ahead and pays a streetwalker, right? When that day comes, along with the doll revolution, shout out to Dollhouse Phil, when that day comes, I'm going to address it tonight. Relationships will officially be done forever. Done. Gone. Yeah. Because Tim, think about it. Already, I think it was a Brave New World, right? It wasn't 1984. It was Brave New World. People just exchanged partners. What are we seeing now, Tim, with the hookup culture, right? Swipe. No one is in a real relationship these days. Very, very few, right? Very few people under the age of, I would say, 30 are in. They're just hooked. Most of these chicks are just side. They give, like my man Jada Black said, they give off side chick energy. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
not wife material.
At some point, they're going to petition the government for a solution, and then
Yep.
that's when you get state mandated girlfriends. It's illegal to say no.
Yeah.
It's like
that's coming.
the society in The Giver, that novel we all read in high school.
Yep.
By the way, the movie adaptation of The Giver, I quite liked it. Wasn't the greatest movie that was ever made. It was a lower budget film, but I thought it did the book justice. It was exactly what I had envisioned that society would be like. Well, one of the tenets of that society is that you are assigned your wife. And you are assigned your children, right? There is, in the Giver society, there are laborer women who give birth to the children, and the children are assigned to a husband and wife combo.
Find that down in my notes because I had a point about that later on tonight when we record. The thing that defeats that is actually gay marriage, though. Gay marriage is what defeats that. But let's go ahead.
All right, let's you and I get married then, and then you can have we'll both have green cards to our respective countries.
Right? No, it's coming.
Hey, this is Sean. I can't get online right now, so I'm calling. I need to get on this podcast to rebut what that guy Ken said. Give me a call. I was the guy who was bullied, and that guy is not handling it correctly. Thank you.
Oh, so he must have been addressed in Ken Jennings.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah.
Tim, I am not that kind of dude who sits here and says a kid should be sitting here. I'm very anti-bullying. I've always been that way. I remember what it's like to be the biggest guy in school. And I'm sure people kind of may have thought like, oh, I wonder if Drex was never. I never condoned bullying, which is why when I told that story about when that kid accused me of bullying because I accidentally bumped into him and the locker slammed on him. And it really hurt me because I was like, dude, I didn't know. And I just didn't see it. And I said I was sorry. The problem with the whole bullying thing is that, remember, intent matters. What makes you a bully is that you intend to hurt someone. You want to hurt someone and dominate them. And that's not okay. And this whole idea of, well, we should talk it out. No, fuck that. You bust bullies shit. You punch them in the mouth. Or so when my brother and I almost got bullied back when we went to school in the inner city, right? My mom would drive us into the cities and we would stay with a babysitter right across from the projects. And we would go to school in the cities, right? And we had kids that tried to bully us. Well, the way that you deal with bullies is that you adapt. So you come at them with violence. And that's what we did. So my brother and I, we spiked our British Knights. For those of you guys who don't remember, British Knights was a shoe brand, BKs. We put spikes in our British Knights and we got weapons. And we said, let's go. That ended all bullying. See? That's how you end bullying. You don't end bullying by talking. Because, Tim, how many times have you heard about these stories where the kids go to the school, the administrators, and they do nothing, right? Nothing.
You get in trouble for retaliating.
I was about to say, you're going to get in trouble. So here's the thing. Tim, and you touched on this, right? If I'm going to get suspended regardless, right? If I know, okay, if I do nothing, I get suspended. If I do something, I get suspended. It's better to do something so that it doesn't happen again. The something that you must do is always going to be violence. That's how men solve problems. I can't speak on females, okay? I'm not here to talk about females. The way men solve problems is with violence. Because, Tim, have you ever seen an argument get really, 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 really heated? What does it always crescendo to? Violence, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to settle this? See? And that's the point. It's always going to get to that point. I don't know why people keep on trying to avoid that. Listen, I don't even want to be around dudes that don't like talking about violence, man. Violence. Because that's all.
Nowadays, they're always willing to escalate higher than you because they got nothing to lose. Their home life is shit.
Yep.
Because now, nowadays, it's now knifings and shootings. Right?
Yep.
Are those the stakes you're willing to play?
So be it. Because remember, what's the alternative, right? It's to what? To be a victim?
Just to get bullied.
To be a victim. So if your alternative, and that's what happened to Venezuela. Because people always look at it and they go, but what if this? Well, do you know why Venezuela is in the position they're in, Tim? They had an opportunity to stop it, right? Yeah. They had plenty of opportunity. Like go back and look at any society and you go like this. Hey, how did this society get to point X at the very end, right? It got to that point because they didn't stop it way back when, right? You see society generating more and more and more because no one's doing anything. See?
This is almost a show proper. We're up to 50 minutes in this recording now for, that was 8.5 minutes of voicemails.
Oh, yeah. So, look, man. We'll clip this.
We'll save some for the show tonight. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry. I got a full page here, y'all. So don't worry. I got a lot to discuss tonight. So I'm not gonna shortchange you guys. I'm not gonna blue ball you. So yeah, we'll go ahead and clip it here. But I'll be back tonight.
What I'm going to do with this is I'm going to actually just paste it onto the back end of the live stream episode. So for those who called in, especially the person who says they want to debate Ken Jennings, make yourself known in the comments, and I will, or our email address is on the About page of our YouTube channel as well. Get in touch, identify yourself, and we'll work something out. We'll try to figure out next time we have Ken on. So we won't have time there, but maybe after that. anyways, thank you everyone for listening. Sorry about the shit show that was the live stream, but I make it up to you guys. I got to your voicemails. I played them through. I only had to throw one of them away for being that same guy who tried ruining the Google chat successfully. He tried successfully. But until next time, everyone, stay frosty.
Peace.